I am live, so I'm going to wait for a few people to join. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome if you're joining on this beautiful Sunday. I'm a little delayed because I really wanted to stream a little earlier today, like in the morning, my time, but y'all already know how that goes. So I am going to wait for a few people to arrive. Let me just make sure I'm live first before and make sure that all my technical things are working properly. So let's check here. I'm going to check my stream. Okay, so yes, I am live. Hold up. Let's get this started. Hold on. Oh my God, my camera. Yes. Oh, the mic is crisp. Okay, here we go, y'all. Here we go. Okay. So let me wait for a few people to come. Hey, Rose Aesthetic. How are you, sis? Did you cut your hair? No. I'm going to answer that question. Kind of. Yes and no. Hi, Debbie. How are you, sis? Annyeong, Francis. How are you? I like your hair. Thank you, love. Thank you, sis. Okay, so yes, did I cut my hair? Yes, kind of. Okay, so what it is I'm wearing lock extensions because I actually cut my hair before I got locks, right? So, wait, hold on. I got a piece here. Hold on. Let me see if I could find the piece. Oh, here. I have a piece in the back. So what I did was, it was really short. Like, I had to cut my hair almost to a TWA kind of because my ends were so fried, like my natural hair. I've been natural for a long time. And the problem was that I wasn't taking care of my hair as I should. And when I was in Korea, I wouldn't get trims as much as I should. And then when I came to Victoria, which is a city I live in now, how can I say it? Like, it was hard to find a stylist. I did find one, but she's a little pricey and I ain't had that kind of cash to be getting trims all the time. And so what ended up happening was I would do my own, trims, and my ends were really bad. So in order for me to start locks, I really wanted my hair to be in the best, healthiest shape, because if you start your locks and your hair's not healthy, then it's not going to grow out healthy. So what I did is I cut all my hair to this much. So now what ended up happening is I didn't want to go through the ugly phase of locks. I know they call it the ugly phase. I actually don't think it's ugly, but it's just that I prefer to have length with my hair. I don't mind doing TWA because I did it before, but the thing is that I know how I am. I wanted quick, easy, very simple. So what I did was I just got lock extensions. So she locked my hair and then added the extensions. So now that my hair is growing, every time I get it retightened, she cuts it. She cuts the end. So it looks short. Yeah, which it is actually because it's the extensions. But then my hair is growing. So this is my actual hair. Hold on. Let me put this mic down. So here, I don't know if you guys can see, this is my hair here. And it's you see how it's springing and stuff? It's so good. It's getting so long. It's getting longer than before, because before when I cut it, it was literally up to here, very short, almost not even, I couldn't even get my thumb through it. And now it's this is 6 months of growth here. So I'm just waiting 6 more months. Probably is gonna grow where it was before, here. And then I'm gonna take these extensions out and then just let my hair grow out, so it won't appear as short as it does right now. But yes, I keep getting it cut. Every time it grows out, she retwists it and then cut it. So yeah, leaving it like this, which I like. So yes, and thank you for the compliments, y'all. I'm good. How are you? I'm great. I'm doing really good on this Sunday. Y'all know this. Okay, look. So I'm actually streaming with my camera. I know. It's so funny because I have a streaming camera and I film case studies on it. But the funny thing is that I'm always worried because this camera sometimes the mic dies and then the camera dies. And I think the camera died. I don't think y'all could hear me. Hold up. Can y'all? Hold on. Is it streaming? Oh yeah, it's streaming. Okay. I got scared. Okay. I gotta make sure because y'all I gotta make sure y'all can see me. Yeah. So what happens is when I film, I've never used it for USB streaming, but Dom has been trying to get me to use it because he's look, you have a camera, you might as well use it. So that's why I was late today. Actually, I was supposed to start at 12:30, but we were trying to set it up, and then he tried to set it up for me. So we finally got it set up, and so now it's good. So yay! So if this camera dies though, I have a backup. So just stay online. If I end up cutting off at a certain point, just let me know. And then what I'm going to do is hop on my phone, which is here, my iPhone, right here. So I have this as backup just in case my streaming dies or something like that. My battery dies. But so far, so good. So, all right, let me read the comments. Hey, girl, I'm so happy to drop some tea. Well, Iris... What? Hold up. Devonda Pittman, hey, sis, let me read this. I'm so happy to drop some tea. Hold up. Well, Iris and Pippin breakup rumors are saying Pippin cheated with a blonde influencer, but I never thought that. Hold up. Where did you see this? Okay, keep this tea for tomorrow. So tomorrow, I'm glad you segue into this. I will be streaming the Love Island reunion live tomorrow on Twitch. So my Twitch is in the description box. Please go check it out. My Twitch name or handle is at Rome_Romy. Please go on Twitch. I will be streaming Love Island. I finish work at 4:20 Pacific Standard Time. So just give me like at least 15-20 minutes. I'm just gonna, probably grab something to eat. And then I'm going to start streaming because I think the reunion starts at 9, which is 6 o'clock my time. So I'm going to start streaming at 5 o'clock. So at 5 o'clock tomorrow on Twitch, y'all are going to catch me 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, which will be 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And I'm going to go through all the rumors, all of the, the everything that's going on in Love Island world. We're going to watch the reunion together. And then after that, we're going to have like maybe a debrief for another like hour. And then that's it. So y'all stay tuned for that. I'm really excited about it, actually. Oh my God, I caught it live. Yes, Lauren. Welcome. Not cheating rumors. Girl, there's a lot of rumors with this Love Island stuff. I need to do a story time and come back. I was so excited for the live Twitch. Cool. All right. No problem, sis. Go do your thing. Hold on. You need to do a story time. Hold up. You got a YouTube channel? Or you watching a story time? You gonna let me know. I'm excited. I know I am too. I'm so excited. It's gonna be my first time on Twitch, so I'm excited. I'm gonna use this camera too, so it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'll just have to work out, like right after this stream, I'm gonna connect it to my OBS, like I'm doing now with YouTube, and then I think what am I saying? I'm losing my words. Twitch streaming. I will stream on Twitch every week. So I'm trying to set up which day a week. I think it will either be Saturday or Friday nights. So just let me know like which day works for y'all. I think it will most likely be Friday nights or Saturday nights. So I'll let you guys know the schedule, but I will be streaming on Twitch weekly because I want to watch Perfect Match and I'm going to start this weekend. So yeah. All right, so that was it. And also, Tia and Tamara case study. Y'all. I will have that uploaded today. Like right after this live, I finished editing this morning. Sorry for the delay. I really apologize. Usually I have my videos out by like hopefully usually it's by Saturday morning. I try, but this weekend your girl was this week I don't know what happened. It's like everything happened like at the same time. I had to, meet with friends, do all this stuff. Then I had to, get my hair done. That took longer than I thought. And then, just life in general, I had to work on some other things, but I'll have that video up today right after this live stream. And then my members, if you are a member, you're gonna get your case study video tomorrow morning, probably tonight or tomorrow morning latest. Okay, well, we'll say sometime tomorrow between tomorrow morning and tomorrow like early afternoon. I'm gonna finish tonight. So yeah, hold up, I think something happened to my, okay, am I still streaming? Like, oh my gosh, hold on. Can y'all still see me? Hey, Lau, how are you, sis? Or tomorrow morning. Okay, I'm still streaming. Okay, y'all, this is really hard. Y'all will let me know if my camera dies. Please let me know because it's weird. I can't even see the light. Like, I don't know. Like, I had to do some weird output for my camera, and then I guess it's streaming, and it's really strange. Y'all could hear me like I'm like going through. I really don't want this to die, so I'm just like making sure everything is working fine. And then I'll have my phone as a backup just in case. Okay, it's good. Okay, y'all can see me. Okay, whew. It's so hard, man. I'm telling y'all, it's so hard when you test new things out because it's like I can't mess up, and I really hate when things don't go properly, like especially when it comes to technology and tech. I'm not really a tech girly, so I really hope that everything stays the way that it's staying. All right, let's start, y'all. Let's start with this case study. Hold up. Now I can't see y'all. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Sam, hi sis or bro, whoever. Hi. I know I call people sis or bro, but I'll just say hi. Hi Romy, glad I could catch the live, but the sun is about to rise where I live. I try to pay attention. Yeah, no problem. You can catch the replay. I will put it on replay, so you don't have to worry about it. I just went a little earlier just to, give people a chance to watch it, especially if you're from another country. Devonda, sis, you said, is gin and juice back together again? Are they? I don't even know. Hey Sasha, how are you? I have no idea. You know what's so crazy is that I did see the video somewhere, because like when, how can I say this, like you see your recommended videos. I did see them posting together, but I didn't know they would with them too. Y'all don't be surprised. They are the quintessential makeup to breakup couple, so you shouldn't be surprised if they get back together. I wouldn't be surprised either, and they have children, right? So there's that, right? That baby mama, ex-wife, baby daddy, ex-husband love. Y'all know how that goes. I heard her say they aren't together, but they're co-parenting. Sis, they've been co-parenting for a long time. She said that the last time. I remember that's when he left, and then he became homeless. So, I mean, I get it. Co-parenting is one thing, but I don't want to say too much about it because, again, that's her life, and she's still quite young, so she's going, eventually she will get it, right? I think what it is that she must be hoping that he'll change. I can already see that, and she gonna be waiting for him. I mean, how many couples we see like that? There's when I tell y'all there are tons of couples like that, it's not even funny. Like, even like, let's look at Yaya Mayweather and Floyd Mayweather. Like, her mom was waiting for Floyd for years. I can name so many examples of women just waiting for men to change and wanting to be with them. So, I mean, I don't know. I really hope that they are just co-parenting for her sake, because I don't think that this is the love that she should have and that she deserves, to be quite honest with you. But unfortunately, you can't make people drink the Kool-Aid, right? So if they feel like that's the love that they deserve, then go, more power to you. But I just hope that you guys want better and you will do better with the choices that you make, right? So, yeah. I don't know what to believe, child. Nobody knows. Girl, I would love to see you do more Korean case studies. Would you, Lord? Okay, I might. You know what? I've been wanting to do one Korean case study. The only problem with the Korean case studies is that there was one couple I really wanted to do. I might just do them. I just might do them. I might see, like, if y'all send me couples, I could probably check them out and see for Korean. But Korean is a little different, because some of the stuff that I want to cover, some of the videos are actually in Korean, and then I need to like sit down and actually watch and then translate. But for the foreign ones, I can definitely do them. Like, if a foreigner is married to a Korean or a non-Korean married to a Korean, I can definitely do that. So, okay, I'll put that on my radar. Let me know which couple you'd like me to do. Let me know. Also, you're my fave YouTuber right now. Seriously? Oh, thank you. I really appreciate the love, y'all. Y'all just don't understand. And you know what? Like, I know sometimes I be a lot. I'm too much. I know I'm a lot, but it's really wonderful to see how many people can understand the message, because at the end of the day, is the message that I want to convey to you all is just to do better and level up. That's it. Just do better. Learn to recognize the blazing red flags early on. And also just have, I try to make it as entertaining as possible, because then I want it to be fun. I don't want education to always be boring, right? Like, so if you learn something and you like my content, I love it. And I love you and all of y'all. And I just hope that you guys apply it into your normal daily lives. And that way, the world will be such a better place, especially when it comes to relationships. That's my goal. What do you think of the Keke Palmer interview with Nick and Taylor? Hold on, let me answer your question really quickly. Lauren, there was a second part of your message. Gonna join members soon when I have more money in my pocket. Glad to be here before you blow up. Oh, thank you, Lauren. And, take your time. I actually am going to put some of the videos on Rumble. So if you want, you can join my Rumble channel. I forgot to put the link in my description box. I'll put it after the live stream. I think my Rumble is Romy as well. Don't quote me on that. But what happens is I put my videos on the membership first, and then it'll eventually go to Rumble, so that you can watch it later on. It's just members have earlier access to it, and they get perks too, right? So yeah, I might have some videos that are members only that'll be transferred over, and some of them will stay members only, just to give kind of like a better, balance to the case studies. But I want them to be accessible as well. So I'm gonna try my best to kind of balance the two. Okay, what did I think about the Keke Palmer interview with Nick and Taylor? I thought it was garbage. Okay, wait, you want to hear my full unfiltered truth? It was garbage. It was late. And I felt like we didn't need that interview. And I'm going to talk more about it tomorrow. But what I will say, though, is it's very interesting, Taylor's perspective about what happened between him and Alandria. And I wasn't expecting him to apologize, because he seems like he's the type of man, like I'm telling you, he's not a good character as far as a boyfriend or anything of that nature, right? That type of guy, in my opinion, that's the type of man I would never recommend anyone to date. That type of man. He is definitely going to be a problem for Clark. And I also feel I was very disappointed in Nick, I will say, because I feel like and this is the thing, I said it in one of my videos, he is a people pleaser. Big one. And Alandra is also a people pleaser as well. And I'm going to tell y'all, if you're a people pleaser, you're going to have a hard time. This is what happens when you're a people pleaser and you try to be friends with everybody. When you try to be friends with everybody, you don't want to rock the boat, you're going to have problems in your relationships. And it's going to let people like Taylor think that he could talk all types of sideways about your girl in front of you, and you just sitting there. And again, I don't know if he checked them after the interview, but it was just really telling to me when Taylor was talking about, I'm so happy we didn't have the conversation after the show ended, because I would have been so mad, and, because she cussed me out. So I'm like, that's your reaction to a woman being played? You strung her along this whole time. You played her, and your reaction is to get angry. And not only that, but you're saying this in front of the man that she's with right now. It's like, because again, he values that friendship, but he also values his relationship with Alandra, and he also values his relationship with Huda, and you got, let me tell y'all gotta, I'm gonna say this, and I will talk more about it tomorrow, but in my life, what I have learned is that you have to start standing up for what you believe is right. And if somebody says something disrespectful, even if that person means something to you, even if you don't want to lose that friendship, at the end of the day, these tough conversations need to happen. Because then people get too comfortable talking about certain things around you, and they shouldn't be comfortable doing that. And I think that's the problem. When you're a people pleaser, people think that they can just say anything about you or anything to you, and that you ain't gonna do nothing. And when you don't stand on what you believe and stand on, when you're too uncomfortable having uncomfortable conversations, because you should be able to have uncomfortable conversations. But the thing is that a lot of people don't know how to navigate that. And unfortunately, they would rather just, take it in and, it's just that person, or, I don't want to rock the boat. I don't want to make any problems. And then the problem just keeps festering on and festering on. So yeah, I mean, he should have checked her too, unfollowed her too. I mean, okay, he doesn't want to unfollow her. That's his prerogative. But at the same time, this woman is one of the reasons why your girl is getting all of this hate online, but you're still following her. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like you gotta stand up at one point. At some point, you have to stand on something, and you can't please everybody. So you just gotta learn how to do it. And he hasn't navigated that. And it's not only him, Shelly too. Shelly's the same way. So it's not going to end well, I'm telling y'all. As far as, I'm not talking about his relationship with Landra, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about his friendship with Taylor and friendship with Huda and friendship with all the people that he shouldn't be aligning himself with. That's going to bite him in the butt later if he doesn't nip it in the bud. That's what I'm going to say. So yeah, those are my thoughts. LOL, same garbage. It's garbage. That's what it is. Apparently that episode was filmed days after Love Island. My question is, why did Kiki keep it for so long? That's what she does. She does interviews and then releases them like way late. And Kiki, we gonna talk about her too, because she's all like talking about Taylor was her favorite, and I'm like, what would you like about him? He's like the worst character of all of them. If anything, I would have rather her like Ace. At least he's standing on something. And Ace, to be quite honest with you, I really respect him because I like how he has been moving outside of the villa with not doing interviews, not putting himself in the press. He's been very silent, and he's been very strategic and intentional about who he talks to, who he lets in his space. I respect that. But here she go talking about Taylor. That just lets me know all that I need to know about her. That's all I'm going to say. Like, if she thinks Taylor is her favorite character out of everyone, or the favorite person, her favorite person in the villa, then I don't trust anything that woman says, to be quite honest with you. Lau said, I'm ready. She said Taylor was her... Bird. Taylor. I'm ready for this season to be done. Girl, we tired too. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. And you know what? And it's also the fans, just everything. Everyone blows everything out of proportion. But yeah, and then the cast, like, everyone's trying to please everyone. I don't want to step on anyone's toes. Everyone's trying to be nice. They need to stop all that. All of that needs to go out the window. You don't have to like someone to be cordial with them. You can still unfollow someone and still be cordial with them. But it's like a lot of them, then they're young. So that's why I'm trying not to be too hard on them, because that's something they're going to have to learn eventually. You can't, like I said, you can't take both sides and be neutral all the time, because eventually you're going to have to pick a side, unfortunately. Or you're either going to be forced to do it, or you're going to be uncomfortable being the neutral. It's one or the other. So might as well take yourself out of the equation and just be like, hey, for the sake of my relationship, I can't rock with you like that. We can still be cool and cordial, but we just not going to be besties like we used to be. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, it's something that people have to learn the hard way. Yeah. I think she meant in the beginning he was until she saw how he did Orlandria. She did say that, but then notice how she kept trying to make him like what she did is she gave him an opportunity to clear up the situation between him and Alandria, which is okay. Like he told his side of the story, but it's like she didn't let him talk really. I noticed that she kept putting her words in his mouth, like, oh yeah, and then you felt this way, right? Just so she can validate him and say, oh, you weren't that bad of a person to her. Like, you actually did like her, or you actually didn't do what she said. You know what I mean? Like, giving him that space to do that. And I thought that was crazy. That's why I said it's garbage. Like, why are you giving him a platform to basically say that what he did wasn't wrong when we all have eyes and ears? What he did was wrong, and how he treated her was wrong. Took no accountability, and she's sitting here clapping for him like, oh yeah, you really did like her. Yeah, so we didn't see that. We didn't see that you actually liked her. Yeah, I took her out on dates I did all this. And then mind you, Nick was the one telling him what to do. Ace was the one telling him what to do. And then he's sitting here taking credit like he was just such a big one. Like, oh, yeah, I really liked her. But it was like, I just wanted to see how things would go. And I wasn't attracted to her. But, that stuff could grow over time. Yeah, right. Come on now. Anyway, I felt like she was feeding him lines so that he could look better in front of others. And I didn't like that. That's what I didn't like about the interview. Yeah. Hey, Akos, how are you? I'm glad Jeremiah seems to be doing fine. Absolutely, he is. Evanescence, I am here. Hi, everyone. Hey, Evanescence. How are you, sis? Not Shelly and Alandra unfollowed her, and now Sierra's acting entitled about her relationship with Nick, acting like a fatal attraction online, calling herself Side Barbie. You see? And guess what? Shelly's friends with her. And then you see, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm going to talk about this for like 2 more minutes, and then we're going to move on to the topics that we're going to talk about today. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So now, imagine this girl is doing all this weird stuff online, and then your Alandra is friends with Shelly, right? They're really close friends. They call themselves soul sisters. But you know that Shelly's still hanging out with her, knowing what she's doing in the background. But then again, like I said, Shelly and Nick have a problem with people pleasing. Alandra does too. But one thing I will say about Alandra and Ace at least is that they're not going to fake it. They're going to let you know. Even if they're uncomfortable, they'll still keep their distance. So that's one thing I will say about them. But Shelly and Nick, they're 2 sides of the same coin. They're going to hang with the ops, go to their house, break bread with them. And then meanwhile, they're trying to sabotage the significant other. How does that work? How does it work? It's not going to work. It's not. So that's why I'm like, okay, you're friends with Sierra still. That's okay. That's your prerogative. But the thing is, like, it's very strange. And again, I don't know. Did you guys see the Teen Vogue interview? Have y'all seen that? Maybe I'll play that before I play JaNa's interview. Did y'all see the Teen Vogue one? Let me know. Kiki has been male-centered, so that's not surprising. Let me know if y'all saw the Teen Vogue one. That one we need to talk about. The one that came out like 2 days ago, the Teen Vogue one was very telling. That's all I will say. So, yeah, it's again, people pleasing. Everybody trying to be cool. I'm trying to be friends with everybody. I don't want to rock the boat. Okay, the boat will eventually be rocked. And eventually you're going to have to think about who you're going to give your life jacket to. You have an extra life jacket. Who are you going to give it to? You're going to figure that out. Either the right way or the wrong way. But either way, it's going to happen regardless, whether you want it to happen or not. So, again, if you're a people pleaser, you struggle with being a people pleaser, I highly recommend that you start setting up boundaries and you start standing on something. Don't let people try to play with you or play with your person. For example, same thing with Dom. If Dom had a situation with somebody that we were close to, and again, I feel like, hey, even though I'm still cool with that person, out of respect for my husband and his feelings, I'm going to be like, look, I understand that situation happened with y'all, and I don't personally have a problem with you. However, I know that this situation is uncomfortable for my husband. So I'm going to have to slowly back away. And I hope that you can respect that. Easy. Oh, but no. Oh, I'ma still hang out with you, okay? If I still hang out with... Oh, okay. I'ma go hang out with this. But you okay, right? Why do I even need to ask? That's what I'm saying. It just doesn't make sense. Like, it's weird to me. I don't know. Maybe my type of way of moving is way different. But if I'm really friends with somebody, again, I'm not going to hate on the person and be like talking mad crap about the person. But I'm slowly going to remove myself. Because obviously, if my loyalty lies with one person or that person, then I have to make it extremely clear that, yes, we can be cordial with each other. And yes, I have no problem with you at all. But it just can't be the way that it was. It's not that bad, y'all. Like, it really is just, again, adult conversations need to be had. But then you sitting here and then I'm going to let that person talk about my husband asking things and, giving information so they can go and wreck his life. And then here I am bringing that chaos into my relationship. Get out of here. That ain't going to work. All right. You want to play it? Play the Teen Vogue one? Okay. It wasn't on my schedule, but I'm going to play it right now. Huda and Amaya were acting fake and Mean Girls this time around. her Call Me Daddy interview dropped at 12 a.m. and this interview was dropped the day after, and this is a GQ interview. There's a lot of them. Hold on. How many minutes? Okay, we've been here 30 minutes. Good. Perfect timing. Okay, you know what? Y'all want me to drop the Teen Vogue one? Let's do it. Let's play it. I'm going to play it right now. Let's do it. Yeah, it wasn't part of the schedule, but I guess it's going to be part of the program today. Y'all know how I do. I'm very, very open and free-spirited when it comes to these live streams. So, hold on, let me make sure my mic is on. Okay, it's on. I'm very, very open with this live stream, so I will play the video. All right, let me see where my thing is. Hold on. Here it is. All right. Let's play the video. Let me unhide this. Sorry, that's not the video I want to play, but I'm going to put it here. Okay, the Teen Vogue one. Let's see. Teen Vogue. Love Island. Here we go. All right, we'll play the Teen Vogue one first and then the GQ one after.
All right, ready?
Okay, y'all can hear it, right? Let me know if you can hear it. Say yes, and then I'll finish playing it. And then let me see if I can make it full screen like I did. Actually, we could just watch it like this. It's okay. All right. Y'all could hear it? Let me know if y'all could hear it. When I did it. Let me know if you guys just say yes if you could hear it, because I want to make sure the volume's good. Hold on. Where am I? Okay, here it is. Okay, I was looking for this. No, that's not what I was looking for. Okay. Yes, you guys can hear it. Okay, cool. Let's play it. All right, let's do this. Let's play this. Oh, it moves. Oh my God, yay. All right, here we go. Let's make it. Oh, I could even make it smaller on the screen, actually. So, hold on. I don't know what's going on. This is a new unhacking for me. I've never seen this screen before like this. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Let me just see if I can fit it to the screen. Make it smaller like this so my face can show. Okay, here we go. All right, we're going to play it now. Where's the play button? All right, here we go. Actually, let me make it bigger, so y'all. What is going on?
This is the cast of Love Island USA Season 7. And today we'll be playing I Dare You. I will pick Truth. Ooh.
Oh, okay. What was the challenge you'd never want to do again? The challenge you'd do again in a heartbeat. I would never want to do the milk challenge again, and I would do the stand on business challenge in a heartbeat.
All right, let's see what we got up in here. Who do you think had the highest GPA in high school and why? Secondly, who do you think spent the most time at the principal's office and why? Okay, who I think had the highest GPA? I'm gonna say Alandria. She's obviously really, really smart and beautiful as well. So definitely Alandria.
And Casey Boogie.
And of course.
Oh, wait. Y'all look at. Hold up, not Huda hating from outside of the club. She can't get in. Listen, man, why you hating on Alandria and her studiousness and her intellect? Why? Why is her face looking like that? Look at everybody else's face. They chill. Look at her. Oh, because A said that she's the most smartest one. Oh, you wasn't expecting him to say Alandria, ma'am? By the way, Alandria is extremely intelligent. And so is Hannah. Hannah is also, I think Hannah's in med school. So they got some intelligent people. A's, all of them. They're all very intelligent. But look at her face. What? Look at her. Why is she upset? What's going on, sis? Hold on, let's continue.
Who I think spent the most time at the principal's office, no doubt about it, Definitely Nick. Definitely Nick. Nick has always been a wild.
Oh, yeah, by the way, y'all, I saw this already, but I'm just rewatching it because I watched it, but I'm looking at the reactions now. I mean, the tension was already high when I watched it. I was like, ooh. But now I'm looking at the faces more closely so I can actually see what's going on.
A child around the village. he earned that award right there. So.
I've heard my name on the intercom so many times as a kid. Nicholas Van Steenberg to the principal's office. I was a bad boy. Like when the substitute teacher would come in, I used to, yeah.
The way you said that was crazy.
Why is that crazy?
I was a bad.
I was a naughty boy.
Hey, Charlie.
They'd have these like metal rulers, and I'd bring them all together, and I just like the substitute teacher would turn around, and I just throw them all in the air.
Oh my
And
God.
they don't like fall on the floor. I'd be like throwing chairs like back in elementary.
Nah, you know what, Nick? Nick! Oh, Lord, he was causing all that chaos at school. I know his mama had a hard time. Poor baby. Poor mama, I meant to say. Poor mama. Because having to deal with a son like that, Nick must have some type of a neurodivergent issue or something. He sounds like he has an attention issue. ADHD and young boys, I'm telling y'all, they be acting just like this. This man was a menace. Menace to society at a young age. So you know how they have their pretend son Marcel? Their real son is going to be causing chaos. I can almost guarantee that. Because if that's his daddy, Lord, please help Alandria in the future. If they do end up together, God bless her. God bless and Godspeed. Let's continue.
School, I was a menace.
Did you get your ass whooped?
Yeah, I call myself Super Gremlin back then.
Yeah.
See, look at Alandra's not. Wait, Alandra's like, did you get your behind whooped? Yeah, she like, I'm not playing that. If my kid acts like, she was like, oh yeah, we gonna do that in this house. Our kid's not gonna run amok like you. Look at it, she got all serious too. She's like, this is the type of behavior we're not going to accept this with our child.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go with dare. Call one islander of the opposite sex who's not here now and see if they answer.
Love that.
I just need my phone.
Hello?
Hey, bestie.
Red flag. See, this is why I love Shelly. Don't get me wrong. That's my fellow Zoe sister. She Haitian too. So it pains me to say this, but sis, you see, this is the people pleasing right here that I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And look at Alandria's face. She's very uncomfortable. But then again, remember, this was right after the Call Her Daddy interview. And I don't think that, remember, they had a brand trip in the Hamptons. So it's possible that when this happened, that the tension was still high between her and Taylor. They must have squashed it. But again, this is what I'm saying. At that time, you knew that she wasn't really too fond of him. And that goes for Nick too. Shelly and Nick, both. They knew that things were very tense with her and Taylor. Alandra still has some unfinished business to deal and to tend to with him. And look, she calling him bestie. Is the wording. If she had to call, I know some people are like, well, who was she going to call anyways? Okay, she could call Taylor and be like, hey, what's going on? They told me to call you. But why the, hey, bestie? That's a little bit extra. And then, wait. You see? That's what I'm talking about. Go back. Look at her reaction.
Hello?
Hey, bestie.
And look at that. Everyone's saying Tay Tay. She's giving an uncomfortable smile. See? Look at that. Look at her face. She gave and then she wasn't feeling it. I mean, she was just very uncomfortable. Let's just say that. I'm not saying that she was expecting them to not say anything to him, but it's the hey bestie. Oh yeah, hey. Yo, so based on this, and then right after she met with Sierra and probably was like, hey bestie, and then she goes to Alandra, hey bestie, and yeah, remember these are the two ops that she has. Alandria's two ops. Hey, bestie. People pleasing. This is people pleasing in full effect.
We're here on Teen Vogue, and I had a dare to call one of the Islanders, so you don't have to call my bestie.
Let's get it, Shelly.
Let's get
It feels good to get the call.
Well, we just wanted to say hey.
Hey, well, what up, y'all? I'm glad I got this call and not Ace.
All right, we'll hit you later.
All right, Bessie, love you.
All right, love you too, bye.
All right, bro.
So I'm gonna do truth. Go around the room and give your castmates a yearbook style superlative.
Superlative.
Wait, superlative?
Yeah.
It's like those one of those words I can't say. Superlative.
You know what? I'm going to say one thing. I actually don't, y'all don't fight me, but I like Brian. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's just not relationship material, but he seems like a good person to be around. I don't see, the thing with him is that I don't think he's a relationship type of man. He doesn't give me that vibe, to be quite honest with you. I think he likes to, he likes to bounce around here and there. But as a human, he's actually not a bad person. I don't know. Maybe that's what I see. But he seems very, very nice.
Superlative. Superlatives.
Yes.
Go around the room and give your castmates a yearbook style superlative. Class clown is pretty easy. I'm gonna give that to Mr. Ace.
Right, you crazy.
I'm most likely to become a pop star. I'm gonna give that to Huda for sure. Just you just be out there laughing and all that. You got that. Best alter ego, Nicholas. I'll say my future wife,
Period.
Amaya.
Period.
I'm not blushing right now, guys. It's just a blush.
Someone that could, I don't know how to wear that out though. Someone that can like say a lot but without saying anything. How you call it? Like say a lot without saying anything. Like their eyes, their body, like
Most memeable.
most memeable.
You know sometimes like
I'd say the most memeable, low key is Alandria.
she does make me. That one thing she makes me like.
Yeah.
Okay, that's valid.
And then I'd say most down to earth, Shelly.
Here you go, Huda's fake smile again. You notice she was really fine. Alandra, she's like, yeah, you're right. She does that face. And then it's like, most down to earth, Shelly. And look at her face. She did that Kanye. Yo, this interview is crazy. How did they get... No, Teen Vogue is messy. Teen Vogue is mad messy. Mad messy. Way messy. Nah, they should have had them separate after that. But, they probably like, oh, this is going to be a great interview. Let's get them together.
And best rapper. Amaya, can you pass me a dare, please?
Dare, right here, right? Time to get spicy.
Lead the group in a rendition of Eat That Kitty in the Hideaway.
Oh, shit.
Or I Never Said I Was Perfect. You choose the tempo and style. Ace, I feel like this is your speed. Like, help me out.
Alright, we're gonna do Eat That Kitty.
Rap it.
Yeah. All right.
Alright, here we go.
All right.
5,
This
6,
cast is so
7,
freaked
8.
out.
Eat that kitty in the hideaway. In the hideaway. All right, ready? Together now. Eat that kitty in the hideaway. Yeah. Eat that kitty in the
My ears. Oh, Nick is having some flashbacks. What's going on, bro?
True.
Let me stop.
Ooh, this is a long true.
No.
When you see your dream.
Hold up.
True.
Isn't the truth in front of Huda? Huda couldn't pass it to Alandria. You see, this is the childish behavior that I'm talking about. You see what she just did? Look at that. That is very childish. So, I'm not going to touch it. I won't give it to her. And notice, she only smiled when other people were talking about them, but as soon as, like, for example, like when Brian was like, oh, she's the most like memeable, and then she's like, oh yeah, she's right, because she's addressing Brian. But whenever she has to address someone in the back, notice her face change. So she's sitting in front of Truth, Brian's in front of Dare, and yet Amaya has to give Alandria the paper, and then her man is still following her and saying that, oh, you know, she's not a bad person. Yeah. Again, people pleasing.
No.
When you see your dream life post-villa, what do you see? Answer the following questions. Where are you living? What kind of place? What are you doing? Hobbies, work? Do you have pets or kids? I don't really know. I'm a Southern girl, so I would like to think that I would stay in the Southern states, but for the right opportunity, I'll move. Probably to LA. It's like the hub.
It's like the hub of all things.
So it's like, why not? What kind of place? A high rise? Yeah. Haven't experienced that yet, so I kind of want to see what that's like. What are you doing? Hopefully modeling. Hello. Yeah. I'm kind of tired of the elevators, so I want to move on to bigger and better things. Do you have pets? No, I would not have pets.
No?
Nah.
Not even fishes?
No. Not even fishes? Kids? Hell no.
Auntie Marcel was alive?
Yeah, Marcel's alive. No, I'm cool.
See, she's not claiming her baby.
I told you she's absent. Oh, please.
Oh, no, she's not abstinent, Shirley. She just has standards. I love it. I don't think there's anything that she said that's wrong. She basically is saying that I don't want to have to take care of somebody or someone. I guess some people consider pets humans. I don't want to take care of someone or something if I'm not ready for it. And she's basically living her best single, independent life. When I say single, I mean she's not married. That's what I'm talking about. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Talking about, oh yeah, I told you she's abstinent, and she should be. Absolutely. And I know on her live stream, I watched it the other day. I watched some of it, and I watched to the part where she was talking about how she doesn't want to move in with a man unless she's married. She has values and standards. Again, if you live with your man before marriage, I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying that she doesn't want that. That's it. And she has her list. She has what she wants, and she's going to make sure she follows through with it. There's nothing wrong with that. So, Nick, if you have dreams of making her a mother, it's not going to be anytime soon, and she's just letting you know that it's not that type of time with her. Amen, sis. And like she does, clock it. That's right. That is A-okay. I understand her.
Let's see. Who was the best at making breakfast? Who was the best cook overall? What was your specialty? I mean, I think we could all agree that the Pepito, Mr. Pepe, was the best at making breakfast, the pancakes and all. And the best cook overall, I like the way I was cooking. But my grilled cheeses.
No, mine was in that kitchen.
I was in that kitchen. I'm sorry. Okay, what was their specialty? Oh, grilled cheeses with extra butter.
With honey.
Oh, with honey.
Yeah.
I heard Pepe was like a line chef. He was really, really chefing it up in breakfast. Like, he was the one kind of leading the charge. So, shout out to Pepe for that. Hopefully, he didn't cheat on Iris. I hope not. I don't know if the rumors are true. I hope not. How can I say this? I like Pepe. I do. Now, did he do some really, really questionable things? Yes, he did. But again, it was on a TV show. I'm going to judge his character outside of the TV show, and that's with everyone. And the same thing with Taylor. I actually gave him the benefit of the doubt after the show because I was like, okay, maybe he's going to apologize to Alandria. Maybe this was just, he was in a high-pressure environment, and he just didn't know how to operate, and give him time to kind of take the time to, kind of right his wrongs, be held accountable. No, still the same person. So that's how I know what we saw on TV is accurate. Very extremely accurate. So how people move outside of the villa is what you got to pay attention to, not what they was doing inside of the villa.
You went for that smoothie with like half the tub of peanut butter.
Oh my gosh. I put 2 pieces of bread on your smoothie, man. The peanut butter,
taste that smoothie.
peanut butter smoothies is crazy.
No, we're thinking about the protein. We're thinking
just
about
a lot of
protein.
Let's switch it up. Let's do Dare for me.
Ooh. Let's get it, Brian.
Have a very close-up staring contest with the person next to you. Each person has to share anything they think might make the other blink. Loser has to take a shot of hot sauce.
Yo, what? First of all, take off those glasses if you're gonna be doing this. Time to get serious.
It's about to get real intimate. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
I like your tongue.
Yep.
Hey,
What? Oh, he's not
That's a shot.
That looks hot as hell.
That's a bowl of hot
Like,
sauce.
tomato paste.
that thing look like got a little kick to it.
Oh shit, wait.
Come
Oh
on.
my god.
Big scoop, Brian. Big scoop.
Like that?
Yeah.
It does taste like that.
Let's go,
Y'all
Brian.
got this?
Here we go.
This is a one-take thing.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ooh.
Let's give it up, Brian.
Bravo.
Can I get some water?
Wait, stop again.
I already got a sweater in LA at the 90 degrees.
Nurse! Guys, he's becoming tachycardic.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Yeah.
Look, he's sweating in this now.
Damn.
You want to keep that or you want me to take it?
Nah, he need that.
Nah, I need
He
this.
need that. Let's go dare. Let me get a dare on
I
that.
got you. These bugs, these
Appreciate
bugs.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see. This don't make sense.
upside down?
Oh, it's upside down. All right. Let someone in the group draw a tattoo on you of an inside joke with a marker.
You know how to
I
draw.
don't even know if I got any more space.
Yeah. My boy, that
Neck. All right, somebody give me a neck tattoo real quick.
Oh, I got one. I got one. All right, ready?
I'm scared as hell for this one, yo.
Welcome to next tattoo shop. Can you turn your neck a little
All
bit?
right, yo. Pause. I'm gonna get you right. This is good.
This dance is insane.
Man, that's a big ass tattoo, man.
What going on right now? What's he doing? What's he looking like? Brian, what's it looking like? Brian, what is it looking like?
It's not looking like.
Oh, I know where you're going.
It looks fire.
That's fire. That's immediate.
Yeah, I might keep it. I ain't gonna lie.
You're lasting artiste.
May I have a truth, please, Hedda? What's an inside joke from the villa that we didn't get to see? Oh, yeah.
Oh, the screams and
We would, we each had a character, like me and the boys. So I was Chicken, he was Hulk, and he was, we call him Caesar. And Taylor was Pterodactyl. So we get 3 times a day to say the character. So for example, I'd say, Ace, Hulk smash, and then
I'd scream out and bang a table and yell Hulk smash.
And
then for him it was Chicken, and then he would.
I'd have to like balk, and then like scream, and he would scream.
I can hear from the dressing room.
Like, whoa, all we getting really in here, bro.
Yeah.
Bro.
She'd be like, that's not it.
And mind you, we would do all this whether we're filming or having a chat. It didn't matter. You had to scream out whatever the person's character was. You had to do it.
I could be getting sent home off the villa, and I'd have to do the chicken at the fire pit. So.
All right, guys. Did we learn anything about each other? Yes.
Yes.
Nick was bad as hell.
Is not visiting him.
No.
Brian can't do a staring contest. With the Maya specifically.
Oh, yeah.
Nick is also an artist.
Oh, yeah.
That was great.
I did learn that Nick does give great tattoos.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the ending, y'all. All right, let me read a few comments before we move on to the next one, the GQ one. I think that's the one you guys told me to look at. So hold on. Whoa. There's a lot of comments here. Okay, I might not be able to read all of them. Hey, Rosa, how are you? Love from France. Hey, bonjour, ça va bien? J'espère que tout va bien avec vous. This interview was so cringe. Yes, absolutely. Very. Huda made this interview weird. Huda's just a weird person. Listen, like I said, do I think that she's a horrible, terrible, demonic person? No. I'm sure she has some good sides to her. I'm sure there are people out there that love her or who love her in her close life. However, she needs help. Serious help. And I heard that someone said she was in therapy. She needs to fire her therapist. That's all I need to say. Fire. And also, to be quite honest with you, if somebody's not ready to change and take accountability, therapy is not going to help you. Therapy only helps you when you're ready to change. If you're not ready to change, then you're just going to learn more ways to manipulate people. That's usually what happens with a lot of people who go to therapy. Brian and Amaya give PR couple. I'm going to reserve that for the reunion tomorrow. But I think, okay, what it is with Brian and Amaya, to be quite honest with you, is that they didn't really have a chance to really connect. And even in the villa, they never had deep conversations that we could see. So it's quite possible that they just haven't hit that emotional connection. And when you don't have an emotional connection, it is hard for a person to really like get to know you and grow with you. So that's why you can see it kind of fizzle out. That's why I always say, man, physical attraction is just one aspect of it, but emotional connection is the majority of what a relationship is supposed to be and how it's going to keep progressing forward. Because your physical your physical appearance and you like being attractive is only one small piece of the puzzle. So yeah, he finds her attractive. Anyone can. Amaya's a beautiful woman. However, that's going to fade. Eventually, a person's going to see you every day and it's no longer a novelty. So then what is going to keep him, keep him interested or keep you interested? Because we could say the same for her. Maybe she's not really into Brian. Maybe it's both of them. So I just think that there's just no emotional connection. You can already tell. Huda is passive aggressive. Oh, Lord. Don't let her fans come in here. Yeah, so ready for the reunion. Yes. Nurse Muriel said, I'm sure Ola had these conversations with Nick. However, she did tweet prior to Love Island she wanted to have a child by 30. Maybe she changed her mind. Nick definitely wants a child in the future. Yeah, I think that maybe... as you get older and you get to the age where you projected that you would have a child, you kind of extend it, especially some women. Some women just see like, oh, it won't fit into my lifestyle right now, so maybe I should wait a few years. Or it's possible that maybe she just didn't want to say how she really felt in the interview, and she just said no kids right now at this present time, but maybe in the future. I think that they just kind of brush through the question. But I highly, from Alandria, the way that she moves, you can tell that she's very intentional about what she does. And she said that her parents had her in the 10th grade. So she definitely wants to do things different from her parents. And I respect that wholeheartedly. I think that she just wants to make sure that she has the right partner and she's in the right stage of life. And that's the way that it should be. Honestly, it should be like that. When you're ready to have kids, it shouldn't be like, oops, well, and I get it. Sometimes it happens like that, but we should plan. I think that needs to be in our vocabulary. Planning. Proper planning for a child. I think that's when it fares better for the couple, in my opinion. Let's get to the GQ interview, and then we're going to get to JaNa's interview. We're just going to go interview by interview. Okay, GQ. Hold on. How come I can't do the search? Okay, here we go. GQ. We're going to do that one. I think that's a short one. And then let's get to JaNa. This is Teen Vogue. Hold on. No, that's Miguel. Wait, they had a GQ? Was it on YouTube? Y'all let me know. Was it on YouTube? GQ Love Island, season 7. I only see Teen Vogue. Let me check. Maybe it's on their page. Maybe it hasn't been linked yet. Oh. Let's pause. Let's check their recent. Maybe it's a short? No. Okay. Stray Kids. I don't know why they got these Korean bands. Okay. Where did you guys see this GQ interview? I don't see it here. Am I looking for the wrong thing? Hold on, let me see the chat and see. Maybe I'm missing something. Y'all will let me know. Yeah, where's the GQ? I don't see it here. I'm already thinking about how I'm going to plan when I have kids, though. I don't got no man. That's okay. It's okay. As long as you can still have the plan in mind. You never know when you're going to meet someone. That's the thing. Like, I'll tell you guys this. I ain't going to lie, though. Like, yeah, did I plan on having kids? No. I'll be honest with y'all. I only thought about having kids once I met Dom. And that was it. And I remember one time, because I've said it before, I've shared it, I have fibroids, right? So I remember when they found fibroids in my uterus, and I remember the tech was trying to tell me, like, oh, like, you know, if you want to have kids, you probably should start soon. And that was that. And then every time I meet with the doctors, they always do tell me, like, yeah, you should start having kids soon because it'll be higher risk as you age. But other than that, like, it's never been something that I actually was like, I have to have a kid at 33 and I have to have a kid at 35, or I'm not that type of person. I'm very like free will, like, hey, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I think that for me, once I got married, yes, there was this kind of like thought that Dom and I did have where we were like, maybe we should try. But then reality, you see, that's what I'm saying. It's like we say it and then the next day we'll be like, nah, because it's like we just know it's not going to fit into our lifestyle. And I don't want to ever have a child and not prepare. I don't know. That's just my maybe it's just high expectations. But if we have a child, I want to make sure that that child is going to have the most support, and I'm going to be able to provide that to them. And I'm talking about emotional and financial, not just emotional. So that is why, for me, I had already had those plans of like, hey, okay, you know, it changes. So that's why I said, like, still plan. If you feel like, hey, by this age, I would like to be a mother, you can still have those plans. But if you don't have a man in sight, that's okay to still have it, because then at least you'll know, like, hey, I want to have a child at this age. And then once I get to that age, and let's say you don't have a man, then you're going to think of alternatives. Or maybe you're like, okay, you know what? Maybe a kid is not in the cards right now. Or maybe at this age, you know what? I still feel the same. Like, I don't want to have kids, or I want to have kids. Then you can move forward, right? So there's nothing wrong with preparing, I should say, especially when it comes to finances. Kids cost a lot of money. And I know some people say, oh, no, they don't cost money. And I'm like, you must not be taking your kids to private school lessons. When I say private lessons, I'm meaning like extracurricular activities. You must have your kids just at home. Because ain't no way you could tell me that your kids are not expensive. Some people are like, oh, kids are not expensive. I'm like, yeah, they probably just stay at home then. Because if you want a child that actually has extracurricular activities and that you travel with and that you actually like spend time and devote your time to that child, it's going to cost money. So people who tell you, oh yeah, kids don't cost money, please. Because all my people I know that have kids, they tell me it's expensive. Why? Because they actually do things with their kids. They actually travel with their kids. They actually go to activities with their kids. They plan for their kids' college fund. They're not just having their kids and the kids just laying there and watching TV and streaming all day. That's not that type of parent, right? So that's what I'm saying. It costs money. Yeah. Family planning is key. Yup. Exactly. 100%. I'm just saying. So it's like, at least if you don't have kids and you don't have a man right now, you can focus on yourself, get yourself to the level. If you really do want kids in the future, at least get yourself financially prepared and I'm not saying financially prepared in the sense that like you have to take the brunt of the finances. Of course, you're going to have a husband who can provide. But my point is that you still have to be able to sustain yourself, right? Because hell, just because you have a kid doesn't mean that things won't, happen, right? Life happens. So you always have to be financially prepared for any situation and have your own motion going. That's what I say, right? So always be prepared, man, for anything in life. Everything. Any and everything. Everything needs proper preparation. Where's the GQ interview? Hold up. Okay, I'm going to try it one more time. Maybe it's on TikTok? Let's check. All right, let's check TikTok. Sometimes TikTok has it. TikTok. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Whoa. This was from my last live stream, y'all. I'm not a stalker, I promise. Okay. What is it? GQ. Love Island. Season 7. Okay, perfect. Okay, here we go. Maybe it's on TikTok. Okay, I found it. All right, so...
Describe your villa journey in one...
Wait, is it the whole thing? Why am I seeing all of this? Hold up. Videos.
Okay,
I only see this one.
Journey in one word.
Bullshit.
Facts. I second that.
Ace, what's the hardest part about Love Island?
Lies.
Andrea, describe.
Is that it? That was it? I don't know. That's the part I saw. So I don't know if this. I can't see the whole. I can't find the whole interview, y'all. So I don't know where it is. My mom says get married and have kids before 28, and my dad says get a PhD and a good career before kids. I'm not ready for both scenarios. Oh, Sam. So, get married and have kids before 28. Are you prepared? That's the thing. Let me tell you something. So, a lot of parents, they want us to do well, right? So, again, I'm not saying that your mom is wrong, but what I'm saying is that does your mom's advice fit into your lifestyle? Yours. So what she's telling you is generally speaking, like get married, because a lot of people will say, oh, get married before the age of 28 or by the age of this, or they have a cutoff line, a timeline, right? But let's say at age 28, you don't have a stable career. Let's say at 28, you just started dating someone. You're not on equal financial footing, then having a child might not be the best idea. You get what I mean? So it's like, if you have a child, and this is why, again, I don't know which country you live in, but if you live in a Western country, it's hard to have a village. A lot of people don't realize the necessity of a village when you have a child. And the mom is left to do, or at least one parent is left to do all of the child rearing, and the other person is responsible for the financials. Or sometimes, like, both parents are working and then they have to take their kid to daycare, or they have to find someone to watch their child while they're working, right? And so if you cannot, like, the thing is, if you cannot sustain a lifestyle where you can actually send your kid to daycare, you can actually take care of them, then is it fair to have a child? And I think these are questions that we need to ask, because it's like, if you are in the financial position to have a child, then I don't see the problem with that. But when people just give this blanket advice like, oh, have kids by this age, but is the person prepared to have children? Is the person mentally prepared to have children? Can they financially sustain a child? And not only that, but is the person healthy enough to have a child, physically healthy, right? Because there are such things as complications. There's just so many things that go into it, and people don't realize that. And so it's just easy, like, oh, just get pregnant, have a kid. Can you know, if one of y'all has to take time off of work, can the other one sustain the household? And what is that gonna do long term? If you take a year from work, how is that going to impact your family's finances in the next 5 to 10 years? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so many different variables to that. And then what if your spouse loses their job, or they're no longer able to provide and work? Then both of y'all ain't got a job. And then every year that you take off of work, if you must work, then you're just going to delay your experience. And so now when you return to work, you're not as marketable as you were when you left. You missed the time. People don't think about that. So you got to start all over again. So it's like, there's a lot of things to consider. A lot. And it's easy for people to say, oh, have a kid, but they don't think about how it impacts you in 5 to 10 years. And that's something you'd have to talk to your partner about if you have a partner, right? And then your father's telling you to get a PhD and a good career before kids, but a PhD is not going to save you either. PhD is just a degree, right? It's an amazing degree and it can open doors for you. But what are you going to do with the PhD degree? Can you find a career in your field? Is it a stable field? Is it a field that won't be overtaken by AI in the next 5 years? Is this field expected to have layoffs within the next 5 to 10 years? What's your backup plan if it does? What if you no longer have a job? Then what are you going to do? Are you going to be able to hop into another position? Or are you going to start your own business? How is that going to work? Well, you need funding. Are your parents going to be able to pay that for you? Unless you're rich and you know your family got the money to help you out in times of need and you don't got to worry about none of that, then I say do whatever you need to do in life. Get married, have kids, be merry, be fruitful, and multiply. But if you ain't got the funds, And if your funds cannot extend to the members of your household and you can't take care of yourself, or you're barely surviving with you and your man or whoever you're with, your partner, and y'all are making things shake right now, but if you guys have more responsibilities pile on, it's not going to be good in the future, I would highly recommend you think twice about that. Continuing. There's a little more to that GQ interview. Yes. I don't know where it is. I tried to look for it. I'm going to see if I can find it. Okay, let's watch the JaNa one, and then I'll see if I can find it. I'm going to look on my phone and see if I can find it. Someone said, if pets cost money, girl, yes. Yes. Pets are expensive. One of my friends, she has to take her doggy's son to daycare. And she said between daycare, vet trips, just maintaining a pet, food, it's at least an extra 100 up to 1,000 a month. It's an extra, right? So you have to spend money, y'all. Like, it's not easy. Everything costs money. Everything. Let me see. The Gen X parents project their lifestyle on millennials, but damn, we are living crisis after crisis. We just want to live in peace. Can you imagine that in the 70s and 80s in some parts of the USA? You could buy a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house for $8K. That's what you pay for rent now. Child, exactly. You're saying verbatim. The cost of living is going higher. Wages are stagnant. And even if you have a good career, it's not cutting it anymore. Especially where I live in Canada, 100,000 used to be real good money. It ain't good money no more, y'all. You need more than that. And the thing is that if you have, and I highly, like, for me, debt-free, I'm really, like, striving to be debt-free right now. But it's hard to be debt-free if you are, how can I say this? If the costs keep going up, right? However, there's no excuses for it. What I will say, though, is I am fighting my hardest to be debt-free. Debt-free, student loan-free. I'm going to be there within the next 2 years. That's my goal. And then after that, then Dom and I can have the conversation, be like, hey, do you think we should have kids? And if my body is not in health and I'm not able to have kids, then so be it. I would rather, and that's just my opinion, me personally speaking, I would rather not have kids than have a kid in a situation where I'm not fully able to take care of them the way that I want to take care of them. That's just my opinion, though. I know other people move differently, but for me, I have very, very high standards of the type of parent that I want to be as far as like emotionally and financially. And of course, no parent is perfect. Don't get me wrong. But at least if I start on a good foundation, I want my kid to have the world, more than I was able to have. And in order for me to do that, in order for us to do that, Dom and I, then we gotta clean up some stuff, right? Get things done, get things going, have things in place. Plan properly, everything needs to be stabilized. And then we can consider the conversation of, okay, we should have children now. Or maybe we should adopt children now. That's also an option too, y'all. And that's an option that I wouldn't mind taking as well. I think a lot of kids need love and deserve love, no matter who they come from, right? So, yeah. Miss Clark, hey! Yes, sis, you caught me, girl, because, I'm going live earlier now. So, hello. And I gotta, I'm on my camera today. But if the camera dies again, y'all let me know, and then I'm gonna switch it to my phone. But welcome, sis. All right, so let's just play the next video, JaNa. Okay, we're gonna play JaNa's interview, and then I'm gonna look for the GQ one on my phone since I can't find it online. I don't know why I can't find it on TikTok and on YouTube. So let's play it. I'm in favor for adoption. Me too. I've been on that train. It took me a while to get Dom to be okay with it too. He's from Korea, so for them adoption is a little different. They see adoption as different, right? Because he was like, well, if we adopt, what if, our child doesn't, what if they, he was saying something, it was more of a behavioral thing, like, what if they resent us in the future for adopting them and taking them away from their family? That's how he thought about it at first. But then now he's completely changed his tune, where he's like, you know what? I really see the need for it. And I really want us to make an impact in this world. And we really want to change a lot of kids' lives. And if we can't adopt one child, let's say we're like, okay, you know what? Maybe not one child, maybe start a fund and help hundreds of children, right? So it's like, I want children to have the same opportunities that opportunities that other children have. So for example, like, I think it's very essential to go to school. Education is key. So to me, starting a scholarship, once I get myself in a financial place where I need to be, and I can get myself, or we can get ourselves to a better financial, like, stronghold or position, I should say, then I wouldn't mind considering like scholarship fund, or, sponsoring a kid to go to college. That would be my contribution. If I cannot have children, why not? Like, why not save my money as if I have a kid and give it to a kid in need who needs to go to college? I remember when I was in college, I would have loved to have a scholarship, and be able to go to school fully funded, like a full ride. And unfortunately, in Canada, we do not have a lot of scholarships like that. In the US, they do. I know you guys do. But in Canada, it doesn't work like that. A lot of scholarships are not, like, full ride scholarships are very rare to get. So I would love to do that. And that's why I said, like, we have to start thinking a little differently when it comes to raising children, having children. Sometimes you don't have to birth a child to take care of a child and to be part of the village. I have, so many friends with sons and daughters, and I consider them my nephews and nieces, and they need me just as much as they need their mom and dad. And I can be a parent to them, maybe not their direct parent, but I can be an adult that can help them through life. And I think that some of us are going to be that in the future, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's amazing that we all can come together as a village. I think the problem, though, is that we've been conditioned to think that everyone is separate, and that, oh, that's them and their kids, or they have them and their kids, and, I need to have my own kids. And sometimes it's like, no, we're all connected and we all need to look out for each other. So yeah, that's definitely one of my goals, y'all. So if we don't have kids, you heard it here first. We gonna take care of some kids. They might not be ours, but we'll take care of them and make sure that they're able to have a fighting chance in this world that we live in. Because, Lord, this world is going to hell in a handbasket, Lord. But, God is good, and I'm hoping that there's going to be a lot of good more than bad. The good will always outweigh the bad, and there'll be some good people out here in the world. And I want the future generation to be way better than we are right now, and for them to actually live a really fulfilling life, whether, whatever that looks like, but at least have some support behind it, right? If it can't be their parents, then let it be someone like me or like you guys, right? So, yeah. Millie Bobby Brown adopted and people are dragging her for that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's selfish mindset, because a lot of people feel like you have to have your own kid to be fulfilled. And I'm like, no, that's far from it. I get joy and fulfillment when I see a child that's able to get the support they need. I get more joy and fulfillment from that. I remember when I was teaching in Korea, I treated those kids like they were my kids. When they were in my classroom, those were my kids. So I was able to at least make them feel happy and supported, even for that short amount of time that I was there. And it makes such a big difference, because some children, they cannot be connected to their parents. Some kids have really, really traumatic childhoods and households. Some parents, they want to be able to do so much for their kids, but they can't. And that's where people like us, or people who are willing to do the work, or people who can, support them, that's where we step in. So that's what I'm saying. You can do that. And it's hard to support other people's children if you can't even feed your own child. So if for example, if I'm such in a rush to have a kid, and then I'm like, oh, I want to have my own kids. You really think I'm going to be able to really put my time and effort to help raise other people's kids? No, it'll be difficult. So that's why I'm saying people who don't have children, we're here for a reason. Like, we have a purpose, and that could be to help and support. I'm not saying support, like, I'm not saying that you're going to be babysitting all the time. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is you can be the emotional support that some children need. You can be the, financial support if you have it, if you want, if you feel in your heart that, hey, I want to sponsor this child through life. That is a bigger blessing than you think it is. And they don't even have to be your own kid. And look at Millie Bobby Brown. She just took a kid and gave them an opportunity to live the childhood. This woman is wealthy. She's married to John Bon Jovi's son. That child is going to be blessed. I can promise you that. Well, hopefully. She seems like a nice person, so hopefully they will be blessed. But what I'm trying to say is that, you see, like, there's so many children in the world just like that. And she gave that kid an opportunity. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to have your own kid to be able to raise a child. That's my point. Because some of y'all was raising kids when you were young, babysitting your siblings. You're like their mommy. You didn't even know it. You're their parent. You didn't even know it. But we need to stop thinking that being a parent is actually physically giving birth to a child. No, it's not that. Being a parent there's so many nuances to it. Yeah, you can be a biological parent, but being a parent is more than just biologically having children, right? It takes more than that. Yeah. They're calling Millie too young. I thought what she did was amazing. Not everyone wants a typical path to parenthood. I agree. I think that what she did is amazing. And yeah, she's young, but she has the resources. That's what I'm saying. Where she is in life, she is able to adopt a child. She has a husband or a partner, her husband, who can support her and their child. And that's what it looks like for them. And they feel like they are ready to have a child and they would rather adopt a child. I don't see a problem with that. Everyone is different in life. There are some young people who have more structure and they know what they want. I don't look at age as the issue. It's more of the mindset and the maturity. If you're young and you have a child, but you are also very, like, you know what you want, you're very mature, you understand things in a different way, then yes, why not? But if you're young, you don't even know how to take care of yourself, can't even pay your own bills, and then you sitting up here having children, what is that going to do for you in the future? It's going to be hard for you. I'll just say that. Not saying you can't change, but it will be extremely difficult for you to survive and to make it. Very rare, right? Very small percentage. Kids needs a village. There you go. Auntie Rich trope is real. Absolutely. Rich auntie. I'ma help the village. All right, y'all, let's move on. I don't know how we got on this topic, but hell, somebody might need to hear it on the good Lord's day. Someone may need to hear this. You may need to hear it. And maybe it's going to change some of y'all's perspective about having children. All right, let's continue to JaNa and Kenny. JaNa and Kenny. All right, let's do this because, how much time we have? Okay, 1 hour, 22 minutes. Woo! Y'all, lives be going by so fast. They be going by so fast. So fast, so fast, so fast. Okay, let's do this. Where's Kenny and JaNa? Kenny and JaNa. Here we go. Okay. Let's X out of here. And then while Kenny and JaNa's playing, why am I saying Kenny and JaNa? JaNa's interview about Kenny. That's what we're gonna watch. Okay, let's watch this next. I might make this one full screen. Yeah, let me make this one full screen, y'all. Y'all are gonna watch it while I go look up some other things. I'm gonna give that to y'all. Let's push this up. Push this down a little bit. Okay, here we go. We're gonna watch it like this because, again, I don't know how to play the full screen without it messing up, so we're gonna have to just watch it like this.
Cookie, but once you go through a couple of trials and tribulations, you realize, like, you build more character. I have a lot of patience. I think I have an extreme amount of sympathy, which is, I think, always a good thing to have. I'm stronger than I think. I don't want to waste my breath on him if I'm being so honest, but it was what I thought it was. Like, I thought it was a good relationship, but it wasn't, and that's fine. It was so dark the past. I don't like talking about it anymore. I've already healed, I'd say, from it. I've moved on. I've gotten the closure I need. So I don't really like to dwell on the past. There's no benefit of doing so. But I can say I filled myself up with so much work that I don't even have time to think about the things that happened, these past few weeks. And I love that because I don't need to. It's just not healthy for me.
I just mentioned just the fact that, we like our space.
That's not true.
Oh, you don't want your space?
No, I want to be smothered in your space.
I want my space.
I hate that people are telling me, there were so many red flags that she missed. But I just feel like when someone has a hidden agenda, they're going to come out to be as genuine as possible.
Wait, no, sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. We gotta go back here. Hold up. I'm hearing a few things here. Hold on. My ears. Okay, let's do this. Hold on. Okay, let's make this a little smaller so y'all can see my face. Cause Nope. I can't just let this play like that. Okay, let's rewind. Cause I heard a few things I gotta pause on. Sorry, y'all.
Honest, but it was.
Let's go back.
Which is, I think, always a good thing to have. I'm stronger than I think. I don't want to waste my breath on them if I'm being so honest, but it was what I thought it was. I thought it was a good relationship, but it wasn't, and that's fine. It was so dark, the past. I don't like talking about it anymore. I've already healed, I'd say, from it. I've moved on. I've gotten...
No, sorry. Okay, sis, love you, but red flag. Sorry, sis. Sorry, JaNa. I love you lots, okay? And what I'm about to say, guys, right now... Everything I'm about to say is in love, okay? In love, because I want not only for her to do better, but for y'all to do better too. And so don't think that and I have to make that very clear because I know I get a lot of new subbies. And welcome, y'all. Welcome. Thank you. Join the family. Welcome to the family. I want to make it very clear that when I say red flag, it's just a entertaining way to make you look at something and be like, maybe I need to see and investigate further, right? Does everyone have red flags? Absolutely. I know I have some red flags. Everybody does. But are they healthy red flags or unhealthy red flags? You see, there's a big difference. And if it's going towards the unhealthy way, then you need to tread lightly and investigate and do some work. Sis just said, let's rewind again. I want to make sure that you guys heard what she said. Let's go back. Hold on. Let me find it here. Whoa. What did I just do? Sorry, y'all. Oh, okay. I just did something wrong, but that's okay. All right, let's rewind here. Let's go back.
I don't want to waste my breath on them if I'm being so honest, but it was what I thought it was. I thought it was a good relationship, but it wasn't, and that's fine. It was so dark, the past. I don't like talking about it anymore. I've already healed, I'd say, from it.
Okay, so... she's saying that she's already healed from it. How long has it been? Can y'all let me know? Didn't we find out about Kenny and JaNa? Hold up. Let's check this, y'all. We're going to do an internet search. Let's see when the first article came out. Here. They broke up in July of 2025. July 29th, right here on E! News. I don't know if you guys can see it on the screen. Yeah, July 29th, right here. July 29th, y'all. And she said she's already healed from a 1-year relationship in 1 month? Has it even been a month? It is August 24th. We're 4 days. Maybe, hold on. Y'all know my math is bad. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 days. We're 5 days from the 29th. And sis says she's healed. You guys believe her? Let me know if you believe her. Yes or no. Please let me know. Because I don't. I do not believe it for 1 second. It is impossible to me to be healed. That means that out of sight, out of mind, she's not going to dwell on it, which lets me know that her healing has stopped. Healing has stopped because she is preventing it from happening. She's not letting herself feel. She's not letting herself experience the pain. She's masking it and hiding it. And so this is going to be a problem because in the future, she's going to have an issue with the relationship that she gets herself into. Hold on, sorry, y'all. I had to play my my YouTube because I want to see the comments. That's the only way I can see the comments. Sis is not healed, y'all. She's fooling herself. So that's the first red flag. Let's continue.
I've moved on. I've gotten the closure I need, so I don't really like to dwell on the past. There's no benefit of doing so. But I can say
Stop that. Red flag. There is a benefit in doing so. And someone said it. I remember I saw, because I watched this, guys, by the way. I watched it prior. This one I watched prior. And that's why I wanted to play it, because I was like, oh no, we got to go over this, y'all. So someone said that, I don't know where they said it, but they said that JaNa needs to stop this toxic positivity. Listen, I don't know if that's a term for it, but what I can say is this is giving me Christian move on, forgive and forget, and this is not healthy. Again, I'm not saying all Christians do this, but a lot of us do, and we've been taught and programmed and conditioned to do it. She said, thinking and dwelling on the past is not going to benefit me. Yes, it will. It will to a certain extent, and I will tell you why it will, because then you'll be able to pinpoint what you did wrong, where you went wrong, where he went wrong, what you could have seen, what you could do better, and then you can move on. Dwelling on the past helps when you're healing, but the problem with dwelling on the past is she's using it in the wrong context. Dwelling on the past when you've already moved on and moved forward and you're ready to move forward, then you don't need to dwell on the past as much. It doesn't make sense. You've already done it. But if you need to heal, you need to dwell on the past. You have to confront the feelings and the emotions. She's not dealing with it, and it's going to resurface. I promise you. You know how it's going to resurface? She's going to get in another relationship, and then she's going to project all of that hurt and everything she feels inside on the new person. He's going to feel what Kenny should have felt. He's going to feel what her therapist should have been emptying out of her. But instead of her emptying it out, it's just festering. It's just there. It's dormant. And then eventually, it just has to find the right host, and it's going to spread like a disease. The disease is dormant. So you think the person's healthy. They're doing everything that they can. They're walking, talking, exercising, all that jazz, everything great. And then you know what's going to happen? One day it'll get triggered and then it's going to come out. But if you can prevent that from happening and actually going through the crying, going through the emotions, releasing the tension, getting the help you need, taking the time to actually move on, then the chances of you having that happening is very low and limited. And how do I know? I went through that. I used to hop relationship to relationship. Forget. Move on. And then what purpose did it serve? Nothing. Because all it did, it just made me jaded and bitter. And thinking, oh man, all this. And then finally, when I was like, you know what? Let me figure this out. What's wrong with me? What can I do to make myself better? A better human, so that I can be the best version of myself in every area of my life. Because I didn't have a husband at the time. I didn't have a boyfriend. I didn't even have a love prospect. But I knew in the future, if that does happen, he doesn't deserve for me to treat him with the same type of feelings and emotions that I haven't healed from somebody else. It's not fair for you to project that into a new relationship. That's not fair. It's not fair at all. And you could be missing out on something greater. And also missing out on learning how to detect more red flags. Because here you go sitting thinking, oh, it's just him. I'm going to move on. You too. You also have responsibility for this, JaNa. I'm sorry. I have to say this. Let's continue.
I filled myself up with so much work that I don't even have time to think about it.
You should have time to think about it. You should. Make the time to think about it. All that work, all it does is distract you. And then eventually time will go forward and you're going to think you're healed. And then when you get ready to meet the next guy, all of this stuff is going to come out. And then he's going to have to deal with your crazy. Well, not crazy. She's not crazy. But he's going to have to deal with all of that stuff that you should have dealt with before. He's going to. Or you're going to. You're going to have trust issues, ma'am. Sis, you got to get it together and get the help you need. Stop doing that. Okay, I'm telling you guys, if you're part of the community, black community, especially any other community, I can't even say it's only black people, but what I know is this, especially in the black community, we are so used to hiding how we feel because we think it's weakness. We have been taught to just move forward. Don't fester it. Don't talk about it. Ooh, we can't talk about it. I was talking to my hairdresser yesterday while she was retying my hair. We were talking about that. It's like everything is supposed to be hidden. You're not supposed to be in pain. You're supposed to get over it, move on. Don't feel anything and just continue and survive. You need to feel it, y'all. You have to. Let those tears out. Let that pain out. Let it out. And find out what it is that you did or that he did and what occurred in that situation for it to go the way that it did. Get all that out of the way. And then once you've moved on, once you've done all that, then you can say, oh, it's the past. It's okay. But sis, you're 1 month out. I don't even think your tears have dried yet. And you were in a 1-year relationship. It doesn't make sense to me. Let's continue.
Things that happened, these past few weeks, and I love that because I don't need to. It's just not healthy for me.
I just mentioned just the fact that
hold on, we're gonna skip this part because wait. How did I get here? Hold up.
I knew it was a tough.
Oh Lord, how did we get there? Hold on. Sorry, there's nothing against the Wizard Liz, but it's not her time yet. All right, let's continue. Fast forward. Let's fast forward that little part because was it Love Island? Peacock likes to copyright strike people.
That people saw I didn't see because the communication that was there was nothing in relation to the hidden agenda. So yeah, obviously couples fight. Hold
on, let's rewind. I feel like I missed something. Hold on a second, y'all.
That she missed.
Okay, here we go.
She missed, but there were so many red flags that she missed. But I just feel like when someone has a hidden agenda, they're going to come off to be as genuine as possible to reach their goal. So the red flags that people saw, I didn't see because the communication that was there was nothing in relation to the hidden agenda. So yeah, obviously couples fight. We fought. It's normal. We talked things out. We were good. We moved on. We checked on each other. So I thought we would be fine. So people are like, you missed so many things. I'm like, but I didn't because no one's perfect. No couple's
Y'all already know what I'm about to say. Red flag. Hold up. So she's basically saying that there were a lot of red flags that she missed. And also that the communication, her relationship from the outside, you may see red flags, but in the relationship, she didn't see anything. And that, yeah, they had a lot of arguments, normal couple arguments. I'm going to have to let people know that we need you to define what normal couple arguments are. Because I'm pretty sure if she told us what it is or what they fought about, it wouldn't be normal couple arguments. But again, she's not ready to get to that place of taking accountability. And this is what it looks like, y'all, when you're not accountable. And then she said that, oh, well, the red flags, I don't think I missed any red flags. He was just, hold on, let's go back to the sentence she said, because I gotta make it clear. I don't want to put words in her mouth.
There's so many things I'm like, but I didn't.
You see? But I didn't. But I didn't. I didn't miss any red flags. You didn't miss? You didn't. He was just such a great con artist. He was the best of the best. Kenny was the best of the best. And y'all, if y'all watch my live stream, I did a live stream on Whitney and Loken and her and Kenny, and I showed y'all the live streams. And I could already see the red flags, but she wasn't able to catch it. And that's fine. That's okay. That's what we're here to learn. But I wish, again, what accountability would have looked like is I didn't see the red flags in the relationship, but now that I see them, and now that I'm able to look back and I'm seeing what everyone else saw, then I have to take account for the fact that, yes, I didn't know then, but I know now. But she said, I didn't see it, so that's it. Move on. Let's move forward. This is not going to be good for sis. Oh, I feel so bad for her, y'all, because I'm telling you, this attitude is not going to serve her in the future when it comes to relationships. I can already guarantee you that right now.
Because no one's perfect. No couple's like perfect. So
you're right. No couple's perfect. Absolutely. 100% correct. However, there are red flags that are inexcusable. There are a lot of them. And yes, you may not have known to the extent of him hating you as far as him talking to his friends. I get that part because, yes, he kept that part hidden. But there were other red flags that could have let you know that this man wasn't who he said he was. And he had ulterior motives. I'm telling y'all, they were there. You just didn't pick it up, and that's okay. But you're not admitting it. And I for the life of me, I don't know why she doesn't want to do it. I think that she's putting this interview out because she wants people to know her truth and so that she can give her side of the story, which I perfectly understand. But she wasn't ready to give this interview, y'all. She should have kept that in the drafts. She ain't ready.
There are situations where we forgave each other as you would do in a relationship. So it gets frustrating, but it's okay. Life goes on. I've always been an extremely positive person. I practice gratitude every morning. So when bad things do happen, I just reflect. Self-reflection is like very, very important. I think people should do it all the time. I analyze the situation for myself, and then I just note down like, this is how it made me feel. I don't like those feelings. So then I just talk it out to myself. I pray on it. I talk to God about it, and then I just literally move on.
And this is why you're not going to heal. If y'all following her way of doing things, it's not going to work. And I get it. Again, it's conditioning. We have been conditioned. Hold on, I'm checking my mic. I have to make sure everything is on. We have been conditioned, especially us girls who grew up in the church, to give it up to God and let it go. Talk to yourself. But remember, you're one equation in this duo. So unless you know how to take accountability, like, how can you teach yourself something that you didn't even know? How can you do that? How can you do that? How can you counsel yourself if you're the one in that situation? Isn't it a conflict of interest? That's like you being your own lawyer. Y'all ever seen people be their own attorney? And then they're like, oh, I'm going to represent myself. How many times has that worked for people? Because you're not able to actually do the introspective work that you think you can. And I'm not saying that God can't help you. Absolutely, he can. But then he also gave you the tools to use other resources too. And unfortunately, I think that, again, people may disagree. I get it. But you have to take yourself out of the situation. And you have to get counsel. Hey, it could be somebody. She goes to church every Sunday, y'all. So there's somebody at her church that can actually mentor her and help her. There are people there that are there for resources. It doesn't have to be a therapist per se. I personally think you should go to therapy. But then if you're uncomfortable with that and you prefer a Christian therapist, there are a lot of Christian therapists out there. There are a lot of people who can help you, y'all. There's so much resources out there. And then you could use it along with the Bible, along with talking to God. That's like, okay, I'm going to give y'all the equivalent because some people just don't get it. And I'm not talking about y'all. I'm just saying in general for whoever ends up watching this live stream. So you're telling me that if your parents, so think of God as your parent, right? As your human parent, because God is technically kind of like a parent to you, but an invisible parent. So think of your human parents, right? Let's say that you say, oh, all of my burdens and everything that's going on with me, I just talk to my parents and myself. Does that sound right to y'all? Let me know. All my counsel is just my parents and me. I don't talk to nobody else that could probably give different insight. It's just me and my parents. After my parents give me what they think, then I'm just going to write it down, and then that's it, that's all. Yeah, your parents can, and of course, I'm not comparing God to your parents. Obviously, God is the creator, right? And he has wisdom in the Bible. But my point is that your parents, God, whoever you talk to, you need to have someone else there in human form. God can help you. Don't get me wrong. I have to be careful with what I'm saying, because I'm not saying that God cannot help you. But what I'm saying is that sometimes, and I gotta keep it real, people hear what they think God said, but God ain't say that. I gotta say, listen, I was trying to avoid saying it, but I'm saying it. They'll say, God told me this. God didn't say none of that. You heard it yourself, because that's what you wanted to hear. Because remember, God's voice is different. He talks to you in different ways. But you have to know how to listen to the voice and understand it. But some people, they're going to say, oh, God talked to me. God said this. God said that. That wasn't. It might not have even been God. How you going to know? What's the confirmation, ma'am? Where's the confirmation? Where are you getting this from? You're talking to God, but then we don't know your relationship with God. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's, okay. I get frustrated with this because she's not the only one who thinks this way, y'all. This is something prevalent in our community, especially if you're Christian. You don't believe in outside counsel. And I'm talking about discerning outside counsel that is actually good for you. But you would rather consult God and yourself. But then remember, you were part of that relationship, and you just said that you didn't see any red flags and that everything was good and that it was just, it just happened. It just happened. He was just the worst of the worst, and that's it, and we gonna move on. And notice, she said she didn't even like to feel the feeling. She writes down the feeling that she feels, and she never sits there and thinks about it and experiences. She just writes it down. I don't want to feel that way. Done. Close notebook, and then I'm gonna move on. That's what she said. Unless I'm hearing wrong. So again, she already has determined that she moved on, and God told her that she has moved on. He has cleared it within a month's time. And again, I'm not trying to say that she's not listening to God or she doesn't have a good relationship with God. But what I'm saying is you got to be careful, because sometimes you may think that that's God, but that's not even God. That's just you or the devil or whoever. But it might not even be the Lord. And so that's why, again, you can't just go through this world thinking that you're just going to be by yourself. You need to have, again, a village. Trusted people around you who can help guide you through this. They will be able to get you in the right direction. You can't do it alone, y'all. Just God and that's it. And just me and God. It doesn't work like that. He didn't put those people in your life just for no reason. There are people there that he put there because he knows that you're human and you need that connection. He knows that. And that's why he made the world the way that he did. Whether you believe in the Lord or not, I don't know, but that's what I believe. So if every animal has a village, lions, they are in a pride. Elephants, they're in a herd. Everyone has a village, and yet you want to do it by yourself with God. All right, let's move on, y'all. Ooh.
Really, really good at moving on. It's honestly like my biggest flex, if I'm being honest. So I just continue to practice gratitude. Like, it didn't kill me. I'm still here. God is good. Life is good. So it's like, girl, I'm fine. I'm fine. When you go through things in life, it's always good to have your friends support you. The thing I love about Love Island Season 6ers, we're such a big family. Like, we all go through a lot and we're always there for each other. We obviously all have fought, in private and stuff, but we always work out our situations, and I think I'm just very grateful. Like, I think I have a solid group of friends from that show, and I'm forever grateful. Like, we call each other brothers and sisters. We check on each other like damn near daily, And I don't think I could have gone through anything that I've been through this past year without them. I don't think words describe how grateful I am to have Leah and Serena in my life.
And I'm happy that she has a friend circle that can be there for her. So that I'm actually happy about, that she has people that can actually be there for her to support her. I just wish that she sought more professional counsel, in my opinion. Or, in the very least, people at her church or people who can mentor her or spiritually help her through this dark time. I'm telling y'all, she hasn't done the work yet. I can clearly see it. Clearly. I know that for a fact, for the simple fact that she said she's over it already, and it's been a month. A 1-year relationship in 1 month? I don't think so.
My life. We call each other like soulmates. We're on FaceTime every day. Like after this, I have to hop on our call for a daily call. But we've always had each other's back. We always check on each other. We always support each other. We always defend each other. So they ride hard for me. I ride hard for them. And like, it's not even a friendship. It's just straight sisterhood at this point. PPG.
Oh, wait, I gotta fast forward. Hold up.
It's very normal for all of my friends to like be super overprotective of me from like the beginning, from day one. So of course there's like close friends of mine that had their doubts, but I'm just like, you're not in this relationship. Or sometimes I see red flags as like yellow flags. I only like to see the good in people, so like I don't really see the bad in people ever.
Red flag. This sounds exactly like the girl or the woman in last week's case study. I don't see the red flag. So you see, that's what I'm talking about. Let's rewind, because I'm rewinding because this is very important, y'all. I'm rewinding for a reason. Let's rewind right here.
But I'm just like, you're not in this relationship. Or
see, she has gotten counsel. Let's play it.
From like the beginning, from day one. So of course there's like close friends of mine that had their doubts, but I'm just,
of course there's close friends of mine that have their doubts.
Like, you're not in this relationship.
But it's like, hey, you're not in this relationship. And then you want me to believe that she's hearing the voice of the Lord? I gotta keep it real, y'all. She doesn't want to hear what she doesn't believe. So whatever she believes is what's going on. So if God told her, leave that man, he's not good for you, and she believes he's good for her, she's going to say, that's not God's voice, that's Satan's voice. Yeah. I'm using that as an example. A lot of people do that. Her friend told her, hey, this is not right. This might be a red flag. No, it's a yellow flag. It's not red. It's a little lighter than red. You can't see that? That's not red. It's yellow.
Or sometimes I see red flags as like yellow flags.
You see red flags as yellow flags. You know who said that too? AD. AD from Love is Blind said the same thing.
I only like to see the good in people.
She didn't say I sometimes. I only like to see the good in people. I only like to see the good in people. What about the bad, sis? Looking through life and peering at life. So you're looking at life through rose-tinted glasses is not going to serve you. Just like I told y'all in the beginning of this life, people pleasing will not serve you. These type of behaviors need to be nipped in the bud. They have their time and their place. However, I don't think it's healthy at all to operate in this way. You should see the good and what, y'all? The bad in people. You must see the bad. If not, Kenny is going to show up in your life many times. There will be another Kenny. I can promise you that. Because if you don't change that type of mindset, you are going to meet many Kennys in your life. A many Kenny. And they're all going to look the same. Because you haven't dealt with that part of yourself. I done told y'all, get this book. I got it this time. The Power of Nunchi. Nunchi is just another word of saying intuition. Trust your intuition, y'all. Stop. Do not have that kind of behavior. Because if you only see the good in people, this is how people get unalived every day. They want to see the good in people. The worst of the worst. There are some people that you need to leave it. Y'all believe in the Lord. She does believe in the Lord, just like I do. There are some people that you can love from a distance and let the Lord handle them. He's their child, not mine. That's what it is. There are some evil people out there. And she better be lucky. And I'm saying she better thank the Lord. And I'm really happy for her that she found out about Kenny when she did, 1 year in. But this is alarming, y'all. This is not the type of behavior that any of y'all should have. Look out for the red, yellow, and green flags all at once. And if the green flags outweigh the red, you're good, A-okay. And when I say red, I mean healthy red, not unhealthy, toxic red. Talking about red is yellow, please.
It's like, I don't really see the bad in people ever. Because I don't like being negative. I hate them.
See, ever. I don't like being negative. Seeing the bad in people is not being negative. It's being wise. Wise. And the Bible teaches us that. And this is why I'm saying, where are you learning this from? Where? Because the Bible says it. Be careful who you counsel, who you take counsel from. Proverbs, all through it, even in the New Testament, everywhere, in the book, in the Lord's book. Beware. Take heed. Be careful. Why do you think those words are there? Be vigilant. Why do you think those words are there? And yet you want to see the good in people. How do you cast out demons if you can't tell who a demon is? How? How you going to get rid of a demon and identify a demon if you don't want to take the time to do that? Because you're going to see the good in the demon. How are you supposed to do that, y'all? Please let me know. Let's continue.
The whole idea of negativity, I hate negative energy. Anything negative, I just like avoid it or ignore it or like turn it into a positive. That's my problem. I turn every negative into a positive. Hold
up. Let me stop. Somebody said that, Romy, you know, people ain't reading the Bible like they say they are. I know they're not. I'm saying it on purpose. I know they're not. I'm laughing because it's true. It's sad, y'all. Y'all just be going on Sunday just listening to the pastor. Yes, Lord. And then you gone. Not reading nothing in the book. Not a dang on thing. Not a dang on thing. I gotta watch my mouth because it's Sunday. And yes, Rosa, you said you started the book. A must-have. Thank you. I'm so happy. You. I'm gonna recommend. I'm telling you, every live, this book will be recommended. And no, I do not have an affiliate link with this book. I actually really enjoyed reading it. I have a lot of other books too that I could recommend. There's another one I want to recommend. Oh, I forgot what it's called. It's called Attached. It talks about attachment styles, y'all. It's a good one. I'm gonna have some book recommendations every week. Heck, I might need to be affiliated actually. Now that I think of it, I'm just kidding. But yeah, this book though, right here. Well, I'm half kidding. I might need my coins for running this up. But yes. So yes, The Power of Ninchi is a good one, y'all. Let's continue. Yeah, people don't read their Bible. I can clearly see that. Cause ain't no way that you could be reading your Bible and you said that, oh, you only see the good in people. Since when? When was that a character trait? If anything, it says beware, be wise. All through the book. All through it. And you telling me the God that you can hear the voice of the Lord?
Sometimes it's not. But I'm very, very grateful for my friends. I love them. They love me so much. So, but they also support my delusions. So it's really...
Red flag. Says they support your delusions. That's why I said she's listening to people who are her age group. And there's nothing wrong with that because you need to have people that are your peers. But do you really think that they would have the best advice for you? It's very rare. And usually they're going through it the same as you. So they could help support you as far as like being emotionally supportive and, you know, being there to check in on you, but actually giving you that check-in and helping you grow and get to where you need to be. You need to have a mentor, somebody who's seasoned is better for you. She has all those resources at church and she ain't using it. How many groups y'all got at y'all church? I'm sure y'all got a lot of groups. So many groups available. So many mentors there. Sister so-and-so would gladly take JaNa and be like, hey, sister, let me talk to you. And if you don't feel comfortable with that, that's okay. Go seek people outside, a third party outside who has a professional experience to be able to help you. There are a lot of Christian counselors and mentors everywhere across the whole U.S. and abroad. But yeah, she's sitting here talking about my girls, my friends, they support my delusions. And you want me, again, to believe that you are hearing the word and the voice of the Lord correctly?
It's my fault. I just want to thank my supporters, everyone that has been riding for me since day one. People ride for me hard. Like, I cannot let America down. I keep on striving hard. I keep on working hard just to show my gratitude to them. But I don't think I've ever been drowned in so much love and support. I just feel like the whole country just gave me a big hug after all I've been through these past few weeks. And like, I can't thank them enough. My family and my friends, like, they're there for me always. But like, everyone like that's follow me, even the ones that don't follow me but still love and support me, I am so grateful. And I just want to let them know, like, I'm not gonna let you guys down, you know.
You don't have to worry about letting us down, sis. And I'm so happy that you felt the love out there. And I'm not doing this to make her seem like she's not like how can I say this? I'm not saying this to bring her down. I'm just doing this for awareness purposes. But I'm glad that you're receiving the love that you deserve and that everyone is out there supporting you. And I'm also supporting you. I'm rooting for you. However, there's always a however. I'm rooting for you, but I also want you to seek the help that you need. I have to be honest. I am not that type of friend who's just going to be supporting you and letting you crash your car or get into a train wreck. If I see a train wreck coming, I'm going to tell you with love that I'm concerned about you, and I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to hold your hand and let you keep living in this delusional world, because the world is not going to be nice to you. People are going to take advantage of you, especially in the career that you're in and the space that you're in. Kenny is not the only one. There are many Kennys out there, and they take different forms. Whether it be in relationship, career, anywhere in life, even in your church, there are a few Kennys in there. So I want you to really be careful and start increasing your awareness and accountability. That's what's going to help you move further in life. And having this kind of mentality of just blocking it all away and just believing in everyone and seeing the good in people, that's only going to destroy you in the future. In one way or another, you're going to pay for it, because you might let the wrong person in your life just by doing that. So I really hope that she learns from this. She is 27, 28, so she's still young. So I'm going to give her some grace. Maybe in a few years she'll look back and she'll realize, oh my God, like, I can't believe I said that. But right now, it sounds like sis has already made her mind up. And I'm really hoping and praying that she does not meet another man just like Kenny. But again, the pattern is there, so it's going to repeat itself.
I'm going to ride hard. I'm going to work harder for you guys. And to spread positivity is like the best thing you can do. I love sharing with my supporters as much as I can just to show gratitude, but also talk too much. So that's my problem.
Girl, I talk a lot too. Don't worry. Join the club.
I try to always confirm, like, if I post this, is it fine? You know, so if I have to think about it twice, it's easy.
JaNa's a people pleaser as well. Lord, she cares too much. She's a people pleaser as well. JaNa just said a lot of in a short amount of time. This interview is only 7 minutes, y'all. 7 minutes. She said a whole lot. She said first that she doesn't want to, what did she say about America? She said she doesn't want to disappoint America. She really loves her supporters. She overthinks about what she's going to share because she respects her supporters so much, as she should, but she's not being who she authentically is because she cares too much about what other people think. She's a people pleaser. So already, people pleaser. She doesn't know how to feel her emotions. She's really positive and just let go and let God, which is great to a certain extent, but you also have to understand the different emotions that the Lord gave you. If you believe in the Lord and he created you with all of these emotions, then they are there for a reason. Anger is there for a reason. Pain is there for a reason. You just got to learn how to manage it, y'all. You will feel all of those negative emotions. The negative ones are just as useful as the good ones. In balance. And if you know how to emotionally regulate, and again, that is something that you're going to learn once you seek help in therapy and counseling. I'm learning it with my CBT therapy. I've been learned it. But guess what? You can never master it if you don't continue to do the work. You're a work in progress wherever you are in life. Don't think that because you attended a few therapy sessions that you're healed. I have been going to therapy consistently. I have been also reading books consistently. Listening to things consistently to improve myself. Who I was today, or who I am today, is not who I was even a month or two ago, because I'm always learning new skills of how to communicate, how to cope, techniques that can help me get through it. You're always going to learn it, and there are resources available. People who have spent their hard years of life leaving it behind for us to consume and to appreciate. So many doctors out there, therapists out there. And sis don't want to hear none of that. None of that. But she cares about her supporters and what they think. But I wish she put that much effort and care into herself. She's sitting here thinking about what other people think, but she's not caring enough about what she thinks and what's good for her and what's best for her. This is not going to help her. I'm telling y'all, this right here is not a good way to go through life. It will not benefit you. Eventually, you're going to get a wake-up call. And I hope that that wake-up call is not going to be worse than the one you just got right now. Because sometimes those experiences are there to show you that you need to work on something. But you're not listening to it. And so then when the real thing happens, because there's always a warning before the fall. That's one thing I love about the Lord. He always warns you. Always lets you know, hey, you got to improve this or something. You're not going to be able to get what I got for you right here. I got something bigger for you. But if you can't even tend to what you got going on, I can't give you that. That's too much for you because you can't even do that right now. You can't even heal. What if there's someone waiting for you and you're not even taking the time to properly get through the healing journey? How are you going to be ready for that person? It's not going to happen. And if it does happen, you're going to ruin it in some way. Or you're going to have more problems come up in the future. It's going to happen. Either way, sis, man, this positivity, all this stuff, it's got to go out the door. I'm not saying be negative and be, jaded. And I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is that you need to feel and heal. That'll be your terms today. Feel and then what? Heal.
Usually a no. But then there's other times where I'm just like so grateful for opportunities that, if it wasn't for like my supporters, I wouldn't have. So I want to share with them every part of the way. Me personally, if I was watching someone from the beginning of their journey, I would want to see every little piece and just to support them more. So I try to do that to my supporters, but sometimes I share a little bit too much. Sorry. But I'm still working out. I'm like a work in progress. There are a few things coming up. I have some exciting projects. I think I wanted to get back into running another business. I just want to juggle a bunch of businesses. I love staying busy. But as you know, I say yes to everything, so there's always something coming next. Every day is something different. I don't even know. My schedule just looks like a rainbow. I just wake up and show up. But hopefully launching this really exciting business that I've been thinking of for the longest time, and that's my main focus right now. But I've always really wanted the dream of having like 7 streams of income, right? So like several businesses, just so that I could become a philanthropist and like give it all away. So like I see myself donating a lot to like third world countries, but specifically like libraries, and for some reason God told me like toilets and bathrooms for some reason, like it's an infrastructure like that. I don't think I should be in control of my own life. That would be chaos. So I put God in control. So wherever God wants me to be is exactly where I need to be. So, and I know it's gonna be a good place.
So one thing I noticed about JaNa, and that's the same thing I noticed about the woman we covered in the case study last week, is that when it comes to business, they are very hyper focused. So notice how she can hear correctly. She hears God's voice correctly when it comes to business, and she knows how to move. And she says she listens to her intuition. She goes. Amazing. But put that effort in your love life as well. The same type of energy you have in your business, sis is about to have 7 businesses, and I believe her. I know she can do it. Sis is already in that live stream I had. She was the one, I told y'all, she was the one who was setting up all the business deals for her and Kenny. Sis has the intelligence. She's very smart, very savvy, very financially there. She's going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to finances. But then again, in her love life, delusional. Because I bet you she wouldn't be following yellow flags if it came to her content and her sponsorships and her businesses. She would see all the red flags. She would know how to navigate that. But somehow for relationships, it's like, I can't see nothing. You have to learn how to balance your life and put as equal amount of attention in every area. Every single area. Spiritually, mentally, financially, all of it should all be balanced. All right, let's continue. I think this is the end.
Me, Leah, Serena, we've been planning a trip for the past 365 days now. So maybe we'll actually go on a trip now. When we get back in a year from now, we'll see where that is.
All right, that was it. Okay, JaNa, I wish you the best, sis. I really hope you get the healing that you need in the future. And I hope that maybe you don't see it now, but hopefully in the future you will. I wish her all the best, y'all. Let's continue. Hold on, Key Glock. I hope this is wrong. Who says she's with Key Glock? Toilets are very much needed in many developing countries. Kudos to her. Agreed. Amen. I agree too. That's why I was saying she knows how to listen to the voice when it comes to her businesses and finances. She knew exactly. You see, you heard her say, is the voice. The voice said toilets, but as soon as it was about her relationship and how she should move on, she was like, oh, well, I just write it in the book and I move on. That's not the attitude you should have with your love life, y'all, at all. Period. All right, let's move on to the next video. Hey, the girl from yonder. Hey, sis. What time is it? 3:19. Yay! That's why I'm going to start earlier now, y'all. I think this is the perfect timing. So I'm going to start from now on 1 o'clock. My time, I think it's best. Yeah. Cordell even said JaNa would be who he would call to manage his brands. Yes, Sasha, that's exactly who he did say that in an interview. He did. And she knows how to do it very well. She's a beast at it. But then when it comes again to the relationship, she's not doing well. And I wish she could recognize that so that way she can, kind of find a way to to prioritize that and also her finances at the same time. But she doesn't want to. Unfortunately, based on the interview anyways. All right, y'all. So let's get ready for video number 2. I know you guys were talking about the GQ interview, but I think I'm going to play that on my live stream tomorrow. So remember, tomorrow I will be on Twitch, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to actually announce it on Twitch. I have to figure out how to post. I have no idea, but I'm going to figure it out. And then once I get that going, I'm going to post it on Twitch. And then tomorrow, 5 o'clock sharp, I will be posting on Twitch. I will be hosting my live on Twitch. Yeah, my first Twitch live. So hopefully you guys can join me. and we'll watch Love Island reunion together. There'll probably be some randoms in there. I'm gonna try my best to moderate, y'all. I'm gonna be a moderator and try my best. Because I don't know Twitch. I've never tried to go on Twitch before, so we'll see. All right, one more comment. I'll read one more comment, and then I am going to start the next video. Because unfortunately, a woman is not accomplished if she hasn't a man. That's why. That's why she won't see the red flags. Yes, I agree with you, Rosa. I agree. So for her, yeah, she's not seeing the red flags because, yeah, she really wants love in a relationship. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you can still navigate it very well. And I think that, you know, if things don't work out with someone, that's not the end of the world, y'all. I always say this. If you truly believe, like this is the funniest thing. When it comes to jobs, I'm going to use job as an example or work as an example because people seem to understand it when it comes to work. You telling me that you going to stay at a job that underappreciates you, underpays you, and then they don't even give you the acknowledgement you need. There's so many red flags blaring at this position, at this job, and you're just happy to be there. I'm just happy to be there every day. I'm happy to be there. I'm happy to be here. Amy in accounting hates my guts. And Amy in accounting is literally spreading rumor and gossiping about me. And my manager's a micromanager. And they sit here and watch everything I do. But then I'm just showing up to work. Hey, guys. I'm just happy to be here. I see the good in everyone. Come on now. The first thing you would say is, I hate my job. I want to quit. And I got to find a way out. And I have to figure out what I'm going to do next. Because why? You know that there's a better what? Position out there. So you don't have to deal with that. There's many jobs out there. You could go on Indeed right now. Boom, boom, pow. But just like relationships, there are some jobs that are toxic. There are a lot of job postings available, but that doesn't mean every job is your job. You might apply to a job and it didn't work out for you. What you gonna do? Quit and go get another job. Some of y'all got resumes longer than 2 pages. You got 10, 15 page resume. You got so many jobs that you have to condense it. Like you got to leave some jobs out of your resume. That's how much you job hop. So you know how to do that. If you have a business, you know when to, hey, this business is not serving people well. I'm not making money. What do? You close it and you figure it out. You get another business. You hop somewhere else. You know how to do that. But then when it comes to relationship, you want to hold on to that one relationship. One person. And then if it doesn't work out, I'm not going to try to figure out how to get a better job or a better relationship or how to improve myself, how to get my skills up to get a better job so I don't end up working customer service for the rest of my life. Not saying that it's a bad thing, don't get me wrong. But if I know that customer service is not paying the money that I want and I want better for myself, then I'm going to improve myself, get my skills up, get my degree, do what I can to put myself better in a better financial outcome in the future. And so I can have a better career. So I don't have to deal with the nonsense I was dealing with in my past job. And I'm using myself as an example. That's what I did. I leveled up. But then imagine in relationships, I'm like, oh, I quit that job and I'm not going to level up. I'm just going to keep waiting until the next job comes. And then I'm in the same situation. Why? Because I didn't level up. Because guess what? If I want a better position and the position says, hey, minimum qualifications, bachelor's degree, then I'm going to get that bachelor's degree. If that relationship that I'm supposed to get to is supposed to be for marriage and the minimum requirement is for me to recognize red flags so that I can get to where I need to be, so I can recognize and identify who that person is, then what you gonna do? Learn how to identify red flags. These are the big leagues. This ain't no little game. If you want to have a little boyfriend, you don't want to have something serious, then yeah, don't recognize red flags. You're going to find them, man. You can find them in abundance, just like jobs. And just like buses, there's one on every corner. I'm sure one will find you. But to find a qualified quality man, don't let social media fool you. There are many out there globally. Yes, it may be a toxic cesspool online, but they are there. Just like women are there. We're all good women. I can 100% say on this live stream, all of y'all would say that you're good women. So if you're a good woman, you really think that you wouldn't be able to find a qualified good man just like yourself? You think that you're the only good woman in the world that exists? I don't think so. You know, you're not. So my point is this. Take everything seriously. You gotta be qualified, y'all. Qualified. Recognize the red flag so that you don't end up in a dumpy relationship, in a dumpy job, a low-end job. Do you want a minimum wage relationship, minimum wage job? Or do you want one that's going to pay you six figure and above job? You want to live comfortable? Live in a nice neighborhood? Or you want to live where, if you want to stay at the bottom, that's on you, sis. Choose what you want. If you don't know how to recognize red flags, guess what? You're always going to be finding minimum wage men, minimum wage jobs. It'll just keep the cycle keep going. And they're going to always have, what do they call it? The revolving door. You know, a job where they post and then like 3 months later you see the same job posting? Because it's a revolving door. Nobody could stay at that job. It's terrible. It's horrible, toxic, waste of time and money. And I'm not just talking minimum wage. I'm talking about even high-paying jobs can also be red flags. Again, recognize them, y'all. Recognize them so you could be in a better position. Let's continue. Marriage and partnership should be dealt with like a business. If you wouldn't go into business with that person, don't lock in with that person. I wish I could pin this. I need to pin it. This is fact. And I know some people will be like, well, what about love? Love is part of it too. Two things can be true at once. I don't know why people act like, oh, if you say business is wrong, it should only be about love. It is about love and what? Business. It's both. It's a relationship. It's a contract. Marriage is a contract. But we're not going to even get into that yet. That's a lot for some of y'all to handle. It's a contract. Contract. You're entering into a contract with someone spiritually and financially. Everything in your life will be tied. You should be more serious about that than your career, in my opinion. Because you could have a great career, but if you're with the wrong man, that career is not going to mean anything because he's going to be taking all your money. But some people don't want to hear it. All right, let's continue. Yup, both need a license. It's the same. Okay, we're going to play Is Our Relationship Going to End on Air? Speaking of finances, okay, how long have I been on this? 2 hours, yes, okay, good. I'm making good on time, y'all. I'm so proud of myself. All right, let's do this. Ramit, my fellow brown brother. I love Ramit, by the way. I'll go and follow him. Follow his podcast or his interview here. Let me play Ramit. Let's play today's story, y'all. Let's play today's story. Today should be really, really good. All right, let's do this. Let me make sure I actually want to make it wider. So hold on a second, y'all. I'm going to pull it back up. Let's make this wider. And then my screen, I'm going to push myself a little bit. Actually, I'm going to make this wide. Yeah. Oh, should I put my reaction? Okay. I'm going to put it with... I just want it to look good. Okay, hold on a second, y'all. I'm just positioning this right now. Just give me one moment. I'm going to make sure that y'all could hear it and see it really well. Just give me 1 second because I'm not going to reposition again. Okay, here we go. All right, we're about to play Ramit, y'all. Let's do this. All right. And then, hold on, I might make it, let me increase it just a little bit. Let me scale it a little bit. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's do this. Let me pull it up. So this is titled, Is Our Relationship Going to End on Air? I have not watched this. Actually, oh, wait. Should I play this one first? No, let me play this one first since I already said it. Okay, is our relationship going to end on air? We'll play this. Wait, which one y'all want first? The rise of the stay-at-home dads? Or is our relationship going to end on air? Let me think. Janae's one, we spent a long time on that one. This one's 1 hour. All right, let's play this one first. The rise of the stay-at-home dad. I think I could go through this one quickly. I did watch this one a while ago. I don't remember it. So we're going to watch it together to get, let me get my memory right with this one. All right, let's play it.
I refer to him as the CEO of Team Tavis. You look after our finances.
Oh, sorry, y'all. Hold on, let me go back. Sorry, let's do this.
Refer to him as the CEO of Team Tavis. You look after our finances, operations, logistics.
And who makes dinner?
Both of us. I wouldn't.
And then who does the dishes?
There's no ratio there. That's 100% me. Yeah.
Stephen and JaNa Tavis don't run a typical household.
We don't need to make any changes to it.
While JaNa leads her team as Chief Commercial Officer of baby stroller brand Bugaboo.
This toe color, everyone's responding really well to it, I think because it's gender neutral.
Stephen is at home, working just as hard. As more women reach the highest rungs of the corporate ladder, increasingly by their side, husbands like Stephen, taking a step back from their own careers to care for their families.
You have a graduate degree, you were in supply chain management, you had a career. What was the hardest part of stepping away from your career?
Just the unknown. You don't really know what it's going to be like. Figuring out a routine, balancing the housework with childcare. So it was a good challenge.
In what ways has this choice helped your career?
I think that I'm fully focused when I'm at work because I know that my family's sorted.
The Tavis family is part of a growing trend in the U.S. A recent study found that nearly 1 in 5 stay-at-home parents is the dad.
We see a lot of trad wives on TikTok, and we see this throwback to the stay-at-home mom perfection, and we're seeing more stay-at-home dads as well. What makes me happy is that more people are having choice.
Some have dubbed these kinds of dads house husbands.
You push back against terms like Mr. Mom or house husband.
Because it's disparaging. It sort of minimizes what you're doing.
In pop culture, stay-at-home dads are often portrayed as fumbling figures.
Where's Bobby keep the extra diapers?
From Michael Keaton ironing a grilled cheese sandwich in Mr. Mom.
How'd it go in there?
I missed.
What does that mean?
I missed.
To Eddie Murphy, babysitting toddlers in daddy daycare.
Yeah, y'all notice how I'm not saying red flags with this one. There's a reason. And that girl from yonder, you hit it on the nail. I'm gonna read your comment after this. Y'all noticed I didn't say red flags. I let it go. Why? We're gonna keep watching.
Now famous men from David Beckham to Doug Emhoff are gladly stepping away from their careers to support their families in other ways.
To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much.
Maroon 5's Adam Levine speaking on the Ellen DeGeneres show after quitting The Voice in 2019.
Just to be able to kind of stop in this moment to spend time with my new young family and just have the greatest time ever. Now I'm just like a stay-at-home dad.
Even younger stars like Tom Holland telling Men's Health magazine earlier this year, when I have kids, you will not see me in movies anymore.
When you're out with friends and you're out with, alpha males who are, hard-charging career people.
Yeah.
Do you feel judged?
I don't, honestly. I've come to own it from the very beginning. Sometimes I have hesitations on how to explain what do I do all day, because some people might have a perception that I'm just folding towels all day.
Now he's out and about picking up their 7-year-old daughter and 4-year-old son from school, teaching them to ride bikes.
Yeah!
And helping with homework.
Just from the late for
all in Stephen's native language, Dutch.
Yeah, that's the here bit back here.
He has a special connection with our children, and I'm grateful for that. while his contribution to our family is not in the financial sense, it's really in his presence, his stability, the joy that they feel.
The Tavises say they've had no regrets since making the decision 4 years ago. They say they realize their family is lucky to be able to afford to live on just one income. Have you felt the need to cut corners financially because you don't have two income streams?
When we ran the numbers, we also saved money by not having childcare, right? Like I was the childcare, so we didn't have to make huge sacrifices in terms of like lifestyle. But again, we were never really very leading a flaunting lifestyle, I think. So.
For you, what was the hardest part of making this decision?
Honestly, that I felt like I was missing out a little bit.
Janelle says she works to maximize her time with her family, leaving the office by 4:30 each day and putting her phone away until 8.
Did you have a good day? Yeah.
That fully helps me be present mom, do what I need to do at work, guide my team, come back home, cherish the time with my family.
They say the decision has had a positive impact on their kids. What do you think you're modeling for both your daughter and for your son?
Probably to not focus too much on gender roles and more so like, hey, we are a team, right?
I don't think that they have even an association of these are mom jobs and these are dad jobs.
In fact, one study found that when fathers did more equitable housework at home, daughters in particular expressed a greater interest in working outside the home and having a less stereotypical occupation.
Thank you everyone for coming. This is our biggest Company of Dads meetup ever.
Paul Sullivan, a dad of 3 daughters, has created a community for what he calls lead dads.
We define a lead dad as the go-to parent, whether he works full-time, part-time, or devotes all of his time to his family. We say, in many cases, he's there to support his wife or partner, whatever they're doing.
After quitting his job as a New York Times columnist, he founded the Company of Dads in 2022, a networking group for fathers, working or not, in similar situations.
There's a lot of stigmas surrounding stay-at-home dads. There's power in numbers, right? And just being able to have people to like connect with.
More dads need to be aware and need to be comfortable with the idea of taking on a role of just being a dad.
When did you recognize the need for a Company of Dads?
When I went online and I saw like there are tons of resources for moms. All the resources for parents were really aimed at moms.
Did you ever try to join one of the other parenting groups or the ones that were primarily female?
I went to the University of Chicago for graduate school, pretty great school. I had a better shot of getting into the University of Chicago than I do to get into the Facebook moms group in my town.
Paul says he began prioritizing family over work around 2013, so his wife Laura could focus on building her own asset and wealth management firm.
There's this fear when you're a working mom that you're neglecting the kids.
Because there's a guilt. There's a built-in guilt. But at the end of the day, if you have a good partnership and you can encourage your spouse to take on more of the second shift, I call it, then it actually works for a better marriage.
I think it's important to point out too that oftentimes equal partnership at home leads to better relationships, even better sex lives. Over time, when you're both contributing to the house, when you're both contributing to caregiving, neither one of you is going to feel bitter or resentful towards each other.
What's it like being the devoted wife, supporting your husband's lead parenting career? What makes you proud of him for doing that?
That he's doing something that is not normalized yet and trying to blaze a trail for, selfishly, my girls as women. It's hard. I work in an industry that is really hard for women to be in. So I celebrate that.
Back in New York City, Stephen Tavis says his role as a stay-at-home father has helped him reconnect with himself.
During my son's nap times, I would spend time on a children's book that I wrote and illustrated with my wife. The story is about a dog who is comparing himself to others. The same way as I never made my job my identity, I didn't want me being a dad just being my full identity.
Do you see yourself returning to a more traditional career down the road?
Never say never, but right now I'm just kind of living in the present, how cliche that may sound, and really enjoying this.
The children sense that. He's so proud of what he does. He's so happy. We've made this work.
All right, so let's go through this. I want to make something very clear. Let's go to the beginning because there's a part I want to stop here.
The CEO of Team Tavis. You look after our finances, operations, logistics.
And who makes dinner?
Both of us. I wouldn't.
And then who does the dishes?
There's no ratio there. That's 100%.
Notice the difference when the father stays at home and when the mother stays at home. So, for example, they have a really healthy relationship. I can already tell. And you can already tell that he loves being a father to his children, and he doesn't feel emasculated by his role of staying at home. That's number one. Number two, even though he's the one who is pretty much the CEO of the house, they both share in chores. And she even said she helps cook. And she gives him a break. So she doesn't expect him to do all the work. Oh, you know, your job is to stay in the kitchen cooking all day, cleaning all day, taking care of the kids with no help as soon as he comes home. That's not what she said. As soon as she comes home, sometimes he gets a break and she takes over, even though she just finished a shift. Notice. So they have a really good team environment. And not only that, but he had a career before. So he already has a degree. He had a career, and he decided to sacrifice it for his family, because I'm assuming that she makes way more than he does, because she's a chief, I think it's a chief operating officer. CEO, no, what is she? Chief, hold on.
Her team as chief commercial officer.
Sorry, chief commercial officer. So she's making way more. And instead of him trying to be like, well, I'm the man, I'm supposed to be out there, he's like, hey, you make more money than me. Maybe I need to stay with the kids. And it'll be easier for us. And not only that, they said they save money. Another green flag that I saw was that he's not just staying home. He's actually working on a children's book. He has things that he's doing on the side. It may not be what he used to do before, but he's still doing other projects. And you know the reason why he's able to do other projects is because she is helping him. She understands that he made a big sacrifice, and she's doing what she can and doing her part to make sure that he's able to do other things and have time to do other things. That's the difference. So, because I know some people going to come in here, well, you seem to celebrate this, but when a woman is going to be a trad wife, no, because when a woman's a trad wife, she's literally doing all the work in the house. The man does not help at all. At all. Not even once. And usually, most of the time, when there's a stay-at-home mom, if it's an unhealthy relationship, she will end up resenting him because she feels like she's not getting her due in this relationship. And also, men hoard money. Some of them, they'll penny pinch when you need something. They don't want to give you their full account. They want to be able to give you an allowance or a stipend. I don't think they have that problem. That's not what it looks like to me. So the reason why I played this video is for you guys to see some green flags in men. I don't think there's anything wrong with Steven, to be honest with you. I think he's doing a great job, an amazing job as a father and a husband. And same thing for Sis. Shout out to her. They're both doing well as a team. They've had that conversation. So again, this video, I don't see anything wrong with it. None at all. And I think this might be the new normal for a lot of families. But there's a difference. Let's be clear. There's a difference between an active stay-at-home father or somebody who takes care of the kids, who also had his own career, was also grinding out there, but decided to stay at home with the kids, versus somebody who is freeloading off of you and expecting you to do all the work outside the home, come home, raise your kids, and then you don't do anything all day and you just getting your lifestyle funded. There's a difference between the CEO and the stay-at-home dad and a babysitter, a glorified babysitter that is some parents out there that, or some fathers actually, who don't actually want to raise their kids. There's a big difference. So I actually see this as a trend. I think that this is going to be the new normal for a lot of families, especially for women who are going to own businesses, who are going to be employed, like as far as like in those executive positions. And if you choose to have children, some people and some parents, they don't want to leave their kids with a nanny. And there's nothing wrong with that. And some parents would rather be there with their kids, and they want to be there to take care of their children. And they would rather do that than to have a nanny stay there full time. I mean, it looks different for everyone. So it really depends on whether you prioritize your family, your career, what you guys decide. Maybe both of you want to have your businesses and you're like, you know what? One of us will work from home. We'll have a nanny at home watching the kids while I'm in the other room working. That works out too. So it can look different. The thing I love about the channel that I'm growing and I'm building here with you all, that we're all building here, because you guys are all building it with me, is that we can look at things differently. And I just want you guys to see different types of relationships and not be categorized relationships as like, oh, like he's staying at home, so that must mean he's freeloading. No, some men stay at home and they are very active. Extremely active, take care of their families, and they're sacrificing for the betterment of the children in the future. And then when the kids get of school age, maybe he won't need to stay at home anymore, but at least he has a degree and a career to fall back on. He's not just sitting there twiddling his thumbs and just eating off of her, as they say. He has something going for himself, and she allows him the space to do so. So this is a good video, y'all. I actually enjoyed watching this one. Let me read some comments and then we're going to continue on to the other one. So, I'm a stay-at-home mom and my husband shares the work at T. I'm so happy for you. And you see, this is where it works out. So, I don't, like, in a lot of women, especially women in careers, sorry, I keep looking at this because I want to make sure my mic is still working. A lot of women in careers, I know that some of them and some people in society can look down on stay-at-home parents. I don't think that there's any problem with staying with your kids and helping them grow. As I said, it takes a lot to commit to raise a child. And I think parents who are there and helping their child, especially during those formative years, it really does help them in the long run. And they spend a lot of time with you because remember, they're only going to be children for so long. Eventually, they're going to be teenagers. Eventually, they're going to be adults. So you want to be able to spend as much time with them so that you can really cater to their needs and help them develop and be there for their development. And it is hard to do so when two parents are always outside of the house. It is extremely difficult. So at least if one parent can be there to help facilitate that and be there for the kids' needs, it's going to help raise some well-rounded children who will then become the same children that come out in society and who we have to deal with. That's what you got to think about. So I believe that this is actually a really great dynamic as long as it's shared and it's in a team environment. As far as the partner, like the couples, the partnership is there, then it's amazing. So I'm happy for you, sis. I'm really happy for you. And I think that a lot of people should go that way, in my opinion, if they can afford to. In the sense of like one parent works from home, another parent works outside. And if you work from home, you can still have your business and everything. Look at what he's doing. He's still doing his side business. It's not like he stays all day just, again, taking care of the kids. But it has to be an equal opportunity for both. And if both parents want to work, no problem. But it's just also just finding the time to spend with your kids is what I'm saying. You can't just be both working and then expect your child to raise themselves or the nanny to raise your kids. It's just not going to happen. Especially not in the way you want to raise your kid, right? So, yeah. Yes, big difference. She is expected to be on her feet at all times. I have seen some penny pinchers and they raise my blood pressure too. I really hate to see penny pinchers. I'm telling y'all, I'm allergic to them. I really don't like to see that. And it's really sad because then it's like you're treated as, I hate to say the word, but you're treated like more as a servant than a wife, right? It's really not fair, but I'm so happy that this couple, they're able to live in a more like, you can see the love. That's what I'm saying. Like you can sense the love and you can sense the respect and you can sense that they both have it figured out. And eventually, like, even if he comes out and he says, you know what, I don't think I can do this anymore. I would love to work. I don't think she'd have a problem with that, to be quite honest with you. And again, maybe at that point, the kids will be old enough and then he'll be able to go back into the workforce or start his business. There are a lot of options, but again, there's a healthy space created for that. And that's what I want you guys to really take note of. Let's continue on to the next video. All right, this is the messy one, y'all. This is the messy one. We needed a cleanser from the messiness. Because remember, I did the JaNa video and the Love Island. Finally, we had a palette cleanser with that couple. And now we're moving on to this couple. Ramit, what you got for us today, sir? Let's play.
She spent her 20s traveling the world. I was traveling for 6 years out of a backpack and working from my laptop. My goal was to make good money. And now she's focused on the future. I want to save a bunch of money, and that's the mindset I'm in. Justin also loves to travel, and he wants a future with Maggie.
I've definitely put experiences and living life before anything else.
Now that Maggie is making life plans that might not include him, Justin feels hurt.
I just really didn't feel like there was a we or us. I was like, where do I fit in on this?
I think it's safe to say that we're at a point where it's like, if it doesn't change, it's not going to last. Now, let's meet Justin and Maggie.
Okay, remember, I haven't watched this, so we're going to be surprised together.
I've got Justin and Maggie's CSP in front of me, getting ready for our conversation. Check out what I noticed. All right, let's take a look. Maggie and Justin. Maggie spent her 20s backpacking through different countries. She has big financial dreams. She wants stability. Justin grew up wealthy. He's run his own business, but never really paid attention. Money comes, money goes. They started an LLC together for...
Hold up. Too fast. Wait. We gotta go back here. We gotta go back. Sorry, y'all. This is going too fast for me. Hold up.
I've got Justin and Maggie's CSP in front of me, getting ready for our conversation. Check out what I noticed. All right, let's take a look. Maggie and Justin. Maggie spent her 20s backpacking through different countries.
Okay, 20s backpacking through different countries. All right, I gotta write this down, y'all, because this is gonna be very important. 20s backpacking through different countries, which I don't think there's a problem with. The 20s are supposed to be for exploring, so I'm just taking note. 20s backpacking. Okay, we got that, because I have a feeling I'm gonna need to remember this. Okay. That's Maggie. We're going to put M. Through countries. All right. Let's do the next one.
She has big financial dreams.
All right. She has financial dreams. All right. How old is she now? We're going to have to find that out. Okay. Let's continue.
She wants stability.
Okay, that makes sense because she was traveling all those years. So now she's ready to hunker down. So I'm going to assume that Maggie's in her late 20s. We're going to assume that, or early 30s. All right, let's continue.
Justin grew up wealthy. He's run his own business.
He grew up wealthy. Okay. Let's put wealthy. So I'm assuming Maggie's not wealthy.
Business, but never really paid attention. Money comes, money...
Hold on. Owns his own business. Never paid attention to money. Red flag. Hold up. You own your business and you don't pay attention to money? But I'm assuming it's because you grew up in a wealthy household. So we're going to see how this plays out in their relationship. But that's a big red flag, y'all. How do you own a business and you don't see where the money goes? But it makes sense because if you grew up wealthy and your parents didn't expect you to know about these kind of things and they didn't teach you about I guess, how to make an honest living in a sense of like how to treat money and how to have respect for money, you don't seem to have respect for money. So we're going to put no respect for money. Okay, Justin, we already see that. Let's continue.
They started an LLC together for their YouTube channel on motorcycles. Justin wants to...
Started a business together. All right, let's continue. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to let it play more. I just got to get the top.
Combine finances and their lives. Maggie doesn't want to get caught up in the financial mess. On the flip side, he feels like he supported Maggie financially, and she's not willing to reciprocate that. Trust is an issue. She doesn't trust that he'll get his financial life together. Wow, there's a lot going on here.
Yes, what is going on?
Looks like they have not combined their finances. That's fine. Her net worth is $45,000. His net worth is negative $63,000.
Red flag. Hold up. Wait. Hold on. He has a business? Net worth is negative $63,000. What is going on here? Does that include student loans? Because that's going to make a difference. $42,000. He's wealthy? I don't see it.
She has $1,000 invested. He has 7,000.
Okay.
She has 16,000 saved. He has 1,000. And wow, she has 15K of debt. He has 92K of debt. All right. Let's go to the income.
Whoa. What is happening here? Hold up.
I doubt.
$92,000 in debt? Did I see that right? 92,000. Is he gonna be a doctor? Is this medical debt or business debt? We gotta hear more, y'all. This don't make no type of sense. How you have 7,000 in investments and 1,000 in savings? Okay, I get it, because you can put savings in investment. Okay, I understand that. But I would think your savings would be a little higher than that. 92,000. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. This don't make no sense.
Wow, she has 15K of debt. He has 92K of debt. All right. Let's go to the income. They make a pretty healthy income. 120 for her, 100 to 250K for him. That's a lot of income. $267,000 a year.
That's a lot.
Let's keep going. I gotta say, there's something fishy about these numbers.
Yeah, beautiful beauty abroad. I agree. It must be student loan or a car loan or a business loan. That don't make no sense. And a mortgage. Okay, we're gonna see, because this doesn't make sense to me.
I wonder if there's some mixing of business in here. I've seen this before, where sometimes numbers don't add up, and it's usually one or both people are in a business and they're counting some of their business expenses and things like that. So maybe that's what's going on here. Let's keep going. 36% going towards guilt-free spending, which is $7,444.
Okay.
I doubt that number is true. I think it just kind of flowed down to the bottom. My guess is that they could probably put more towards debt and pay that off aggressively. My overall assessment: 1, they make a lot of money. That part is good. 2, they have separate finances. That's okay. I'd like to understand more. 3, there's a bit of a disparity, not just in their spending, but certainly in their debt levels. And 4, the way they treat money and they treat each other. There are little clues showing up here on the CSP, but it's really probably going to come out when I talk to them. So I'm very interested to speak to them and see what's going on here.
We are going to be moving next year, and the question is, what can we afford? We're freelancers. I don't know anything about your situation. Just kind of wanted to get on the same page.
First of all, do you talk about money?
No. Money's been a weird thing for me, but I was like, if I feel like I had somebody that I could tackle life with, like, this is her. But we just couldn't get there. It didn't happen. But finally it was like, hey, I'm going to put us on public display. We're going to talk about all the things that most people never talk about.
Have you tried to talk about money in this relationship?
Kind of.
Yeah.
How did it go?
I set up a spreadsheet that I've been working off of last year. And I was like, what are your fixed costs a month? What are our goals? Hey, put your numbers in here. Look at mine.
Do you realize my question was, how did you talk about money? And your answer was, I created a spreadsheet.
Exactly.
Anybody find that a little odd? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what we're here today for.
Yeah.
Talking about money, especially first few conversations, probably should not involve a spreadsheet.
Okay.
What was your reaction when you saw that spreadsheet, by the way?
I was like, great, here we go. I already hate doing money.
Red flag!
All right,
Red flag. Sir, what you mean you hate doing money? So already, he's not starting off good, y'all. They said in the beginning he's wealthy, but I'm not seeing any wealth here. What kind of, is this the wealth that whispers? Because I don't see it. He already doesn't like to talk about money. Sis had to create a whole spreadsheet. And even then, he is not on board. Not only that, but he said that, yeah, sure, let's go in public and talk about our finances, because we don't even talk about it at home. So we're about to find out things in real time with sis. Just letting y'all know that. There are probably things that sis doesn't even know. And the fact that you had to go on a TV show in order to get him to talk, that already lets me know that y'all don't need to get married. You don't need to be in a relationship with him. He needs to handle his money. Red flags all over. The fact that he has all that debt, we don't know where it's going or where it was from. We're going to hear about that first. If it's not responsible debt, and even then, you got to figure this out. Like, how much is he making? That's what we need to know. Okay, we need to know more. Okay, let's wait for Ramit to talk, because I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. This one is a little different from the other one that I did. This one there's a lot of questions. I have more questions the more that they keep going. So let's figure this out. Okay, I'm going to stop yapping and let's play this because I have a lot of questions that I need answered.
I have an overwhelming situation in general. And then, on top of that, it was just like, we never talked about really anything. Debt, goals.
When you felt all these things overwhelm and...
Hold up. You never talked about goals? What y'all sitting here talking about? These are important conversations. Hold on. How long have they been together? Did they say that? Did I miss that? Okay. I'm going to keep going, y'all. I feel like I'm missing... This is getting more confusing as I watch. Lord.
There's complexity in your financial lives. What was your reaction with the spreadsheet? Did you fill it out?
Yeah.
Okay.
For 1 month, and then it stopped.
Now, your finances are separate, correct?
Kind of. We have a partnership with the YouTube channel.
Okay. So you have separate finances, but you have a joint venture, and you make money through that, but you also make money independently.
Yes.
Okay. I can see why it feels confusing, but it's quite common. The good news is there are solutions for this situation. All right, so you both live together. How do you pay the rent or mortgage?
One of us manages the rent, and everybody, because we have 3 adults in our household. Justin currently is taking care of rent, so we send him rent, but I'm managing the bills. There was a period...
Hold up, red flag. So, you see, sis, you said it could have been a mortgage. This not a mortgage. So, where is this $92,000 coming from? I need to know if it's student loan debt. Is he in a career? And what they talking about, they got 3 people in the house. So, who are the 3 adults? He pays the rent, she pays the bills. At least that. But who's the extra adult in the household? I'm confused right now. I'm telling y'all, this is more confusing the more that the time. I thought things were going to get cleared up. Who's the extra adult? Who's the extra mouth? So they're sharing with a roommate. Did she say that? Hold on, let me go back. She said 3 adults. Okay, I gotta, sorry y'all, I gotta run it back.
Feels confusing, but it's quite common. The good news is there are solutions for this situation. All right, so you both live together. How do you pay the rent or mortgage?
One of us manages the rent, and everybody, because we have 3 adults in our household. Justin currently...
3 adults. Who's this extra person?
Is taking care of rent, so we send him rent, but I'm managing the bills. There was a period of time where I was managing the rent, and Justin was managing the bills, and we weren't able to get a number.
I wasn't every month being like, okay, it was...
Oh, T, no, there's nothing wrong with her creating the spreadsheet. Sorry, I have to clarify that. What I'm saying is a red flag is that she created the spreadsheet. I don't know, like, there's nothing wrong with her creating it, but I think the point that Ramit and also I agree with is that she has to create the spreadsheet in order for him to talk to her about finances. And even then, he wouldn't even do that. He only did it for like 1 month and then he stopped. So that's what the issue is. It's like she's creating the spreadsheet, which is fine. But I think what he's trying to get at is that they didn't have conversations, because the conversation should happen first and then you create a spreadsheet. But it's like she created the spreadsheet and then he's just plugging in numbers. So there's no communication. So that's what the red flag is with them, because they're not talking. They just plugging in numbers and then look at what he did. 1 month later, he stopped. He's inconsistent. I'm telling y'all, character flaws. Sometimes the red flag doesn't even have to be a specific situation. It can be a character flaw. That's a red flag. The fact that you're inconsistent with money, this is not a good thing, y'all. That means if you're inconsistent with one area of your life, and that's one of the important areas. I'm not talking about inconsistent with like taking the trash out or taking this out. I'm talking about inconsistent with something that is very extremely important in life, finances. If you're inconsistent with that and you can barely hold it above water, you can't be in a relationship. You need to figure this out. Or if you're going to be in a relationship, you need to be honest with your partner and work through it together. But you can't just have this whole blinded situation. This whole stream, everybody's blind. JaNa is blind. This man is blind. At least the last couple we did with the stay-at-home father, the CEO, Steven and his wife, at least they're not blind. But this is not a way to see things. This is crazy. Let's continue.
It was $250 for all the things. We have to split it. I just threw it on the credit card and stacked up a bunch of bills.
Oh, why'd you do that?
Honestly, it was just sort of a set it and forget it. I screwed myself, honestly.
Okay. What's a time in the last 6 months where the two of you really disagreed about money?
She doesn't like the way I spend my money on sunglasses.
That's it? I don't think you guys flew across the country to talk about $100 sunglasses.
I'm in the dark, I feel like, about his financial situation, but I can do simple math in my head sometimes, and I'm like, this is not adding up that you spent $400 on sunglasses this month. I think there's certain things where I'm just like, I don't spend money like that, and I'm really on top of my expenses.
One thing that's been contentious and difficult, and it's a really complicated situation overall, is that our roommate is Maggie's best friend.
Oh, red flag. Hold up. So you're right, sis. Rosa, it is a roommate. So hold up. You have a roommate and you still can't save? That doesn't make sense to me. You have two roommates. Because technically she's helping with the bills and the other girl is. But he's spending his extra money on sunglasses when he is $92,000 in debt. And y'all are telling me that this is normal? $400 sunglasses. And you're $92,000 in the hole. This is not looking good for sis. But you know what? I'm going to give sis her ones, a little bit her tens. At least she recognizes that it's a problem. But we're going to see what's going on. She brought him on this show just for her to see what's really going on with his finances. Something's not adding up. And at least she recognizes it. I'll give her that. But still, ma'am, you need to break up with this man. This man is not fit to be in a relationship. He's not honest with himself. And you need to be honest and have really good communication if you want to be in a relationship, in a healthy one at least. This is extremely unhealthy behavior. And then he's just charging things on a credit card because he grew up in wealth. But are his parents still wealthy? I'm assuming they cut his behind off. And now she's the new source. Somehow, I don't know how he's making... Okay, they have a business together. They said they have an LLC together on their YouTube channel. They're getting paid by sponsorship, but I don't hear nothing about nothing other income he's making. Let's continue watching.
And she had a brain tumor a few years ago and had it removed. But it's the type of thing that eventually will come back.
It is coming back.
It is coming back. And so she's going on medication now, but more or less all the disposable income or whatever Maggie's setting aside is going to taking care of her and her kids.
Just too...
Red flag. Okay, so red flag is not because she is helping her friend who has a brain tumor. And I think that it is very commendable of her to want to help her friend. But, and I'm sorry, y'all, I gotta keep it real. Y'all know I don't bite my tongue. Why is she responsible for taking care of her best friend and her best friend's children? Where are these kids' fathers? Or their father? Where's the father of the children? That's number one. Number two, why doesn't her friend have health insurance? We need to find this out. Number three, this is unsustainable. She wants to help her best friend out. And again, I commend her for it because a lot of people wouldn't do it. And I'm really actually kind of inspired by that actually. This is a selfless act that she's doing for her friend. But she's not in the financial position to do it. Why is she helping her friend when she can't even help herself? This is where they're going to have to find a permanent solution for this. Because this is, again, unsustainable. She will not be able to help this friend out in the long term. And then the friend's brain cancer is going to come back. This is very sad. So the friend's in a bad financial situation. She's in a bad financial situation. And her man is in a bad financial situation. And look how he crossing his arm. He is not happy about this situation. He's upset. He's mad. You heard him. Oh, the discretionary income is going to her friend. But you know what? I will give her a leeway here. I'm going to give her a little bit of grace because at least she's spending her discretionary income actually helping somebody. She's actually doing something benevolent. She's helping somebody. You are spending your discretionary income on sunglasses. Red flag. And you have the nerve to cross your arms, trying to dictate where she spends her discretionary. Oh, so we, her extra income might pay my $92,000, but you're using yours to buy sunglasses. How is that fair? Her priorities, at least they're right. She's just using it in the incorrect way. At least she cares enough. She's actually, to be honest with you, she's doing a really nice thing for her friend. But it's just she doesn't have it, so she shouldn't be doing it. But that doesn't mean that she is doing something wrong. I want to make that very clear. You can see that she loves her friends. She already has green flags. You can see that she's responsible. She's helping her friend take care of her children. She loves her friend. This is how I know that this is a real friendship. That friend means a lot to her. But you don't care about her. For the simple fact that, and I'm not saying that he doesn't care about her because he doesn't want to help the friend. I'm saying that he cares more about himself than her. Oh, she's using the extra income on her friend. Instead of trying to figure out like, hey, I understand your friend needs help, but we need to work together to figure out a solution for her. We can't help take care of her, so we got to find another way. Or friend's family, whoever she has, she needs a village too. But instead, he worried about himself. Oh, I need that extra income. That should have been for me. But yet, you can't even be responsible enough to pay down your debt. This is insanity.
2 kids that live with us.
It's a tough situation to be in because I kind of feel like that's the priority and I'm not necessarily in that bubble.
Meaning Maggie's friend and her children are the financial priority for Maggie.
Right.
And you feel you're maybe second priority.
Or not a priority at all in that regard.
Okay. And what is the financial?
Why would she prioritize you? Her friend is dying of cancer. Her best friend is dying of cancer. And he's thinking about himself. This is what I'm saying right now. This man has no positive character traits that I can see so far. He is just thinking about himself this whole time. He's not mad because she's prioritizing her friend's health. He's mad because she's spending all that extra money on her friends and helping her friend out, who seems like she's a single mother. And he can't say nothing about it because I'm assuming that the house that they're renting, I don't know if the friend let them in because it sounds like he can't say anything. So there's something going on here. Who is on this lease? I need to know that. Remy, you better be asking them questions. I'm going to need you to ask who's on the lease. Because if I find out that the friend is the one renting the apartment or the one on the lease, we're going to have a problem. Who's on this lease? Because he sounds like he wants to get rid of them. And she's holding on to it. But he can't. So it's either she's on the lease or the friend's on the lease. But somehow, I don't think he's on the lease. I don't know. I got to figure this out.
Resources that you're putting behind your friend. Are you her caretaker?
Not right now. There's things where I'll plan trips with them and I'll take care of everything.
And does your friend, does she earn money?
Yes, she does. One of my goals for all of us is that this financially, we're splitting a house between 3 adults. This is a chance for all of us to catch up on some finance things. But we weren't necessarily on the same page with that as well too.
You see, I like her. I already like her. Let me tell you something. She is right. How do you split with 3 adults and you still $92,000 in debt? You have a negative $63,000 in net income or revenue, whatever they said. How? When you live with 2 other people. And also, I'm assuming she said the friend has a job. So hold up. Let me go back. Something's not right here. This don't add up.
It's a tough situation.
Doesn't add up.
Because I kind of feel like that's the priority and I'm not necessarily in that bubble.
Go cry about it.
Maggie's friend and her children are the financial priority for Maggie.
Right.
And you feel you're maybe second priority.
Or not a priority at all in that regard.
Okay. And what is the financial resources that you're putting behind your friend? Are you her caretaker?
Not right now. There's things where I'll plan trips with them and I'll take care of everything.
And does your friend, does she earn money?
Yes, she does. One of my goals for all of...
So wait, she plans trips for her friend. You guys want to know why she does that? Because her friend is about to pass soon. If she has a brain tumor, y'all know a lot of brain tumors is one of the fastest cancers where there's a low life expectancy. So right now, her friend is probably going through they said it's coming back. So she's probably in remission or it came back and she's probably not going to have a longer lifespan after that. To be quite honest with you, that's the way it's sounding. And so she's planning and paying for these trips because she's helping her friend spend her last moments with her children. And again, her heart's in the right place, but financially, I don't think that she should be the one responsible to do it. However, she feels upon her heart to help her friend. But again, she doesn't have the finances to do it. So I have to tell sis, you can't do that. You don't have the finances for it. Your friend might have to go to a foundation that will help her do it and to help her take care of her kids in her last days. I know she wants to have her friend or help her friend make memories and special memories with her children, but you can't do that. And also, again, I have to ask, where is the child or the children's father? He needs to step up if he's still alive. This is, again, a warning to y'all. You need to be careful who you procreate with. Because now look, sis has cancer. Her friend, BFF, has cancer. Father, we don't know. Because it doesn't make sense. If the father was there, why are two kids living with her best friend? Imagine, best friend with her two kids living with her and her man. That already lets me know that best friend's not doing well financially. Even if she's making money. And then now, we need to know more about this best friend, but Ramit's not asking the questions. At least not fast enough for me. Maybe I'm too quick. Let's continue.
Of us is that this financially, we're splitting a house between 3 adults. This is a chance for all of us to catch up on some finance things, but we weren't necessarily on the same page with that as well too.
Why not?
I mean, I had it as my goal.
Did you ever talk about that? Hey, it's going to be 3 of us splitting expenses, so this is a chance for us to pay off debt and get ahead.
Honestly, her and Ashley talked way more about finances and getting ahead than Maggie and I did.
Have you ever talked about that?
Maggie was trying to convince me why we should have another adult and 2 children living in our house, and as part of that, it should be because we get to save more money.
And your reaction?
Red flag. Okay, so now. Okay, so it's their house. He wants that friend out. And now listen. Remember at the beginning of the conversation, in the beginning, he was saying, oh, well, it's our first time talking about money. And, I just put it in the spreadsheet once and we never really talked about it because he didn't want to talk about it. But all of a sudden, when it's the friend, it's like, oh, they talk more about money than me. And that's not fair. When did you want to have this conversation with her, sir? You see, this is what I'm talking about. This is somebody said it in the chat. I don't remember who said it. Passive aggressive behavior. Exactly. So now he's upset. This is really what he crossing. Body language is key. So it looks like she wanted to take her best friend in. Again, where's the child's father? We don't know. Or children's father, sorry. Where's the children's father? I don't know. But her friend must have been in a really bad situation. And so she's sitting here trying to take her in. But this wasn't it, sis. You didn't financially have the means to take her in. She should have gone somewhere else. I'm sorry. I have to say it. Because now look at his behavior. And y'all don't think it's uncomfortable to be in that household? Imagine those children who don't even have the decision. They didn't even get a choice in this. And they have to live with this baby of a man. This man-child. Who can't even have a conversation about finances. And he should have said no. He's a pushover. Another people pleaser. If you didn't want the friend to come in, you should have said no. Oh, but you're broke. You need the extra income. So that's why you're like, oh, we can have an extra person come in. We're going to split the rent. It's going to be all good. So I'm going to have some extra money to buy more sunglasses and motorcycle parts.
Action was? Sure. How would you characterize the dynamic of money in your household?
I'm the responsible one right now.
Okay, and who's he?
Maybe the irresponsible one by default.
Okay. What do you think about that?
Pretty accurate.
Oh, okay. That makes my job easier.
So hold up. They got 3 kids to take care of. Her BFF kids and him. She got 3 kids, y'all. This is a red flag. And somebody brought it up in the chat. Who said it? Who said it? Hold up. Somebody said something about, yes, Rosa. Second question, who's going to take care of the children? She seems really involved in the kid's life. So exactly. Who does this best friend have in her life? This is going to play an important role in the future, especially because if the cancer is coming back, because she said the cancer is about to come back, or it might come back, and we don't know if it's back or not. Either way, the prognosis is not good. And not only that, but you have 2 children, and they look like they're probably 2 young children. That's what it sounds like. She doesn't have anyone else in her life who could help her. Why do you have to be the only one? And then sis is sitting up here taking her in. But look at the financial situation you're in. You and your man, y'all not good. You're not good at all. You should have said no. As much as you love your BFF, you have to tend to your household. But what you can do is you can support her and help find her resources. I don't know why people think they got to take people in. If I can't take you in, I don't have the means, that's okay. I'm going to help you find the means. I just may not be able to let you in my house because it's just not the time and place. But we can make it work. I could find you something. I can help support you. Help find somebody to help you. But now look at this. This is a mess.
Time though, in the beginning of our relationship where it was very flipped. Like I was paying all the bills and some, and helped out considerably when it came to finances.
Were you making more?
I was making a lot more.
Okay, you're making more, so you were paying the majority of the bills.
And when you say and more, what's that?
So for the first year that we were together, Maggie was doing this influencer thing and I wanted to help her out. So I was like, how about I put you on payroll and, you can help me with some stuff. I need to redo my website and, maybe you can help me come up with some strategy for a business.
It kept me afloat. And at the time, he was making money. He was paying another.
Y'all know it's about to come. Red flag. So remember, he's saying that, I took care of everything for her. I helped her out in the beginning of our relationship. It was flipped. I was the responsible one, and she's the one who didn't have a job. Because remember, she was backpacking through Europe. I need to know how they met. Ramit, I need you to ask more questions. But apparently, I don't know. Maybe they'll say it here. So now, he helped her out. How did he help her out? He acted like he was really providing for her and helping her get on her feet. No, he gave her a job. She was working for him. She got the wage that she deserved. She was working in his company. So I don't know where this provider mindset is coming from. She was an employee. She was doing labor for you. And you were paying her. I don't understand. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. But he acted like he was really providing like that. Come on now.
Full-time employee and had an office, and I didn't know his situation. And I think right off the bat, I haven't known exactly what his situation was, and that was where it started. And then a lot of that, it felt like, was getting held over my head, and I was like, okay, we need to move away from this dynamic. I don't want.
Red flag, see? Look at that. So he hired her to work for his company to get her back on her feet. He couldn't really provide for her. That's what that was. But he wanted to act like he was a big dog. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to provide for you. You could work for my company. I'm doing what I'm doing. And, I'm going to let you. It's okay, honey. It's okay, babe. I got you. Whole time he's upset. And his company's not doing so well, it seems. Because she said, I was a full-time employee, but I didn't know his financial situation. And then he would hold it against me. Does that sound like a provider to y'all? Y'all going to let me know. Basically, he needed somebody to do the work, but he didn't want to pay an outside person. And so what he did is he put her on the books and started paying her like a full-time employee. But guess what? All that money's going to go back to him anyways, regardless, because they're together. I don't know if they lived together at the time. Whatever was going on, I don't know. But point is, he wasn't in a financial situation to have her as a full-time employee. And instead of telling her that, because remember, she was doing influencer. He said, she was doing her influencer thing. And when it came down to her to get a job, somehow she worked for the company. She was a full-time employee. Why not tell her to go find a job outside of that? So then she can make some real money instead of play money like you. This is not Monopoly, sir. This is not a board game. This is real. If you're, let me tell y'all something. I knew his business was going to fail. He's irresponsible, but he's trying to play like he's responsible. This is cosplaying. Little token money, fake money, kid money, play money. This is the real world, sir. If you're irresponsible and you can't even put your information on a spreadsheet, how do you think you're going to run a successful business? You were already set to fail before you even started the business. It doesn't matter how great your business idea is. If you don't know basic accounting fundamentals, your business will fail. You don't even know what's going in and out of your house, and you sitting here trying to own a business. Of course it's going to fail. But you don't want to see that. You crossing your arms. This is craziness.
I want that to be a part of our relationship. And I went and started finding work and found jobs and started holding my own. And then I was like, okay, cool. Like, I still didn't know what his situation was. I'm like, you should be in a much better place now that I'm not such a strain on it.
Did you say that?
No.
Not necessarily.
Did you not talk about this kind of stuff?
Of course he's not gonna say that. Of course. He's okay. Y'all gotta, let me tell y'all something. This man, already he's shown us, these are the red flags. He's deceptive. He's always hiding something. That's a deceiver. There's a difference between keeping things confidential and hiding. He is hiding things from the person who is supposed to be the closest to him. Sorry, y'all, I'm checking my mic's level. Not only that, he's deceptive. He's passive aggressive. He doesn't know how to save and spend money properly. He is irresponsible. There's nothing that I see here that screams boyfriend, let alone husband, let alone friend. You can't be with this type of man as a friend either. So what is his purpose in her life? Not only that, but sis, you knew you couldn't afford to be with this man. This man is already showing you that he cannot provide for you. Why are you bringing your best friend and her 2 kids in this situation? It's not going to help at all. Y'all, this is a disaster waiting to happen. Ramit doesn't give the tea, y'all. I don't know what's going on. I really don't get it. Wait, somebody said something. Hold on. Maybe I missed it. Hold up. Sorry, y'all. I must have missed it. May, your husband put you on payroll. Yeah. That is smart for somebody who has a successful business. This man does not. This man does not have a successful business. So yes, your husband, that is smart. Putting you on payroll. Absolutely. If he has a successful business. I should have added that to the end. But he putting her on payroll and his business is almost bankrupt. It's failing because he's failing. And he wants to take it out on her. Oh, it's because of you. I put you full time on the payroll. That's why my business. No, business is failing because you're bad at money management. You have bad financial literacy. That's it. That's all. Take accountability. At least if he said that, I would understand. I wouldn't have said red flag. But he's putting all the blame on her and her friend and her best friend and the kids. Everybody's at fault here except for who? Him. When I tell y'all, ooh, this man's getting on my nerves. He's just as bad as the last one I did. Let's continue. Oh, you said, I think Romy should do these type of episodes. She would get down deep. Yes, I should. I would love to in the future. By the way, y'all, so in case many of you don't know, I have a master's in international business. That's why I love financial stuff. I love politics too because that's my other love. I love a lot of things. I kind of dabble in everything. Psychology too. I love everything. I'm everywhere. But I am also a business major internationally anyways. I did global business. But my point is that like the reason why I do these videos is because it's a foundation, y'all. Marriage, you need to have financial literacy if you're going to get married. And if you don't know the fundamentals, and I'm not saying you have to be perfect. I have student loan debt, guys. So I'm not perfect either. The point, though, is that you are working to get rid of it. That's the point. You're not just spending money all willy-nilly. You're not just being irresponsible with your money. That's the point. All of us have financial debt to a certain extent. But the point is, what are you doing with your money and how wise are you with what you're doing? What are you doing? Where's your money going? You need to track those things. And then you need to be responsible to pay them off. That is it. That is all. But this man can't even be held accountable to recognize that he's the failure. Stop putting blame on everyone else but yourself. But now he's blaming her and her friend. Let's see how this is going to go. I already know what's going to happen, y'all. This man, I can already tell that he's not going to take any type of responsibility throughout this whole video. Let's just see.
If at all?
We kind of talk about it. There was just a lot of like struggle with relationship stuff that we were working through, and to have money tied into it. Like, I think that's also added to maybe the aversion to talk about it.
Whose aversion?
Both of us. Finance is always the tricky thing. It can cause a lot of trouble in a relationship. It's sometimes subjective. I mean, whether I'm spending $200 on a pair of glasses, for me, that makes sense, and that doesn't make sense for somebody else.
It's interesting you say that with the sunglass example. I agree. It might make sense for you. Your partner might think it doesn't make sense. But it seems to me that you both don't have a way of deciding if that's a good decision.
Red flag. So first of all, how is it subjective? You're spending $400 on sunglasses and you have $92,000 worth of debt. That would never be subjective to me. That's just dumb. Stupid. Oh, it depends how you look at it. Tomato, tomato. No, it's dumb. You're stupid. That $400, you think that it's important for you to buy sunglasses? Why? What is so important? Why is buying sunglasses so important that you need to spend $400 on it? It's not subjective. Sometimes things are just dumb. That's a dumb decision. Dave Ramsey was really, I'm telling you, I want to cover some Dave Ramsey story, not just for me. I'll do Dave Ramsey too. Because Dave Ramsey, he be digging in. He's like me. We don't have time for the nonsense. Don't tell me it's subjective. Ramit, you should have checked him on that. There's nothing subjective about spending $400 on some sunglasses. Now, if you told me that they were one of a kind and they were on sale, and even then I would tell you it's a dumb decision. If you told me it was for your business and that you're going to get the money back from your taxes, I might maybe understand that. But you're just spending it to spend it. Stupid.
Or not. How would you decide right now if buying $200 sunglasses is a good decision or not?
I think that Maggie would feel much more confident in my choice of spending $200 on sunglasses if she knew that I had my finances handled.
Do you?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I shouldn't have been buying $200 sunglasses.
Okay. At least we have some accountability here. Here we go. Thank you.
Okay. That's all right. So Maggie, your concern is probably warranted.
Yeah.
But when you express the concern, how's it received?
It just doesn't come off right. I just know that there's been a bit of a blind eye turn to them, it feels like, because it was happening when we split bills last year, to the point where I was like, how about I manage that? Because it seems like it's a lot. Anytime rent was paid, we asked, what do we owe for bills? And he's like, I need to take a look at it, was the answer. And then it wouldn't get taken a look at. And I mean, there's a lot going on. No, we probably should have hounded him, but it got to the point where we hadn't paid anything in a couple months.
Red flag! Wait! One dang on minute. Sorry, y'all, if I'm too loud. Hold on, I hope it's not too loud. Red flag. Sorry, y'all, if I messed up your earbuds. I'm so sorry, y'all. So, let me get this straight. You went months without paying bills, and he just sat there and was comfortable? So, where did the money go? Hold up. Something's not adding up here. Don't tell me that they sent this man money to pay bills and he used the money for whatever he was doing. Please don't let me. When I tell you this man is irresponsible, and y'all telling me he's a business owner, y'all gonna go and frequent his establishment? He can't even take care of his own household bills. And y'all think that he could take care of a business? This don't make no damn sense. Who said to buy more sunglasses? Yo, he playing games. This man is playing games. No, he playing her face. This is craziness. Months without, so he let the bills go for months. So they had to pay interest. Where was the money going, sir? Nah, break up. In the middle, I'm not even gonna finish this episode. No, I'm gonna finish this episode. Let's say, I would have walked right out and told Remy, I would have had a meltdown. Remy, I can't do this. You know when they go on reality TV shows and the camera, you get up and then the camera follows you. You're like, what's going on? Turn the camera off. I would have been smacking cameras like Maury, like the Maury show. I would have ran to the back and be like, you know what? I can't finish this. I'm having a mental health breakdown. Hell nah. We're breaking up on the spot. How are you telling us, sis, that he let you go months without paying bills? To me, that's the worst offense out of all of this. You think it's... And he didn't even say anything, knowing damn well that their bills weren't paid. Did anything get shut off? I need to hear this. So hold up. How did things... Hold up. Okay, you know what? Let's keep playing this. It's crazy.
And I did say, like, I know this is stacking up and we can't back pay. So let me manage that and you just handle the rent.
Hold on. Don't tell me them lights went off. If I hear them lights went off, I'm going to scream. I'm dead. I'm dead serious, y'all.
Because it's a flat rate every month. We divide it 3 ways. We always know what it is. It's all the same.
And is that where you are now?
Yeah, that's where we're at now.
Any different opinion on what happened?
Yeah. Wait. So they still owe the money on the bills? Nah, hell no. Hold up. Let me go back.
Up and we can't back pay. So let me manage that and you just handle the rent part because it's a flat rate every month. We divide it 3 ways. We always know what it is.
He's getting upset, y'all. Look at how he's twiddling his thumb. He's upset right now. He getting upset. This man, he needs therapy. He's not okay. He's not okay, y'all. He is not okay at all. Something is off. Look at him. He's upset while she's talking. He's uncomfortable and upset. He's getting a little heated. Watch.
It's all the same.
And is that where you are now?
Yeah, that's where we're at now.
Any different opinion on what happened?
They asked a couple times. And then what happened is later on when we started doing spreadsheets and looking at the bills, I was like, I've been paying for the bills the whole time and it's been going on my credit card and it's stacked up a couple $1,000s worth of bills at this point. And then she was like, oh.
Wait. Something ain't making sense. Hold up.
Pounded him, but it got to the point where we hadn't paid anything in a couple months. And I did say, like, I know this is stacking up and we can't back pay. So let me manage that. And you just handle the rent part because it's a flat rate every month. We divide it 3 ways. We always know what it is. It's all the same.
And is that where you are now?
Yeah, that's where we're at now.
Any different opinion on what happened?
They asked a couple times. And then what happened is later on when we started doing spreadsheets and looking at the bills, I was like, I've been paying for the bills the whole time and it's been going on my credit card.
Hold up. How? Red flag. How in the heck? You see? I done told y'all. He said he's been paying the bills the whole time and it's been going on his credit card. But then in the same breath, they kept asking me about the bills. Hold up. We got to run this back. I'm sorry, y'all. I got time today. We going to get this sorted out.
Happening when we split bills last year to the point where I was like, how about I manage that? Because it seems like it's a lot. Anytime rent was paid, we asked, what do we owe for bills? And he's like, I need to take a look at it, was the answer. And then it wouldn't get taken a look at. And I mean, there's a lot going on. No, we probably should have hounded him, but it got to the point where we hadn't paid anything in a couple of months. And I did say, like, I know this is stacking up and we can't back pay. So let me manage that. And you just handle the rent part because it's a flat rate every month. We divide it 3 ways. We always know what it is. It's all the same.
And is that where you are now?
Yeah, that's where we're at now.
Any different opinion on what happened?
They asked a couple times. And then what happened is later on when we started doing spreadsheets and looking at the bills, I was like, I've been paying for the bills the whole time and it's been going on my credit card and it's stacked up a couple $1,000s worth of bills at this point. And then she was like, oh, well, we asked, and you never gave us an answer. So we're not going to back pay you now. And you're going to have to take care of that. And then moving forward, we'll switch over. I'll take care of the utilities and then you can take the rent.
Is that what happened? You did not get the back pay?
No, I did not get it.
Red flag. Okay, so y'all, they're both at fault here. This one right here, sis, you can't pass through this one. You're not gonna pass through. Hold up, before I get to that, somebody asked me, hold on. Oh, May, you asked me if I would cover Adrienne Houghton and her husband with Angie Martinez. Oh, you're curious on my take? Thank you, sis. I actually was going to save that for a case study, but you know what? We're going to cover it next Sunday. Next Sunday, we're going to do the Angie Martinez interview. We'll do that one. So let's get back to the matter at hand here. This is making my head hurt. Y'all, we're only 12 minutes in. I keep stopping. This is how bad this is. This man was letting them not pay bills. So basically, he's not telling them that the bills are owed. And now it's going through his credit card. He's not paying attention to his credit card. So did he think that the bills were not going to be paid? Like, what did he think? If he's not, this doesn't make any sense. You're the one responsible for the bills, and yet somehow you didn't know that they were running through your credit card. And so now he finally tells them, hey, y'all got to pay back pay. I didn't know the bills were going through my credit card. You're the one who's managing the household. So where were they going to go through? I think he has a mental issue, y'all. I'm not joking. This does not sound like somebody who has critical thinking skills. Because if she's not responsible to manage the bills and everything is in your control, then where did you think that the bills were going to get paid? Like, how did you think they were going to get paid? How? Everyone knows when you have bills to be paid, you connect your credit card or debit card. He didn't even tell them. And you know, bills, everybody, fundamentally, every country in the world, bills are due once a month. Standard. So you're telling me you didn't know this? This is elementary school. Even a 5th grader can tell you that. And yet here you are telling them that you didn't, I didn't know, the bills were being paid through my credit card. I just couldn't tell them. And yet y'all supposed to be splitting rent 3 ways and bills 3 ways. Or I don't know how this arrangement came to be. And now, sis, this is where I'm giving you the red flag. You might not have to pay the back pay, but you still got to pay the bills. Is that what she said? Let me make sure I'm not giving her a red flag for that. Hold up.
And moving forward, we'll switch over. I'll take
up, and we can't back pay. So let me manage that. And you just handle the rent part because it's a flat rate every month.
I agree. Probably owed back.
And it's been going on.
That's because he had been managing it.
Justin, it sounds like you were probably no.
So it sounds like they're not paying the back pay. I take back my red flag for sis. He's the red flag. So he was asking them to pay the back pay? I'm so confused. So did they end up paying what they owed in the month and just didn't pay the extra interest? Or did they just say, we're not paying it at all? And I'm not understanding this whole arrangement. This is weird, y'all. I'm going to keep going. This is a very strange case right here that we got.
As forthcoming, communicating about what's owed every single month. I agree. Probably owed back pay, right? Even though it might be difficult, you can't write a check all at once. I can understand that. Are you frustrated by the back pay still?
Okay.
How much is owed?
See? Red flag. I done told y'all something's wrong with this man. Y'all saw how he was twiddling his thumb? He's pissed off. I promise you, he's a yeller. When they're at home, he yells. He gives me that type of vibe. This man is not okay. His behavior is off. Notice, he's automatic. Look at this.
And moving forward, we'll switch over. I'll take care of the utilities and then you can take the rent.
Is that what happened? You did not get the back pay?
No, I did not get it.
Okay. Why is that?
It had just stacked up a lot. It It was to a point where it was like, it hit a tipping point where it was like, I don't even know where we stand on this because he had been managing it.
Justin, it sounds like you were probably not as forthcoming communicating about what's owed every single month. I agree. Probably owed back pay, right? Even though it might be difficult, you can't write a check all at once. I can understand that. Are you frustrated by the back pay still? Okay.
Look at that. That's how he's talking to his girl and about the situation. Something's off here. He's giving me like he's using something, y'all. His money is not going where you think it's going. 92,000, that lets me know he has an addiction. I don't care what nobody says. It's all alleged. I'm not trying to get sued, but he's giving me addiction vibes and he's giving me anger issues. He has a problem. All of this, it doesn't make sense. And yet sis is in a relationship. And look at, she's smiling. Girl, you should be running. If he's like this in front of the public, imagine what a nightmare he is behind closed doors. And the kids have to be around. That's who I really feel for, is those children. Those poor kids. And I'm not talking about poor financially. I'm talking about just mentally. Gotta deal with him. He's about to blow up, y'all. He's mad. He's big mad.
How much is owed?
That's a great question. Like, I need to go back and figure that out.
You mentioned you're responsible in this dynamic, and you
need to go back and figure that out. You still haven't. You don't know how much you owe. And you're the manager of the finances. She should be the one to say, I don't know how much is owed. Can you tell me? And you should know every number by the penny. And you're telling me he's going to run a successful business or a successful marriage? One of you guys said that marriage is like a business. Remember, I said that love and business together, I agreed with you. Now, based on the information we're hearing, is this man fit to run a household or a business? A marriage or a business? A relationship or a business? He can't even run himself. Red flag. Continue.
Called him irresponsible. What are we talking about?
Just being aware. I wouldn't say like I'm on top of everything, but I definitely have a lot more awareness. And that's all it is. I'm setting aside my savings. I should be saving more, but I'm hitting what I set out to save every single month.
Yeah. But is that what you want from Justin?
Yeah.
Have you told him that?
No. I don't want him to be not going to Starbucks when he wants to, or not buying sunglasses he wants to. I just think he's been doing that without consciously making a plan to pay off the debt that he's got.
What if he doesn't? Because some people are aware, but they choose to make different decisions than you might.
It's not that he doesn't get to do those things. I don't want those things stripped away. I just want it to come after I put the chunk that I need to towards debt. I have a plan for it.
Red flag. Hold up. Sis. Now you getting the red flag. I have a plan for it. I'm not saying that he has to give that up, but until I do my part and until the plan is in place so I can pay off our debt, then he can't go to Starbucks and get sunglasses. Sis, you have no parts of this. That back pay was all him. Everything is all him. And then he's getting mad at you and your homegirl. You guys are in a dangerous situation right now. I'm telling y'all, something is off with this man. He can't even communicate when he doesn't want to be talked to. He is upset about something. And he doesn't want to talk to her about anything. He's mad. And it's all festering inside. He hasn't released it. And so this is why you're seeing this kind of dynamic. This is the real him and her. This is why the conversations are not happening. He's upset. He's blaming her for all of their troubles. All of their financial hardship, he's putting the blame on her. And then here she is trying to save him. Trying to be the leader. Look at her riding. Y'all know I do. Riding. Trudging along. Riding. Struggle love comes in many races. Struggle love is in every race. That's what I always tell y'all. So that's why when people say, oh, go date where you're appreciated, I agree. But that's why I say don't only focus on one type of man, like one race of man, because look at this. Doesn't this sound like struggle love to you? If I close my eyes, I would have thought that this was another couple from our community or my community. But nope. Struggle love is struggle love. It's a characteristic. It's a behavior. This is that type of love. Sis is providing. And she's even trying to make a plan for them to get out of debt. And look at his behavior. Crossing his arms, saying expletives, being upset. Can't even talk to him. He can't even talk to Ramit. He's angry. He's so angry and still can't tell us how much the bills are.
There's things that we discussed recently when I was like, eventually I want to build a mini farm and have an A-frame house on a piece of property in southern Utah.
Sis, you ain't gonna
He's
get
like,
it.
Where do I fit into that plan? I'm like, this is my plan because I don't know where you sit and I need to be met halfway to even think of a plan with you on this. It's my dream right now because I'm saving for it.
She was like, I just don't trust you, and how can I put my name and our names together on anything?
You said that?
In different words, but kind of, I don't feel like I can trust that you've got things handled.
Why didn't you trust him?
Because he seemed to be struggling quite a bit, and I just didn't know. I should have asked more.
Is the goal that the two of you stay together for the long term?
Hope so.
Okay. And is the goal that you get married or no?
No.
No. Okay. Wait, that was interesting. She says no. What do you say?
There's a part of me that wants to get married, and we've had this conversation, and this is a step in the right direction of being able to be trusted enough for...
Y'all already know what I'm going to say, but there's something in my throat. Hold on. Let me clear my throat. Red flag. Sir, you really think you're fit to get married? At least sis has some damn sense to say no. She said no quickly. Thank you. Then why are you wasting your time? Oh, because he's on the lease. Oh, because you need him. Oh, because you can't afford to get a place on your own with you and your friend. This is a crazy situation here. And then here he go. He thinks he's qualified for marriage, y'all. He really thinks he's qualified. He thinks he's qualified. This man really... This is the problem with the system that we have in place right now today. Sorry, y'all. I'm just going to drink some water. 1 second. I'm on my last one. Next time, I need to have a pitcher of water here, like extra water. And Dom's not here, so I can't even call him to get me water. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. So, let me get this straight. After everything he done said in this 15-minute part, y'all, this is an hour. We're only 15 minutes in. Y'all already detected all the red flags this man has. We are 15 minutes in. I have interrupted this so many times. And he really thinks he's qualified to be married to somebody? This man right here thinks he's qualified. The delusion. The delusion. And this is why I say you gotta detect the red flags. This man really thinks he's qualified to be married. And guess what? He's not an ugly man. I bet you somebody's watching this and saying, I'll be his wife. And then that next thing you know, 10 years later, come on TikTok crying. Come on YouTube crying. Come on social media, Instagram, all them places crying. Telling us men are so bad. They're horrible. Crying tears. They're awful. And then scaring you and letting you know you can't find somebody. Because, they're all going to be like him. And look at him. Blazing red flag. And I'm not saying that men are... Trust and believe me. Y'all already know. You already know how I feel about today's men in society. My point is that this is all self-inflicted. This is what I can't get behind. It's all self-inflicted, unfortunately. And until we become accountable, this is what it looks like. You could see the red flags within the first 15 minutes, and sis is living in the red flags. Sees him, talks to him. And then she's still in a relationship with him. And then this man wants to get married to somebody.
For her to marry me one day.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, what does your future together look like? Because maybe it involves marriage, maybe not. That's fine. But when I hear about things like building a house in southern Utah, and then Justin, you very pointedly say, where do I fit in? And I hear this answer that is, well, this is my plan.
As part of this farm conversation, honestly, it was pretty tough. I was pretty hurt because I just felt like she's like, I'm going off, and she had property for her best friend that she was including on this land, and there wasn't any conversation of me even having her.
Hold up. Is sis in a relationship with her best friend? Red flag. Sis, are you in a relationship with your best friend and y'all not letting, don't let me know that. What's going on? She's saying she's considering the best friend a lot here. What is going on with her and this best friend? Something ain't right. Something's not right. And he's also dead weight too. So he needs to go. But what's going on with her and the best friend? She talking about the farmhouse. Not telling him, but telling the best friend. So guess what? He's resentful to the best friend. Now, he really hates the best friend. He wants her out. I done told y'all that from the first 5 minutes. He's jealous, y'all. This is a jealous man talking right here. He's jealous because she's putting all her effort and energy into the best friend and the best friend's 2 kids and not him. And now he feels like he's owed, even though he's not qualified. This is not a good situation, y'all. And they're all living together. I hope that they've broken their lease and they're all living separately. This is so unhealthy, and I hate to say it, but I said it before. It's dangerous. He looks like he could snap. He's not okay.
Room there, and definitely not being a part of helping build it. I just really didn't feel like there was a we or us, or I was part of the conversation. And I brought it up. I was like, where do I fit in on this? And she's like, well, you don't. I need to build something so I have some sort of passive income. And then she looked at me and said, what's yours? This is my dream. What's yours? And that was the kind of like, damn it, this is why I like this girl so much, because it really did light a fire under my following her dream of building a farm in Utah. Red flag.
Okay. Not that she asked, what's your passive dream? The reason I'm looking at that sideways, and he loves it. This he needs a mommy to tell him what to do. That's what it sounds like. He likes somebody who combats him and makes him a man. Turns him from a boy to a man. He's still a toddler on his mama's titties. I don't know, but he's a child. But let's forget about him for a second. She is planning to buy a house or a farmhouse with her best friend. Remember, her best friend has cancer, or had, or is in remission. I don't know what the situation is. But she's considering taking care of this best friend. So it looks like her and the best friend are a package deal. So she's treating the best friend like a partner, but then treating her partner like the best friend. This doesn't make sense to me. So this is why I think that there's some, I don't know what's going on with her and her best friend. I don't know if it's because she's that generous, or there's something else going on. Something ain't right here. But again, he doesn't deserve any of this. So to be honest with you, do you, sis? He shouldn't even be questioning why she doesn't want him in the farmhouse. But my question is, why is the best friend allowed to be in the farmhouse too? That's my question.
Utah doesn't need to be my dream, and so I can go over here and start doing something else, and I have my own ways of potentially making passive income.
Was that a satisfying answer to you?
Yeah. It wasn't like, I'm going to go live on this farm in Homestead for 10 years. It's not the plan. It was like, how do I pick a piece of land that's in a corridor to national parks, and I can short-term rental it, and we can be traveling wherever we want and stuff like that.
So it seems like the two of you have talked about it.
Yeah.
Seems like you have a plan. What's the problem?
I think the big one has been like making plans together.
Hold on. You both just spent 5 minutes telling me how you have concluded you're going to make separate plans and you don't need to be together. What am I missing? A lot of double talk here. And that's okay. This is common in relationships.
Yes.
This is...
Sis, you're so right. Her and the best friend have the biggest case of codependency. Yes, they need to get therapy too. Absolutely. Something's not right. And he's not, Ramit is not asking. He's just focused on the finances, man. And I'm like, no, they need to go to counseling. Bump all his finances. Ramit needs to get a counselor on his team. And they should have had a counseling session and then a financial session. There's more going on, y'all. This is not just finances. This is therapy. Money is just being talked about, but there's so much being left unsaid.
Is what a third party can help us point out.
these murky alleyways that we tend to get stuck in our relationship, and how to shine a light and find our way out of them. Did you notice that they both started the episode by using jokes to avoid uncomfortable conversations? Out of respect for my guests, I don't let them get away with that. My guests take a lot of time and preparation to see me. In this case, they flew across the country to be here. So I won't let them use the usual evasion techniques to get out of a substantive conversation, even if they are employing them unconsciously. That's why I'm going to occasionally bring them back on track, even if it feels a little uncomfortable. Now, Maggie sees herself as responsible and Justin as irresponsible. Justin is resentful that Maggie won't reimburse him for those utility bills that he covered. They don't talk about money. She's making plans for building a farm in Utah without him. And they say the problem is making plans together.
I'm very much I'm not going to get involved. It's a lot of extreme independence, but I'm like, I'm just going to handle my stuff. Yeah. And I think I haven't sat down and even thought about what I want from my partner. I want someone to meet me halfway. There's been some contention in the last year where I said something about helping my friend out. I was like, if she has to start chemo, I can pay her way. I've saved up enough to cover her expenses for 3 months. And I got a weird reaction from him. He felt not prioritized and all this, and I just didn't know where it was coming from.
Because you're broke. You're broke. But he couldn't tell you that his business was failing. So instead of telling you the truth, like, hey, I love the fact that you want to help out your friend, and I understand it. And if I were in your position, I would do the same too. But I'm also struggling right now. And I really need you to help me because I don't have it together. But to be honest with you, even if he said that, I'm sorry, he's a boyfriend. I wouldn't have done it. But I'm saying, at least lead with that. At least be honest. Then maybe she could have understood and been like, okay, what's going on? Well, you remember when I had you working for me full time, my business is not doing so well. Okay, maybe I need to go work somewhere else. Maybe my friend needs to figure out what she's going to do. In the meantime, I have to figure that out. And we need to get out of our financial situation because at that time, I don't know if they were living together or not. It seems like they were. So, again, he's not having these conversations because he's a toddler. And he would rather hide. You know how kids, whenever they do something that they know is wrong, they start hiding stuff. Because they don't want you to see that they did something bad. They at least have enough sense to know, hey, this is not right. I did something bad. But instead of telling you about it, they're going to try to hide it. He's a kid. That's a kid's reaction. That's not an adult's reaction. Communication. So now, if he had told her the truth from jump, because remember, they're in a partnership together, at least she would have had something to work with. And at least he could get back to where he needs to be and she could trust him. But she can't trust him. He's a toddler. He's a liar. He's a deceiver. And now he's mad and using the friend's chemo. But then again, sis is talking about, I saved up enough money and I was able to do this for my friend. But sis, you're living with him. That money that goes out of you see, this is why. And this is for the pro shackers. They gonna get mad at me. I haven't had one in a long time though. I guess they went away. They dispersed because they saw I wasn't changing my stance. This is why I don't recommend shacking up. It's a waste of time. Look at this. She shacked up with him. They can't even talk to each other as a partner. This is what marriage is about. You can't even you're not even married. You're forced to talk to this person. The reason why I'm saying that she has to is because they're partnered together. They're living in the house together. But no, they're living like roommates even though they shacking up like they're married. And now, whenever he has a financial situation, he can't even really tell her anything because he's irresponsible with his money. They're splitting finances like roommates, but then they shacking up together in a partnership. And so now when she wants to spend her money elsewhere and do what she wants, and rightfully so, with her money, he gets mad and wants her to treat him like a husband. Red flag. Shacking up doesn't work. It doesn't. And I say that and I'll scream it from the mountaintops. But yet people always want to argue with me. Oh, not everybody. Yeah, who is it benefiting now? Who? Sis is in debt, back paid in bills. He's irresponsible. And she's tethered to him, not even married to him. And then now he's mad at her because she wants to spend her money on her friend, as she should. But then when it was time for him to spend money on his sunglasses, oh, it's subjective. It's subjective. Yeah. But now he wants to have the husband and the man role. Lord. This craziness.
But now understanding he was really struggling financially. So that's where he was expecting a partner to maybe help a little bit more, but I didn't know that was the expectation. So we both haven't been able to know what the other person expects of each other or haven't openly talked about, I think, what we want from our partners financially. And that's probably a big reason of why we're here too.
Do you have anything that's going to force you to make a decision coming up? Because you could go like this for years.
There's multiple things going on. So my friend is going to start treatment in January, and the first 3 months is going to be the most toughest.
So the cancer came back, y'all. We got confirmation.
So I'm wanting to stay and kind of like chill on the travel, all of that to kind of be closer. And then the lease is going to be up, but we're going to extend.
Whoa. Look at his face. He didn't know this. Look at this. He didn't know.
We want from our partners.
He didn't know.
And that's probably a big reason of why we're here too.
Do you have anything that's going to force you to make a decision coming up? Because you could go like this for years.
There's multiple things going on. So my friend is going to start treatment in January, and the first 3 months is going to be the most toughest. So I'm wanting to stay and kind of like chill on the travel, all of that to kind of be closer. And then the lease is going to be up, but we're going to extend it month to month until the kids are done school. So it's not disrupting that. But then throughout that process, possibly Justin's going to move and start setting up the next place.
Right now you live together, but you're going to move somewhere on your own. And what are you going to do there?
Sleep, eat, work out.
What else?
Make money.
What's going on right now? Like, I feel like you guys are really good at talking, but you're both avoiding talking about the reason that you're here. So do you guys want to get real with me? Why are we here?
I'm not expecting you to pay my debt, but like, there are couples who came together where one person was making $40,000 a year and the other made significantly more, but they both worked on it together. And it wasn't just about making a spreadsheet and helping your husband figure it out on his own. It was like, we're going to do this together.
Red flag. Oh, we finally got a clear answer. And thank you, the girl from Yonda. Thank you, sis. Yes, thank you with the, I got my hair retied. That's why. Oh, now it makes sense. Okay, so remember, her friend starting chemo in January. They got it all figured out. So her and her friend, they're not gonna renew the lease. They're gonna live month to month in the same place, and she's gonna help support her friend and the kids, her friend's kids, while they're in school, and while the friend's getting chemo. So she's the daddy. She's their daddy, basically. She's taking on the role of a provider for her friend. That's what it is. And she's going to be an active father, pseudo father in their life. So she's being the provider. Or it could be mom. Mom could be the provider too, but we're just saying an example. So now she's the lead person. She's the provider. She's taking a masculine role, I should say, because masculine and feminine energy do not have sexes assigned to them or genders. All right. Now let's continue to him. He's about to move out. And so Ramit's confused, like, okay, so what y'all here for? Like, we done. Like, why are we here? Oh, but he said that, I see other couples on this show and the woman makes more than the man. So he's an avid, faithful watcher. So he's the one who applied to the show, not sis. It was him. And he's like, I've seen other women provide for their man. They ride. And you seem to have it where the woman understands her role and they're working on it together. And she's helping him. He wants a mommy. I've been told y'all he's a child. So he doesn't know how to get himself out of debt. He expects her to help him do it. And yet this man is marriage material. And now look, he wants to get married. Why? For the wrong reasons. Because then he's going to have two incomes. He can't survive on his own. Where's this wealth that he speaks of? He comes from a wealthy family. He needs to go dissect that. Where are his parents? They must have cut him off. He can't survive on his own. He cannot survive on his own, y'all. How long have they been together? I need to know this. And who was he with before? These are questions we need answered. This man is not well.
And very much so for me, a lot of this has been like, I feel like one foot's out the door always. There's this like safety measure of like, all right, if this relationship doesn't work, then I'm out. And then the other side of it too is like, I just feel like a lot of the weight on all these things, it's like, we just have to stay in our own foot.
Are you guys together or no?
I think we're getting more on the same page.
How can that be? He's about to move out.
I told him I want to move into a situation that one of us can handle, because then as soon as I move into the house, if I need to pay for everything, all our expenses, fixed costs, all of that, so that you can go aggressively tackle debt, we have a plan together and we have more resources. I've been planning and pushing towards like something that I know I can manage so that I can help. I mean, I like giving. I like taking care of people that I care about. And
we see that, sis.
I get pretty spread thin, but
We
we'll
see
be able to tackle these things together next year. And that's the ultimate goal.
What is the goal specifically?
That we can live in the same place, and a place that's well below our means, so he can tackle debt and I can save like I want to save.
Do you agree that your goal is to live
He's
together,
upset, y'all. Look
live
at his
beneath your
hands.
means so that you can pay off debt aggressively?
I mean, my goal is to live with her. Okay. But as far as the debt and all that stuff, like that's something this is new for me. This is literally like opening up your book and getting all my numbers down on a piece of paper and then being like, holy, I really need to get myself out.
Oh my God, what did I do? Sorry, y'all.
Here's how we're going to
hold on.
And
My bad.
Came back.
My bad. Let's go back.
Together or not?
Okay, here we go. All right. It looks like he was spoiled. We already know that. Number one. Number two, this plan doesn't make sense. So if I'm getting this and hearing this properly, she wants them to live together, live separately so he can tackle his debt on his own. And then eventually she's going to move back in with him, and so they could be equally yoked. And so they can share the finances. And basically what she's not realizing, or maybe she does realize it, but she doesn't want to do it, which she shouldn't, and green flag for that, is that he won't be able to do it on his own. Sis, he can't even do it with you and your friend. He's going to drown. He's going to hit rock bottom. This relationship is donezo. It's over with. He's not going to be the man. See, she's banking on potential right now. Oh, yeah. She's trying to soothe him. Like, oh, yeah, you know, when he gets better, this has been done. The plan's already in place. She considers her friend more and her friend's children. And he's right. She does. But, sir, you have no leg to talk. No room to talk right here. You don't have a leg to stand on. So now he's upset because he's like, you're helping your friend and you're so generous with your friend, but what about me? I'm supposed to be your man. This is why I question the relationship with the BFF. But you know what? Sometimes there's that loyalty. Maybe they've been best friends since childhood. I don't know. Would y'all do that for your best friend? I don't know. There's something going on here. She has enough money to help her friend, but yet she doesn't even have enough money for herself. She's only making $42,000. I think that was the net worth. That's not a lot of money. So she needs her friend. But her friend needs her more because of the children. So again, she's right. She is prioritizing the friend more than him. But she can't even afford to prioritize the friend either. Sis needs to be alone as well. They all need to split up. This is an unhealthy dynamic between all of them. And now that he's out the way, her and BFF are going to live their best life. But it's still unhealthy as well. So now she's probably going to have to end up taking care of these kids, of the children. This is craziness. These are one bad decision after another. So now she's helping her friend because her friend, unfortunately, has a health issue. But it looks like her friend didn't have a good relationship with the father of the children. That's what it looks like. And I don't want to judge her, but it seems like she possibly made some bad decisions on who she chose to procreate with. And then she had a health issue after that. And that happens too. People think it's all good. It's all fun and games when you have kids with somebody who's not fit to be a father until your life is on the line. And then all of a sudden you have to call the village to help you because the father's not even able to step up. Decisions being made all willy-nilly. This don't make no sense. Let's continue.
We're getting more on the same page.
How can that be? He's about to move out.
I told him I want to move into a situation that one of us can handle, because then as soon as I move into the house, if I need to pay for everything, all our expenses, fixed costs, all of that, so that you can go aggressively tackle debt, we have a plan together and we have more resources. I've been planning and pushing towards like something that I know I can manage so that I can help. I mean, I like giving. I like taking care of people that I care about. And sometimes I get pretty spread thin, but we'll be able to tackle these things together next year. And that's the ultimate goal.
What is the goal specifically?
That we can live in the same place, and a place that's well below our means, so he can tackle debt and I can save like I want to save.
Do you agree that your goal is to live together, live beneath your means, so that you can pay off debt aggressively?
I mean, my goal is to live with her. Okay. But as far as the debt and all that stuff, like that's something this is new for me. This is literally like opening up your book and getting all my numbers down on a piece of paper and then being like, holy, I really need to get myself out of this situation.
So is that your plan to pay off debt?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. More circular reasoning here, but I'm starting to see glimmers of what's actually going on. Both of them pride themselves on their extreme independence. That's their identity. But that identity becomes hard to reconcile with wanting to be together, especially when being together involves trade-offs. It's almost like these identities are butting heads. I can understand why Maggie is frustrated about how Justin handles money, but I also find that this dynamic happens when one partner begins on a financial journey and the other doesn't. This is really common. The person who's starting their journey gets frustrated with their partner. Why aren't you engaging? Why aren't you doing this with me? Not realizing that a few years ago, they themselves were ignoring money. Now, if you want to know how to recalibrate your relationship so that your partner also gets involved with money, I talk about this very specifically with word-for-word scripts in my new book, Money for Couples. You can get it at iwt.com/moneyforcouples. And now listen to this. Justin tells me about his financial journey growing up, and it's something I have never heard before. What do you remember your parents or family saying about money when you were young?
We really didn't talk about money, but I grew up with Ferraris in the garage and...
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Like extreme wealth.
Mom or dad was the higher?
Dad.
Dad was a higher earner, like extreme higher earner.
Extreme.
How much do you think he made?
$1 million a day.
A day?
At one point, yeah.
What did he do?
He managed a hedge fund and he had his own firm. And he also got in a lot of trouble. I kind of grew up as having the dad of Wolf of Wall Street, but not...
Red flags. So he got in a lot of trouble. Your dad was fraudulent. He was a con artist. That's what it sounds like. Wolf of Wall Street. That's what that movie's about. So your daddy was doing some fraudulent stuff. That's where you learned how to be deceptive. There we are. There we have it. That makes sense. That's why I'm not even batting my eyelashes that his dad made $1 million a day, because I knew that it all went to ruin. It had to, because a successful businessman who leads a successful life would not have a child like this. There are spoiled rich children everywhere, but at least they have some damn sense. This man don't got no type of sense. He learned it from his father. This is why he knows how to hide money. And this is why he is not honest about money. It was a learned behavior. And instead of going to therapy, he would rather try to use this woman so that he can get the most benefit out of this relationship. I'm still not hearing anything about, you know what, maybe I need to go and see someone. You know what? Because guess what? Even if Ramit fixes their financial situation, those patterns are already there. How are you going to unlearn behaviors and patterns that you've been accustomed to since you were a child? You have to unlearn those patterns and behaviors. And you have to consistently work at them. It's not going to change. You've already been programmed. Ramit is trying to reformat a computer software. But the problem is the virus is still there. Eventually it's going to come back. If you don't secure, let's say you reformat, not the virus is still there. Let's say you reformat a computer and you don't put the shield protector, the McAfee or whatever. You don't have a virus detector, virus is going to come back. That's how patterns work, y'all. You do it subconsciously because it's a pattern. You've been raised and conditioned. And the only way to get out of that conditioning is to what? Unlearn. But unfortunately, he's not even unlearning the pattern. So it doesn't matter if he tries to tackle down this debt. The behavior is already there. It's instilled. He has to work actively to get rid of it. Antivirus, thank you. Yeah. This man, there's no way he's going to make it. I'm sorry. Unless he really hunkers down and he really listens to this. But even then, if those patterns are still there and his thought process is still leaning towards that, there's no hope. I'm sorry to say that. He's already showing that.
A bad guy. I think that he was working in Wall Street at a time when it was the Wild Wild West. And when they started to put some rules down, they were making examples out of people, and the government was going after his former partner, and they used my dad to take him down.
Red flag, no accountability. You see how he's taking up for his daddy? Oh, it was just, it just so happened, and it was the Wild West. And then, his partner was getting taken to the cleaners, and so my dad he was a victim. He was what would they call it? He was a bystander. And he just got rounded up with everybody. And yes, that does happen sometimes. But guess what? Your daddy was in there. He's not innocent, y'all. Daddy's not innocent. His hands are dirty. He knew what he was doing. He knew who he was working for. You think the feds are dumb? The feds have a conviction rate. I think it's 90-something%. Anyways, if the feds get involved, you're going to jail. They've been watching you for a long time. So once the feds get their hands on you, that means that your hands were dirty. They have you doing stuff. And you see daddy was with the best friend. Oh, but he's so innocent. My daddy just got locked up. He's a victim just like me. No accountability.
Didn't quite go to my dad's advantage.
What happened to him?
Incarcerated.
Oh, wow. Tell me.
So he got put in a minimum security prison and decided one day that he didn't want to be there anymore. So my mom,
did he? Oh, so remember I told y'all his hands were dirty. No man, nobody's going to try to break out of a jail unless they really, really have nothing to lose. He didn't even care enough about his family to just do his entire sentence. He wants to go and run away like a baby. And then look at who he raised. Running away from his problems. I'm going to break out of the jail. So your daddy he tried to break out of the jail. Let's see if what came out of this. Because that's smart. Now we see where the lack of intelligence and critical thinking skills, we see where it's coming from. So you're in jail serving a sentence and you think that you're going to be able to escape. Run off to where we don't know. And someone wrote it here. Let me see what you said. Rosa, you said his father didn't put money on the side, no trust fund. No. He's not. Somebody who would break out of a jail out of a minimum security. Okay, let me break it down for y'all. Y'all know there's jail, then there's minimum, maximum. He's not even in the highest jail. He's in the minimum. Not saying that jail is Disneyland, but minimum and maximum, there's a big difference. But instead of just serving out his sentence, he would rather run away thinking that he's not going to get caught. And then once he gets caught, you really think that they're not going to double his time? Because now you done got caught for another crime. Stupid. Just dumb. Just dumbassery. Sorry, I don't know what else to call it. It's just dummy. So that's why when I said that something's wrong with him, this is what I'm talking about. This is what it sounds like, y'all. Anyways, let's continue.
Mom packed us up in a minivan, and we went to Colorado, and my dad suddenly opens the door and gets in the minivan, and then we drove out to San Diego and hopped on our sailboat.
So your mama was in on this crime? Throw her in the jail too. Red flag. So you see, you got two people, Bonnie and Clyde. This is what happens when you have riders riding together, taking their kids on their crime spree on a sailboat, like they're not gonna get caught, as if you don't have the military. So you have the Navy in the water, as you don't, the Coast Guard, you have the Coast Guard, you have the Navy. You don't think that the waters are being surveilled? But you think this is gonna be a cruise ship? Like you're just gonna be in the middle of open water, nobody's gonna find you? That's a dumb person's mindset, y'all. On a sailboat. So where were they gonna go and dock? You think Interpol wouldn't have known to look out for a fugitive, his wife and his 2 children? You're carrying children? That's already an Amber Alert. Just dumb, y'all. This is dumb. This is so dumb. And yet his dad thought he was a genius, talking about, oh yeah, you know, he got caught up. And y'all telling me this man's innocent?
Boat and sailed across the South Pacific for 3 years as fugitives.
And then when you came back, because you're here in the U.S. now, did he get rearrested?
Oh, he got arrested in New Zealand. We got busted there.
Just to share how different my childhood was.
Absolutely, you're gonna get busted there. You can run, but you can't hide. John Walsh used to say that on America's Most Wanted, one of my favorite shows. Yeah, you got away from it for 3 years. Yeah, you were able to be in the open water. They're gonna find you. 3 years, and look at his wife, living like it's a vacation, having her little bathing suit. They should have locked, I hope they locked her behind up too, putting her children through this. This is craziness. And I feel sorry for him because, yes, he's had to endure this type of childhood. And my heart goes out to him for that child that lost their innocence. But at the same time, you're an adult now, sir. Now we see why you don't have no money. You don't have anyone to lean on. But instead of learning the skills yourself, you would rather leech onto somebody else to be your mommy.
We also had a minivan, but when it opened up, my dad would have handed me a spelling bee book and said, why are you not reading this right now?
Yeah, mine was like, here's how we're going to be fugitives.
How much money do you think your family had when you were growing up?
Probably tens of millions.
Does your dad still have a lot of money?
The money that he had from his Wall Street days kind of got squandered.
What's his financial status now?
He's got nothing.
Wow.
Yeah.
What messages did you take away from going from extreme wealth to not having a lot of money?
Nothing. Yeah, right. I have a funny relationship with money. I mean, I don't think I value it the same as most people.
You know why? You know why you don't value it like most people? Because your dad never valued it. And he didn't know how to make money the right way. He didn't know how to make money. He didn't make his millions the right way. He was what he was doing was criminal activity. He was taking a shortcut. This is what happens when you take shortcuts. You don't know what it takes to really get settled. You don't know what it takes to live an honest living. And I mean that whether you're low, middle, or high class. You don't know the value of money. You don't know how to work money. You don't know how to do nothing with money because your daddy didn't know how to do it. He just knew how to make quick money. He knew how to make things run. He knew how to flip his money and put his money into different types of money pools, crime organizations. But he didn't know how to really honestly work money to really make those millions because he was doing it the dirty way. So this is why I always say, do things. Don't worry about the process. I know sometimes the process takes long, but taking shortcuts will it will make you end up like this man and his daddy. So of course his dad doesn't know how to remake this money. Trust me, if a millionaire knows how to make a million the honest way, you really think they don't know how to reproduce and redo it? That's why there's some business owners, they'll lose a business and they start one right up, get the millions right back. If you know how to work your career, you're a creative, you know how to get things shaking, you think that if you don't hit rock bottom, you can't get back up again? You can. You already know. You know the skills, you know the tools. You've already learned that. He doesn't know. His dad didn't know. That's why his daddy's broke. Can't remake the millions. You can't remix it because you never originated it. You just stole it. It was easy. But now the easy money comes, easy money goes, you can't reproduce it. Why? Because you didn't know how to make it in the first place. Red flag. And then what you gonna teach your son? You don't even know how to fish. How you gonna teach your son how to fish? You just teaching him how to use, just like you knew how to use. Here he go. Now his money, but the difference between him and his dad is that his dad used the money and was spending the money willy-nilly. But now you're trying to use your credit cards and your girlfriend to be your financial source. That's why you're going out spending $200 on sunglasses. You don't know how to make an honest living. You're going to keep hitting that rock bottom. That's what that is.
First got started in filmmaking. I was working for this guy, and one day he goes, "You grew up with money, didn't you?" And I was like, "Yeah, how'd you know that? Because I'm not, flaunting anything." And he's like, "I can tell because you're just not hungry like other people are." And I was like, "What do you mean by that?" And he's like, "Well, people who grew up with no money will bend over backwards, and and to me, it just seems like you always have a fallback plan."
You're entitled. That's what he's trying to say. You're entitled and you don't know how to work. You have no work ethic. And let me tell y'all something. As much as I don't like your 47th president, 45th, whatever his position is, one thing I do respect about DT, the U.S. president, is that he knows how to make a dollar. He makes his kids work. He taught them how to make a dollar. That's why you got them kids, even before he became president, y'all. I know some people be like, well, no, his kids, he put them in position. They were already in position from before he became a president. Let's be clear. All of them know how to work. They know how to make money. That's how you're going to be able to keep the riches in your family. How do you think rich people stay rich? How do you think the wealthy stay wealthy? They know how to make the money. They know how to do it. They teach their kids how to do it. And then they just continue. The pattern keeps going on and on and on. This man doesn't know how to make money. He doesn't even know how to work a job. And then now he has a business, failing at business, can't even work. No ambition. He needs to get help. He needs it badly.
And I took that to heart and changed my work ethic quite a bit because of that. The cool thing about growing up with money is that you're not afraid to take risks. And that's very true. I feel like a lot of the reason that I've gotten as far as I have in my career and doing the things that I do is because, I'll go all in, and I do believe in those lottery tickets. I do believe that, yes, I've been reading your book, and if you have a steady paycheck and you're just steady at putting away money, and 30 years down the line, you'll have $1 million, right? Like, I know that's true. But I also do know that sometimes if you take a big enough risk, a calculated risk, that the reward can be huge.
Red flag. He's right. What he's saying is correct, but he's not doing it and applying it in the right way. What he's trying to say is correct for somebody who already has some type of financial standing and who has the intelligence. He's taking risks. That's how far I was able to make it in life. Where are you now, sir? Y'all let me know in the chat. Is he doing well? It's gotten me this far. Not negative $92,000. And that's how far you've gotten? And he's saying it like it's something to be proud of. I would be ashamed. Your career has gotten you to negative $92,000, sir. Matter of fact, that's not even it. $92,000 in debt and negative $63,000 net worth. That's what it's gotten you, sir. You scamming. You still sitting here scamming. And then you're talking about, I believe in lottery tickets too. Sir, you're going to forever be broke. forever and ever and ever if you don't change that mindset of yours. He's not ready to change. He thinks he's fine. He just needs a little bit more money. I just need a little bit more income. I just need a little bit. No, you need to change that mindset. You're not even paying down your debt, and you think that your mindset works. Don't listen to this man, y'all. Please don't listen to him. Take a calculated risk when you're able and ready to afford to. That's what he needs to add to the ending. Not just foolishly.
Maggie, what do you make of this story? What is your take hearing it?
It's made for some really interesting adult problems with money, for sure. With the money situation, it's like, it just comes and it flows through Justin.
Like water.
Hold up, Rosa. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. I know you wrote, that's why I said people will disagree with what I said. He did bankrupt a lot of businesses, but guess what? That's what I'm saying. Fundamentally, two things can be true at once. How is he able to bankrupt businesses if he didn't understand the bankrupt process of starting a business? So what he would do, and let me tell y'all, listen, some people don't want to hear it, but I gotta be honest with y'all. This is what a lot of people do. They'll start a business, bankrupt it. You know how that's smart and why that's smart? Because after 7 years, then the bankruptcy is still on your file, but the debt is gone. So how is he able to start many businesses and bankrupt them? That's how he's able to make his money and keep his money, y'all. I'm telling y'all. And he's scamming. Of course, he's tax evasion and scamming. He's about to get arrested too. But my point is that he's still able to know how to make money eventually. That's what he does. I'm talking about DT, y'all. And even if he goes to jail, his kids, they know how to do what, I don't know, they know how to make money. They're sitting on millions right now. The point is, he still knows how to make businesses and bankrupt them. And then he didn't even have to pay the debt when he bankrupt them. That sounds very, listen, he's smarter than this one. This one's father didn't even know how to do that. I'm not saying all wealthy people are intelligent in the fact that they're crooks. A lot of them are crooks. And a lot of them are they're getting rich off of the backs of us, the working class. But the point is they have the skill and they know how to keep doing it to make more money, more money, more money. Somehow they've finessed. They've learned how to master how to finesse properly. This is sloppy finessing. Sloppy, extremely sloppy. That's my point. Yeah. I don't think he's never going to change. But my point is this. It's like, okay, think about it this way. It's like, I'm going to give you guys an example. It's like a woman or a man who keeps getting married, right? So, you know, there's a lot of people who've been on their 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th marriage. Somehow they know something. They keep doing it, even if they keep getting divorced. One thing I will say about the person, even though they keep getting divorced, they know how to get married. They might not be able to know how to stay married. They might not be able to learn the skills of a healthy marriage, but they know how to get married. At least they know that process. This man's father didn't know how to make money. That's my point. He didn't know how to make nothing. Nothing at all. So that's why when he went broke, he didn't know how to reproduce the results. He didn't even know how to scam again. He doesn't have the tools. He just got a lick and he got lucky. And that's why he was talking about lottery tickets. He just believes in luck. That's how he was raised. His father being rich was all luck. I promise you. It was nothing. It had nothing to do with him actually knowing how to make money. He was just lucky. Fell into a lick. Oh, you're going to be part of the group? Okay, we going to put you in with the big boys. But he didn't know how to consistently do it. And he didn't know how to consistently not get caught. That's why DT right now, every time they try to arrest that man, he dodging. He weaving. He knows who to talk to keep him from going to jail. He has resources. That's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, I have to say it. Even if somebody is doing the wrong things, they consistently and they know how to resourcefully do it is my point. He didn't know. Him and his daddy, they have no clue. They're not playing in the same playground as the other people.
Like, yeah,
different standards.
It's very, there's like not a lot of thought given to it because it's like, even when it's not an unlimited resource, it's treated as such.
Do you mean that money comes, money goes? If you're raised with millions and millions of dollars, it starts to become so abstract. You're just like, whatever, if it's not here today, there'll be another way tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think for me, I would say money's freedom. I think when you work hard and you make money, you can free up your time. If you manage your money well, you can live really well.
What does it mean to you, Justin?
I just wish we didn't rely on it. I live a rich life, but I'm not rich, for sure.
Sir, you do not live a rich life. You're living in poverty. And you see, he hasn't gotten the reality check yet that he's not rich anymore. He's living in the past. He wants to think and feel like he's still rich, but he's not. He's not at all. And another thing I want to mention, yeah, you said DT is a sensitive, 47 is a sensitive topic for, I know, but I couldn't think of anyone off the top of my head. But he made the most sense because the reason I use DT as an example is because he's also a crook just like this man. I think that's why he came into my head. Subconsciously, he came first because he's a crook just like his father. Same exact thing. They both criminal. But at least one criminal is a smart one. The other one's just dumb. That's all I'm going to say. One knows how to make money and keep money, and somehow the money keeps flowing for years. This man has, like somebody said, his businesses have been bankrupt for years. People know that it's hard. Like, they know he's bad business, but yet people still want to work with him and work for him. That should tell you something. He knows. He's been able to master that. But this is what I call, like, his type of dad stuff is the criminal one or the Ponzi scheme. They don't know how to maintain it for a long time. That's the thing. But yeah, I know he's a sensitive one. That's why you could disagree though, but that's where I just wanted to explain my thought process about it, because I don't want people to think that I'm agreeing with him and agreeing with what he does. Absolutely not. I'm just saying that he knows how to get it done. That's all I'm saying, as far as when it comes to just making money and keeping it, as far as keeping the wealth going. Now this man, he's struggling with being poor. He hasn't accepted that he's poor. He is poor, y'all. He's a poor man. And he's making excuses like, I'm rich in life, but I'm poor. And sir, I don't see what in your life is rich, because it seems like you're in a destitute position. But okay, if you feel like it, then I'm going to let you have that. But you're not in a good position, sir. You're not.
Put experiences and living life before anything else.
Do you agree or disagree, Maggie?
I agree.
Okay. So you're both on the same page on that.
Yeah.
Experiences above accumulation.
Well, hold on. That's shifted for you now.
Had a really different perspective shift. Prior to the pandemic, I was traveling for 6 years out of a backpack and working from my laptop. My goal was to eventually figure out a way to be a 6-figure hobo. I don't want to be tied to any destination, but I want to make good money. And then on my 30th birthday, I was on the beach in Thailand with $5 to my name, and I'm like, I have not figured out the 6-figure hobo thing, and I'm not saving, I'm not doing anything like that. And that was when a big shift happened.
What has changed for you?
I'm prioritizing saving. It means a lot more what I leave for my friends' kids if anything were to happen to me. Like, I'm crazy Aunt Maggie, and I think...
Red flag. Okay, so sis was backpacking, and she wanted to be a 6-figure hobo. And again, I got on him, so I got to get on sis too. There's nothing wrong with exploring life in your 20s and going all over the world and, traveling. If you got it. Let's add that to the end. Sis clearly didn't have it. And unfortunately, her big dream of being a hobo, a 6-figure hobo, came to a halting stop. Sorry, it's the same word. Halting end or whatever. It came to a halt. Because she also wasn't prepared. And she found herself just like him on her last dime. But the difference between the two of them, you see, she comes from, I can already tell, a working class family. I think they said that. So she knows And she knew that she had to get a job. And she knew that she had to get back on her feet and be stable. She understood that. Why? Because she was programmed to conditioned. Conditioning. Just like we were all taught how to get a job, how to write that resume, how to apply to a job. You may not know how to keep one, but you know how to find one. You know it. So sis knew, hey, I gotta head back home and I gotta be more stable. She understood that. And yet this man still doesn't get it. Why? Because he doesn't want to learn. Not only was he never taught, that's one thing. One thing is, yes, okay, you weren't taught that. But the second problem is he doesn't want to learn.
I think they'll always be in my life. So leaving something for them, being able to have the time to spend with them, being able to save money, not necessarily buy a farm, but I would like to do stuff like that. Like, what's the next financial goal that I could like strive for and make happen?
Okay, she really loves them kids. She's their auntie, y'all. So I could see why she loves her best friend. And it looks like they're very tight. So she's even considering the children like they're her own. She's going to adopt those kids. I promise you, if those kids end up without their mother, she will be the one taking care of them. And then look at them. Look at them.
For retirement, which I've never thought about before.
So is it fair to say that both of you prioritized experiences in your 20s? And now, Maggie, you are much more conscious of things like retirement, savings rate, etc. And Justin, maybe not. And that's causing conflict.
Definitely.
Yeah.
When Maggie and I got together, I was like, sick. Now I have somebody who's down to go to India. We won't make any money, but we also will break even.
Yep.
You know, so life experience. Cha-ching.
Totally.
Right? And I thought that that's who I had by my side. And suddenly she was like, oh, no, wait, hold on. I got to put aside. I got a 401k.
She's like, what about the debt?
Red flag. So he thought he was going to be with somebody who was going to be just as irresponsible and reckless as him. I thought that we would go to India. We might not have money, but life experience at your grown age. She's thinking about the future and you're thinking about nothing. Somebody wrote it in there. You said he has stunted growth. He stopped maturing when his family went to jail. He is still at the restaurant. Yes, he is. Zanaya. Yes. It's giving Peter Pan syndrome. Girl, Sasha, I have Peter Pan syndrome right here. There's a book I have back there. It's a book called Peter Pan syndrome. I might have to recommend that one to y'all to read next because I'm still on the power of lynching. Next week, I will show you the Peter Pan book. I don't feel like getting up right now. I promoted this one. I might do a Romy's book recommendations like Oprah. I might have to do that. I have a book on that. He's childish. He doesn't want to grow up. He's a Toys R Us kid. Lord.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Fair enough. This happens when couples meet and then one partner changes. And it causes a lot of conflict. And there's either a recalibration or a separation. Sounds like you're both trying to recalibrate.
Yeah.
What about things like retirement? What about if one of you gets sick or you want to leave money to the niece and nephew, etc.? How do you do that?
Actually, finally having these open conversations about money has shifted our ability to talk about that and figure it out. One thing that has been a healthy part of this conversation, especially around finances, is that one thing we both agreed that we really would like to do in the future is sail around the world on a sailboat.
Oh, so he want to remix what his parents did. Red flag. Sail around the world on a sailboat with what money, sir? Hold on. Let me get the book since y'all asked me. You know what? Let me do my my action here. Y'all gonna see me get up. I'm gonna get up just for you guys. Just for you all. I'm getting up. Here. This is the book, y'all. Can y'all see it? Hold on. Here you go. Hold on. Let me put this down. Okay, here. This is the book. The Peter Pan Syndrome. Men Who Have Never Grown Up by Dr. Dan Kiley. This was a national bestseller. And y'all know this. I love old books because they have a lot of gems. This was written in 1983 and it's still good. right here. There may be an updated version, but I like this one. Y'all gonna read this one. Peter Pan syndrome. Read that. This man is a Peter Pan one. Men who never grow up. In 1983, this good doctor gave us all the tea. He done told us. He knew it because he kept seeing these men show up. And he was like, y'all can't be for real. Y'all act like children. Like children. All right, let's keep going. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, I got it back up screen.
That's like layoff.
Something we're working towards together to get there, but it is sort of a retirement plan. And so there is this like future that's a ways out that we both decided that is what we both want to do. And as part of this conversation about finances, it's been like, well, how much is a boat cost? How much are we going to need every month to be able to survive on it? So it's opened up some conversations on like, what do we need to do to get to that point? What do we need to put aside? And do I need to hustle now? Do I need to give up on some of these other things? How much?
Hold up, red flag. Do I need to hustle now? Sir, you should have been hustling. Been. You're $92,000 in debt. So now because you want to buy a sailboat, priorities. He's mad about her priorities, but his is worse. You would rather listen how he lights up now. Oh yeah, because I want to go sail the world, so now I gotta be able to afford that. Let me go run and let me hustle. But you weren't thinking about that when you are $92,000 in debt. You're not thinking about that. Interesting.
What do you need specifically? We don't know yet.
We have to figure that out. What we've been good at is it's like, cool, we want to do something, we can make money appear like that. And then all of a sudden it's gone. And we're right back where...
Oh, sis, the author is Dr. Oh, let me put it up here. Dr. Dan Kiley. So I'm going to put it up here for y'all. Dr. Dan Kiley. I'm probably going to have a, like I said, I will probably put it in this video description box after I'm done with the live. Dr. Dan Kiley. I hope y'all can see that. Dr. Dan Kiley. Yeah. He's a doctor. I like reading books from psychologists because, especially the older ones. I like to read old and modern, but the old ones, they be having a lot of information because, back then it was less PC and a lot of people, they gave so much information. I'm telling y'all, there's so much information out there.
Where we were before we started, I want it to be where it's like, oh, you want to do Japan for your birthday? Let's just talk about it 6 months out. And we already have funds. We already know that that's a part of what we love doing together. I don't want to stop travel. I don't want him to not be able to go to Japan. I want it to be something we work into our plan.
Do you think that you're on track to be able to live that kind of life? Where you're talking 6 months, 12 months, 2 years out?
I don't think we're on track right now, but I think that's why we're here, is that we're having those conversations.
I'm glad you're having the conversations. Well, there's a lot more to making changes than having conversations. It seems like things have changed in the last month. That's awesome. But what's next? We can talk about things forever. We can spin, but we need...
Dr. Dan Kiley, it's Kiley. Yeah. Kiley.
To actually make some tangible financial changes. If you enjoy these videos, you want to be the first to know when a new one drops, make sure you hit that subscribe button right now. It really helps my team and me grow this channel. Let's take a look at your CSP. So let's see, Maggie, can you read off the word in bold and then the numbers next to them?
We'll split these out because we're separate. So assets, 42,800 and 21,000.
21,000 for Justin.
Investments, 1,375 and 7,000 for Justin. Savings, 16,650.
Hold up, red flag. Hold up. Let me get my calculator out. Y'all know I'm old school. Hold up. Y'all, I literally got one of these calculators right here. Hold on, I hope y'all can see it. Hold on, let me move this a little bit. Here, I got this calculator. Sorry, y'all, I'm still working this new camera. So assets, is that how much money they make? I'm confused about this asset stuff. What's income? Where's the income? I'm assuming that's the income. Okay, no, that's not the income. Okay, we getting there. Hold on a second, y'all. I went too far ahead.
Me and 1,313 for Justin. And debt $15,389 for me, and Justin has $92,950.
Okay, great. Total net worth for you, Maggie, is $45,000, and for you, Justin, is negative $63,000. Okay. What do you both think about these numbers?
Hold up. Something's not right. Something's not right here.
Justin is
Okay. You see, he's not showing us their gross monthly. Look at the bottom here. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. Gross monthly, sis makes $9,250 gross without taxes taken out of it. I don't know which state they're living in, but hopefully it's not California. But even then, that's a lot of money to make per month. Look at how much he's making. $12,100 a month. A month, y'all. Monthly. That's what I'm seeing here. They are making $21,000 a month. He has a problem. Where is their money going? Where is it going? $21,000 is that what I'm looking at? Gross monthly. $21,000 a month. He's still in debt. They're still renting. She is in debt as well. Red flag. What is going on here? Something's not right.
It's negative $63,000. Okay. What do you both think about these numbers?
Like to be in a different place at the end of next year.
I mean, that sucks.
Okay. So both of you are not happy with the numbers?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go on to the income. Justin, go ahead and read off both incomes if you don't mind.
Okay, gross monthly income for Maggie is $9,250, and for me it is $12,100 on average.
Okay. So total, you two are making $21,350 a month.
Yeah.
All right. $256,000. That's a lot of money. Yeah. And you live in Vegas? Or would you agree that your income is impressive, especially if you were to look at it together?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's kind of cool. So you're at $21,350 gross. That's $21,000 a month. And you're at roughly $16,000 a month. All right. So your fixed costs are 73%. What do you think about that?
We're going to pause it right here. They make $21,000 a month. There's people who make that a year. And he's in $92,000 worth of debt. This doesn't make no type of sense. Her too, their debt should be wiped clean. They could do it in one shot. Where are they living? They don't even own a home. And then look at how much, hold on, before Ramit even continues, we're going to go through this. He is paying $1,745 on his portion of rent. Sis is paying $745. Their rent is $2,490. $2,490. Their rent is just a little above mine. And I don't make $21,000 a month. Let's be clear. I do not make nowhere near that. And I'm able to sustain and afford. We are. How is that possible? $250 utilities. They pay way more. Still doesn't make sense. Insurance. So $500 insurance. Hold on. $500 insurance, $944. But that makes sense. It's insurance. Let's continue. Wait. Is it for cars or for life? There's a big difference. Transportation, $3,347. $3,347 on transportation. Debt, look at that. Debt payments, sis is paying $0. You want to know why she's paying $0? She's taking care of her friend's kids, sitting up here. Oh, traveling. You got $15,000 worth of debt, and yet you're putting no money towards your debt. You rather take care of your friend and her kids, which I think, again, is amazing. If you got it, you ain't got it. And then y'all sitting here talking about y'all want to get sailboats. Can't even afford it. Well, you should be able to, but something's not right. Groceries, $800, okay. But what? $500. You don't want to know why she's spending $500? She's probably buying stuff for them kids. Next, clothes, $100. $200 a month. That's not even that much with their income. But again, how is this even possible? This is craziness. I told y'all he's doing something with the money. Something's not right. Something is not right. It doesn't make sense. They are living an affordable life. In my opinion, there are people outside in my neighborhood that are paying double that. And they make way less than them. It doesn't make a lick of sense. And they don't own a home. I could actually understand if they owned a home because I know what goes into it. There's a lot of money that goes into home ownership and maintaining a house. Even if they had a condo fees will eat them up. I get it. You don't even own a home. You're renting. Renting. This don't make no daggone sense. Oh, somebody asked me, Namaya, while we are on books, any recommendations for women who think like they are men and look down on women? I think you called them a name. You talking about masculinas? What I said? Huh? Women who think they are men and look down on women. What would that be, though? You gotta tell me the name. Did I say But no, masculina wouldn't be looking down on men. I gotta look it up. Hold on. Let me see if I got books in the back. Hold on, y'all. We're gonna take a quick intermission. Let me check. I have a lot of books, y'all. A lot. I don't have one like that, but I can try and see if I can find a recommendation, but then I'd have to read it too. Huh. Look down on women. I'd have to see. Yeah, that's a psychological phenomenon right there. I'll tell you guys the type of books I have. I mainly have self-improvement books, financial books, biographies, and what else? I don't have a lot of fiction books. I have a lot of nonfiction books. And what else? Relationship books, like Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, those type of things. Yeah, those are the books I really have. And a lot of business, like if you want to start a business, entrepreneurship, I have a lot of books I could recommend. And economy, like books on economics. I love those kind of books. And money. Here, I have this one too. I have Ramit books. Ramit's book is right here. I have his book. It's right behind me. I'm still reading this one, The Psychology of Money. Yeah, y'all see my bookmark here, right? I have that one. So I'm still reading. I have a lot of books on those kind of things. Yeah. Male identified women. I'll have to look one up. I probably got recommendations for you. I may not know, but I'll look and see if there's some good books that I could recommend for you guys to read from like others. Yeah, male identified. Yes. A lot of women are male identified. I need to get books about that actually. Okay, that'll be on my homework list.
Like them to be lower. I'd like it to be closer to 50%.
The recommendation I typically give is...
Ooh, The Star That Fell. That's a really good idea, sis. Okay, I'm going to go back to this live stream after. I should make a recommendation on my Discord. I should do that. Actually, that's a really good idea. And a list on the YouTube, too. Okay, I'm going to start working on that. I know I always say that, but I'm actually very serious about it.
It's 50 to 60%.
I have a lot of books I can recommend for you guys to read because I love to read. Yeah. Well, lately I've been starting reading back up again. I ain't gonna lie, but I do love to read. I always read. And now I started reading back again because I took some time away from that. But now I'm back on it. So I would love to read with y'all.
With a high income and presumably low fixed expenses, that number should be probably towards the lower end of that range. So your rent, 14%. Your rent is quite low. That's good.
Because we have 3 people working.
3 people. Fantastic. All right. No issue on the rent.
We put child support under Justin's rent because we didn't know where to put an extra. That was it.
That's fine.
Child support. Hold up. Red flag. Wait. Child support under Justin's rent? So he talking like this and he got a child? Wait a minute. Something's not... Wait, did I hear that right? Hold up.
That's kind of cool. So you're at $21,350 gross. That's $21,000 a month. And you're at roughly $16,000 a month. All right, so your fixed costs are 73%. What do you think about that?
I'd like them to be lower. I'd like it to be closer to 50%.
The recommendation I typically give is 50 to 60%. With a high income and presumably low fixed expenses, that number should be probably towards the lower end of that range. So your rent, 14%. Your rent is quite low. That's good.
Because we have 3 people.
3 people. Fantastic.
Okay, keep going.
No issue on the rent.
We put child support under Justin's rent because we didn't know where to put an extra.
Red flag. Who has a child? Wait a minute. No. Oh no. Case is over. Case closed, y'all. Okay, y'all. We ending it right now. It's finished. This video's over. This video's done. It's a wrap. We done. I'm not really done, y'all. Y'all know I'm dramatic. Hold up. This man has a child? And he's thinking about sailing across the world, going to Japan, traveling. She's talking about getting a farmhouse. He's sitting here splitting rent with roommates, and he has a whole child. Let me see if Ramit gets into this, because we don't need to gloss this over. They need to go through this.
Extra 1,000.
That's fine. So you pay an extra $1,000 a month for child support.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. We have our payment and transportation. What? $3,000 a month? What kind of car is this? Okay.
Ramit doesn't ask the right questions. How did he gloss over the child support? Child support for who? Who's paying child support? Is sis paying child support for her friend's kids, or he paying child support for his kid? Does he have a kid? Ramit's not asking the right questions, y'all. Nah, Ramit doesn't dig deep. He doesn't. He's just worried about the finances. I hope whoever's on Ramit's team, if you have a team who ends up watching this video, you guys need to tell Ramit to get a counselor, or he needs to ask deeper questions, because Dave Ramsey would have been on it. Where did this kid come from? They're just glossing over it like, oh, he put child support. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Where did this child come from? Whose child?
I'm going to summarize a few things here. As we discussed Maggie and Justin's monthly car and transportation fixed costs, I discovered that they were commingling personal and business expenses in their CSP. This is a very common rookie mistake. We had to make some adjustments on the fly so that we could get a clearer picture of their numbers. Specifically, we changed Maggie's total car payment to $1,100 and Justin's to $1,700. All right, we're back at 70%. Let's keep moving. Justin, you're paying $718 a month towards debt. Let's talk about your debt. You have a motorcycle loan, $21,000. That's at 8%. And then you have a $19,000 credit card payment. And then who's got this business loan for $51,000? What is that for?
That's the EIDL loan, the relief loan during the COVID.
Oh, no. Oh, wait. Red flag. This man done got a PPP loan? Yo, you know what? I know this is not supposed to be funny. This man got a whole PPP loan. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yo. This is so unserious. Hold on. Y'all, we just found out this man has a whole child. We don't know where this child is. We just glossed over it. And then now he talking about, what he called it? Something COVID relief, aka a PPP loan. And then he was saying, Ramit was talking about they commingling business and personal. Y'all, he's giving scammer, y'all. He's giving scammer. This man's a scammer. And I'm not saying people who got PPP loans are scammers. But all I'm saying is, listen. I think I told you I got a cousin who got locked up off of PPP loans. He was doing the same thing. He had a business too. Listen, I'm not even joking. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I have a whole cousin who's currently in the pen right now. No joke. PPP loan. Yes. I know people childhood friends who done got recently snatched up probably a month ago. My sister sent me the story. She's like, oh, snap, this person's on the news. If you went to my high school, you know who it is. That person had a legitimate business. Just because you have a legitimate business doesn't mean that you were qualified to get COVID relief. I really hope that he had his accounting down pat. But then again, he does have the complexion for protection. So maybe he'll breeze through it. Who knows?
Or you have to pay it off. To pay it. Okay. And the credit card debt, what's that for?
Oh, okay. Sorry, Rosa. PPP loan is like a PPP loan is basically like a loan for anyone who's not, and thank you, Rosa, for mentioning that. Anyone who's not an American, basically what a PPP loan is, when you had, like during COVID, there were a lot of businesses who were that were struggling. And so what the government did is they gave, and businesses and people, so they gave people government relief and also businesses government relief. So for example, in Canada, our government gave us $5,000. If you were a student, you got $5,000 COVID relief. Other people got way more than that. And then if you were a legitimate business that was like basically you were affected by COVID, because, you know, a lot of people couldn't go into businesses and they couldn't buy things because of the mask mandates and whatnot. So then they gave you a relief. But you had to have a legitimate business, and there were like a lot of criteria for it. So what ended up happening was that a lot of people took advantage of that, and they would say, oh, I have a business that's struggling because of COVID, and the business probably wasn't up and running. They probably didn't have a lot of employees. Like there were a lot of like issues, right? And so years later, after COVID ended, they found out that people were fraudulently getting these loans, and they started, you know, rounding people up, getting them arrested, sending them to jail. So this is why I said it was a PPP loan, because now he's saying that he got this type of loan and that's a PPP loan. So that's why I'm laughing, because we don't know if he actually had a business that was affected by COVID, or if he was basically using the money to fund his debt lifestyle, motorcycle, whatever he's doing. So right now he just said on television, in public, that he got the loan. So hopefully he did it legitimately, because Lord, if he didn't, Lord. And there were celebrities who got arrested for PPP loans. There were a few of them that got locked up for it.
Like what?
A big reason that I've stacked up a lot of credit card debt is because my pay is so inconsistent. What happens for me is that I get a certain percentage that's supposed to go to paying back my expenses. So I'll go do something where I travel somewhere. I have to pay all that up front. I put it on my credit card. And what's happened...
No, you gotta, you said you thought you didn't have to pay the PPP loan back? Yeah, if you legitimately had a reason to take it out. But if you fraudulently claim for PPP like one of my cousins did... Listen, I don't even have to hide it because it's public records. That's all I'm gonna say. So it's not like I'm spilling his family tea. It's all over the internet anyways. So if you fraudulently did it, or you took advantage of the program, like let's say that you only probably were supposed to only get like 50,000 and you ended up getting 200,000, they're going to get that money right back. So they're going to comb through all your finances, see who was working at the company. Like they're going to go and see if your records align with the loan amount that was given. And a lot of people, till today, are still getting locked up and going to jail if they filed fraudulently. Yeah.
This year especially is that I don't know when my next paycheck is coming. So rather than take the 50% that was expenses and put that towards my paying off my credit card right away, I've been choosing to pay off my credit card slowly and have just stacked up. And it's probably a couple thousand of that back paid utilities.
So you're at 70% fixed.
Wait. Let's go back.
I don't know when my next paycheck is coming. So rather than take the 50% that was expenses and put that towards my paying off my credit card right away, I've been choosing to pay off my credit card slowly and have just stacked up. And it's probably a couple thousand of that back paid.
So he's basically paying off the interest on his credit card. Red flag. That's why his debt repayment is so small. That's all interest, baby. So actually, he's not even paying down his debt. He's just paying interest. And then he talking about that's where all the back pay money went. This man.
Utilities. So you're at 70% fixed cost. Just looking at the rest of it here. Groceries, $800, clothes, $300 a month. What is this? Because you guys are influencers.
I actually really don't feel like I buy that much clothes, but she's trying to average it out.
Maggie, you spend $100 a month on clothes, average.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
And then Justin, $200 a month, which means $2,400 a year.
This year I spent more money than I have in a long time on sunglasses, and I bought 2 pairs.
I'll make it 100 instead of 200. Okay. All right, cool. So that's $1,200 a year. Fine. Phone, one person's paying $390. Why?
I pay for my daughter's phone. I pay for her
Oh,
phone.
so he got a kid. Red flag. Red flag. Confirmed. He has a daughter. He has a whole daughter. This man is trifling. He has a whole daughter and he's talking like this. Wrap this right up. Wrap it up! And I'm not talking about him wrapping his thing up. He should have wrapped that up too. This man has a whole child. A daughter. And look how he's living his life. Did y'all hear him talk about his kid and his plans? Did he say anything about saving for his daughter's education? Did he say anything about trying to own a home to give something to his daughter? Did he say anything about his kid at all, other than when his girlfriend mentioned the child support, or when he mentioned, oh yeah, she put the child support under, no, who said that? Was it him or her? I don't remember. And now he's saying, oh yeah, my daughter, I pay for her phone. This man has roommates, y'all. He talking about going sailing across the world. Where's his daughter? He's a deadbeat, y'all. Deadbeat. Yeah, I said it. Just because he pays child support does not make him a father. He's not even thinking about his child's well-being. He's not even thinking about putting himself in a position, at least for your daughter, but he wants to get married. Red flag. Can't even be a daddy. And then you think you can be a husband? Can't even take care of yourself. Can't even pay your bills. Can't even pay the utilities. Can't do nothing. This is Mr. Can't do nothing. Can't do. That's him. He can't. He's unable to save. I don't know. I can't. He don't know how to do nothing but buy sunglasses and get himself into more debt, living a motorcycle dream, traveling the world. He knows how to find a woman. At least he knows how to do that. Unfortunately, sis is not smart. Who would date this man?
Phone. I pay for my former employee's phone, and I pay for my phone.
You're very generous.
You pay for your former employee's phone?
Long time on sunglasses, and I bought 2 pairs.
I'll make it 100 instead of 200. Okay. All right, cool. So that's $1,200 a year. Fine. Phone, one person's paying $390. Why?
I pay for my daughter's phone. I pay for her phone. I pay for my former employee's phone, and I pay for my phone.
You're a very generous guy, but you have $20,000 in credit card debt. Maybe it's time to be generous towards yourself.
Yeah.
Maggie, what do you say about you paying?
She already agreed she will.
Great. So can we take this number and adjust it? Let's say 80.
So you see, Ramit is he's not asking the right questions. Sorry, I keep checking because I've been talking for a long time. This thing is really solid, y'all. Listen closely. This man talking about he pays for a former employee's phone, and Ramit's talking about, oh, you're generous. Is that a side chick? This must be a woman, y'all. There's no way a man would be willing to pay for a former employee's phone unless he was doing something with that employee. Ain't no way. So he's just that generous? That don't make no sense. Something's up with that, and he's just glossing through it. I've been like, well, who's this former employee? Why are you still paying their phone? He's just glossing through it like, oh, okay, we just gonna make the numbers fit. Ramit, wake up! You're not asking the right questions.
And then you're going to pay for your daughter.
Actually, I'm getting her mom to take it over, so I'll be on the one phone.
Okay.
Oh, you're getting her mom to take it over like she's been doing for this past whole time that you've been a father. You don't deserve the title, sir. She been taking over. And she just expected you to, she just was like, look, just pay the child support and the phone bill. That's all I ask. And you can't even do that. You're pitiful. You should be ashamed of yourself. And yet you want to get better for your girlfriend, but not even for your daughter. Priorities all screwed up.
Each? I think it's quite reasonable. All right. So we've made a few little corrections here. I think that's good. Just ironing out the details. Your subscriptions are $2,250. That's $2,250. So of that, therapy is $700. What's the rest of the subscriptions?
Mine is $500 for a personal trainer that I'm ending this month.
So this is going down.
$360. And that all our subscriptions except for maybe like Spotify and a Netflix subscription, at least on my end, is all business stuff because we need the Adobe Creative Suite and all that stuff.
That needs to not be in here.
Exactly. Hold on a second. Ramit's right.
Still gonna be a lot.
Hold on a second, y'all. 1 second.
Guys.
Where did it go?
What do you think I make of this so far?
We have a lot.
I just need to clean it up.
What we just did was...
Hold on, my bad, y'all. Something happened
we went
here.
down the list. We
Okay, here it
identified
is.
some stuff. There were some conceptual things to change. No problem.
Hold on, I'm about to pause it. 1 second.
Why are you paying
Sorry,
this
y'all.
much for X, Y, and Z? You're like, oh.
Okay, sorry, y'all. I don't know what happened. It went backwards. I'm gonna play it back. So they're mixing business with personal. You're not supposed to do that. That's what I had to learn.
Then you're gonna pay for your daughter.
Actually, I'm getting her mom to take it over, so I'll be on the one phone.
Okay, $80 each. I think it's quite reasonable. All right. So we've made a few little corrections here. I think that's good. Just ironing out the details. Your subscriptions are $2,250. That's $2,250. So of that, therapy is $700. What's the rest of the subscriptions?
Mine is $500 for a personal trainer that I'm ending this month.
So this is going down.
$360. And that all our subscriptions except for maybe like Spotify and a Netflix subscription, at least on my end, is all business stuff because we need the Adobe Creative Suite and all that stuff.
That needs to not be in here. That needs to be in your business. So how much should I put here for personal?
It's still gonna be a lot, 900.
Okay. Guys, what do you think I make of this so far?
We have a lot.
I just need to clean it up.
What we just did was pretty cool. We went down the list. We identified some stuff. There were some conceptual things to change. No problem. We were like, why are you paying this much for X, Y, and Z? You're like, oh, it's already in motion. Great. And guess what? Look at your fixed cost number.
It's down to 61%.
61%. That's really good.
But Maggie's got really good, and mine didn't really change very much.
Okay. We should talk about that. But I just want to acknowledge that jointly, that's great. Now, the difference is Maggie's is at 47, and Justin, yours is at 71. 71 is still too high. We need to fix that. But we're on the right track. Let's keep going. Investments are at 3% total. That's 6% for Maggie and 1% for Justin. Justin, you're putting away $90 a month for investments. What is this?
I haven't been.
Oh, and I noticed you have some crypto as well.
Of course he does.
$700 in crypto. You still contribute to that?
No.
Maggie, you put $400 a month away into what?
$100 a week is automatically getting dumped into an account, but I still have to manually putting it in a Roth. I've also just been putting in savings for emergency fund.
Okay, so anybody doing any pre-tax investing like a SEP IRA or 401k or anything?
I have a SEP IRA, a few $1,000s in there.
Oh, okay, you have $7,000 in investments. That's good.
Yeah.
Maggie, I noticed that you have $1,375 invested.
That's the Roth right now.
So that's basically you started investing like...
Is automatically putting it in.
All right, let's take a look at your savings at 3%. Maggie's putting away $500 a month. Justin not putting anything away, right? What's that emergency fund? What is it for?
That's the $16,000 I have in savings. So I wanted to start building up. It's in a Capital One.
Red flag.
Hold on. Account
experience. Hold on.
She's
masking it and hiding it. Why do I hear my voice? Hold on, y'all.
Be a problem.
I hear my
Because
voice.
in the
Hold on. My bad, y'all. Hold up.
She's going to have an issue.
Here we go. My bad, y'all. Sorry, because I had to get the chat going. My bad. Yeah, we got a little technical issues, y'all. Just a little technical because, I'm reading the comments from another screen. My bad, y'all. Okay, let's continue. But red flag. Red flag. Listen. He doesn't have an emergency fund. You know why he doesn't have one? Because sis is his emergency. She's his emergency fund. That's what that is. So this is why he doesn't have an emergency fund. She's his backup, his emergency contact.
With the relationship.
Hold up. Something's going on here. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Okay, you know what?
Hold on, sorry, y'all. I had to play
hold on.
My YouTube because...
Ooh, okay. There we go. Hold up. Something's wrong. My bad, y'all. You know what? Let me put it on my phone. I think that's how I track the comments. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Technical issues.
In a separate account, and I started doing that last year, but it hasn't been automated.
Truthfully, when I look at people's finances, the vast majority, including my own, just consistent automatic stuff. And it can grow bigger than most people ever think. It's crazy. All right, and then guilt-free spending is at 33%. So that's 40% for Maggie. That's $2,700 a month. And for Justin, it's 28% at $2,500. So what is that, travel? Or is that just whatever's left?
Whatever's left.
Feels a little sloppy. It's hard to make sense of what's going on. We did a little bit of work with the fixed costs, but it's very unclear with your businesses. You've commingled stuff. And part of this is just a one-sheeter so you can start to see what's going on in our life and what do we want to happen. Okay, so looking at this, what do you think are the major positive?
We make good money.
Yeah.
And we can make more. Like, we can pull gigs all the time and we can do even better than that.
Okay, so that's the positive. I agree. What's the negative?
I feel like I'm not saving enough. I still want to automate everything, and I'm still just getting those systems in place. I haven't set up a 401k and tied that to like my business accounts where that's automatically going in.
What about for you, Justin? Positives and negatives?
It was good to see how much I'm actually making.
Yeah, you didn't know, right?
Not really. I mean, I get a report every year from my accountant. So, I mean, every year I'm like, oh, that's crazy. I can't believe I made that much.
What's the negatives?
It sucks to see how much debt I'm in. And a lot of it's laziness, honestly. A lot of like what I've been reflecting on is just sort of not necessarily being in the best place in my life, making smart decisions.
One thing I noticed when I asked both of you about positive and negatives, I didn't hear anything about your finances together. It's like I'm talking to two separate people.
Cause you are. They're roommates, Ramit. What don't you understand? What's not clocking? They are roommates. They don't love each other. Somebody clocked it already. Here, sorry, y'all. I had to put my chat back up. That's why I look a little distracted here. They are roommates, y'all. They're not lovers. They're roommates. They're just sharing expenses, and they have a business together. They're two people who are sharing life together, but have no type of partnership, communication skills. They're just roommates. They're just business partners, y'all. They're not in love. This is a PR relationship. For those of you out there, this is what it looks like right here. They are just with each other because they need each other right now. As soon as sis gets enough money to buy her little farmhouse in Utah, she's out. She's already 1 foot out the door. She's about to get a place with her friend and her friend's kids. And notice how she's very devoted auntie. So she's going to take care of those kids. And then now, you know what's so crazy? Is she has a lot of loyalty to those kids than he has to his own daughter. That's why I said in the beginning of the chat that parent does not mean that you actually take care of your kid. That's just a title. Your actions prove your parenthood. Sis is a parent to those kids. She's literally a second parent. He's not even doing half of what she does for those kids that are her best friend's kids. Her nieces and nephews. Her niece and nephews, I don't know. But look at how he treats his own child. That's why I said what I said in the beginning. We need people like her in the village. But unfortunately, her priorities are all wrong, and he's weighing her down. He's her anchor, y'all. She could do that all by herself. Seriously, she really could. She doesn't need him. He's dead weight. Like someone said in the chat.
I mean, you are, though. And that's the truth of the matter. This is not, like, when we look at combined, it's like, so what?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. None of this is combined.
None of it's combined, and there's no intention of combining it, correct?
Right.
Both of you agree?
Yeah.
So it's almost like, what's the point?
Now at least we're having the conversation.
Yeah.
And so some of these things that have been my responsibility can at least be reallocated, I guess.
I like looking at the combined column because I know together we can do some damage and like achieve the goals that we want. I don't see the debt as anything that isn't like tackleable. Like I don't think it's something we can't figure out together.
It's not a we.
Thank
The
you.
two of you are not together.
Thank
You
you.
live together.
Thank
You
you.
don't spend money together.
Your
You
roommates.
don't talk about money together.
Your roommates.
You don't have a vision.
Your roommates.
So when you say we could, we can.
You know who's your partner,
Yeah.
sis? Your best friend. That's your wifey. That's your wife. Your best friend. That's your partner in life. It's her, not him. And he shouldn't be. Trust and believe me. He's a big red flag. He should have no position. But my point is, I don't know why she's fooling herself and trying to say, oh, we, oh, we, oh, we. She's not even Français. Why are you saying we? It's you. You and your BFF. That's your partner. Let him go. Cut him off. You don't need him. Break up. It's time. You've already been living like this. You might as well make it official. And maybe then he can learn how to be on his own. He's always had someone picking up after him. Maybe if you leave him, he'll be able to do it himself. But stop trying to placate him. Maybe she feels guilty. Stop being a people pleaser. Let him go.
I mean, I can play professional football. Theoretically, it's not going to happen.
Where the we comes into play a little bit more is because of this YouTube channel that we've been working on together. Right now we have over $120,000 in sponsorship pitches out. We've talked about it, and Maggie's like, look, you know, because my issue is that I don't have some sort of consistent pay. So where the conversation has gone as a we is, okay, well, how about we take the money that we make from that sponsorship and we pay you a consistent salary, right? And that way, next year, you at least have something that's somewhat consistent.
Let's play that out. So you have the YouTube channel. Let's say it grows modestly. And some of those pitches come in, you get some money. How much are you getting paid?
I get paid 80 grand.
And the rest is for expenses.
And the rest is for expenses.
Hold on, let me go back here. Something's not making
Combining
sense
it,
here.
right?
One second.
Both of you agree.
Yeah.
So it's almost like, what's
I'm
the
not
point?
clear on something.
Now at least we're having the conversation.
Yeah.
And so some of these things that have been my responsibility can at least be reallocated, I guess.
I like looking at the combined.
Okay,
that
fast
we've been working
forward.
on together. Right now we have over $120,000 in sponsorship pitches out.
Okay.
We've talked about it, and Maggie's like, look, you know, because my issue is that I don't have some sort of consistent pay.
Red flag. Why don't you have consistent pay? Why? What is the problem? What is the issue? Why don't you have consistent pay? And sorry, y'all, if it's getting dark, my sun is setting. That's why it's doing that. Why don't you have consistent pay, sir? Why? It's very unclear to me. And then he talking about, oh, we got spitches. We got pitches. Parlez-vous français? Oui, je parle en français. Je parle un peu. Mon français est un peu, it's a little rusty, but je peux comprendre le français. Je comprends le français. Et puis, je peux lire le français, mais malheureusement, Je peux pas écrire en français. Mon écriture c'est vraiment grave. C'est une situation vraiment grave, mais je peux parler en français. Juste un peu. I can't talk that much though, and I try. But listen, back to the subject, sir. You do not have a stable job or income. And $120,000 in pitches is not realized. He's just banking on potential right here. So his point is he doesn't want to get a job. He's allergic to working.
So where the conversation has gone as a we is, okay, well, how about we take the money that we make from that sponsorship and we pay you a consistent salary, right? And that way, next year, you at least have something that's somewhat consistent.
Let's play that out. Do you have the...
So basically, they're going to take money from their sponsorship to pay him so he can have a stable income. Instead of him getting a job to make extra money or at least doing side gigs. I don't know. Remember, he said he going to have to hustle. We'll hustle and find more sponsorships then. It's not going to work, sir, because you still have to pay off your debt. Again, he has no money, no financial literacy. None at all. And his income isn't stable. Absolutely, because YouTube revenue goes up and down, up and down. But instead of trying to diversify, there are so many other platforms you could go on, sir. Start your own website. Start doing different things. Start your own business. I don't know. You took out a PPP loan. That went to nothing, obviously. So it's like all he does is take money, but he doesn't know how to work it. He doesn't. He doesn't know how to make money, so he doesn't know how to earn it. He doesn't value money, and he also doesn't know how to keep it. He just knows how to use it and take it. That's it.
YouTube channel, let's say it grows modestly, and some of those pitches come in, you get some money. How much are you getting paid?
I get paid $80,000.
And the rest is for expenses?
And the rest is for expenses.
Okay. And then what happens if this happens 2, 3, 4 years? Like you keep getting paid $80K, and then what happens to the two of you with your finances?
Right now, our finances seem really separate, but like the financial decisions that we're making for next year as far as like what's affordable, I think we're coming at it together and we're talking about how much we do pay and how it's managed.
I just want to know from you, what do you need? And I hate to put you on the spot because I can see you have been taking charge of your own finances. And for me to ask you, what do you need from him feels like now you have to take on one more burden.
Yeah.
I hate that. And yet I am intentionally asking you that question because you two do not talk about money. Even though you think you do in the last month and it's gotten better, you're not talking about the bare minimum here.
I just want some similar priorities and some similar game plan and him to manage his finances. I don't want to feel like I have to take it on.
What do you hear when she says that, Justin?
Making smarter decisions and being intentional, not just be like, oh, you know what, I'll take a little bit of this and put it towards that. And, oh, if I get my next big paycheck, I'll just, wipe this out.
Isn't that what's happening with the YouTube channel? This idea of, let's assume we're going to make 120K, then we're going to pay you 80K, but it's not clear what happens going forward in the channel.
You know why? Because they don't got a plan. These two don't know how to plan. Remember, she was backpacking all over the world. And then she ended up with $5 in her pocket. Why? She didn't have a plan. This man is no better. He just goes through life, no plan. Oops, I had a kid, no plan. This is the result of when you don't plan. This is what happens when you don't plan ahead, when you just make decisions on the fly. And of course, there's a time and place to do that. But these two were not equipped to do that. No decision skills, just living through life, just going. And now look at them. They have a good YouTube channel. At least they're making revenue. How is he making? So now my question is, how is he making his money per month? It must be the YouTube channel. Because remember, Ramit said don't mix personal and business. So he's using the YouTube money as his discretionary income, even though it's supposed to be a business for the two of them. He has no income. He's homeless, y'all. And I'm not saying that as a jab to homeless people, because I know some people find themselves in dire straits and needs. I get it. But the problem is he doesn't recognize that he's unhoused. He doesn't get it. And he's still spending money like he has it. This man is not fit in any capacity to be a father, to be a husband, a boyfriend. He's not even fit to be a client because he doesn't recognize that. Look,
like it's not clear why
this
does
is crazy.
One person get 80K. You're not communicating about money for a variety of reasons, and each decision you make is one-off. Yeah. It's totally episodic. This is not the way money works. Money actually effectively works when you make a consistent set of decisions and they build upon each other. So, for example, when I hear your YouTube discussion, I go, that's just one of a million one-off decisions. And you don't even know it. You think you're doing the right thing, but you're just doing the exact same thing over and over. Do you see that? If I started a business with a business partner, do you think I would go, hey, I think let's just assume we're going to make 120K, and then you should get 80K, and then like we'll talk about it later, even though we have no evidence of ever effectively talking about money. No. The real question, though, is, do you want your finances to be combined or not?
As far as us combining all this money, like, I don't know what benefit we actually have. There are things that I do feel like it would be nice to know. The conversation we had the other day, I was like, well, here's the thing. If this was flipped around and you were $90,000 in debt and I was making money, I would want to try to help you get out of that debt. And she was like, is that your expectation for me? Should I be helping you pay your debt? And is it? I don't know. To some degree.
Red flag. No, she shouldn't. You are not her husband, sir. Why should she do it? Oh, because you looked out for her and helped her become an employee in your business. She doesn't owe you anything. You did that out of the generosity of your heart, or so it seemed. But no, he seemed like he wanted a give and take relationship. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Life doesn't work like that. Husbands get that benefit and privilege, not boyfriends and not baby daddies. This is where we get it all twisted. Let me make sure my mic is on. Oh, it's on. Oh, it's gonna be on. These are husband privileges, sir. You're not a husband. And even then, I would hope that you wouldn't choose somebody like him to be your husband. But he's asking for her to do what he thinks that she should as his girlfriend. So you don't want to communicate with her. You don't want to, like, you're not acting like you want to be a boyfriend or a partner, but yet when it comes to money, you expect her to just give it to you? Like she's your personal bank? Y'all don't even talk. Y'all are just business partners. But you see, he doesn't have anything going for himself. That's the problem. And he needs her. So that's why he's keeping up with this relationship. But best believe, once he pays off that debt and he's able to be with who he really wants to be with, because it's not her, I can guarantee you this is not his dream girl. This is not his wife. She's just there to help him get through his financial situation. He will find his wife after he pays off all his debt, but he can't even do that. Let's just be clear. He's using her, y'all. This is why he wants to get married so quickly, so he can have a crutch. He's asking, the way he's talking to her like he's her husband. Like she's obligated. And I'm not saying wives are obligated to, but that's a whole nother level. But him even asking her, she's his roommate. He doesn't even treat her like he should. I didn't even hear anything about them going on dates. Everything is woulda, shoulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. can't do anything. And yet you want her to pitch in and help you pay your debt that you created. And even that's too much to ask for in a wife. I'm being honest with y'all. Your wife has to want to do that for you, and vice versa. But as a husband and as a wife, if you do enter in marriage, yes, there are your debt and his debt together combined, because it is going to affect you. So then you would pay it off together. But that's only in a healthy, communication-filled relationship where everything is laid out on the table and you talk like adults and you work on a budget and you can help each other out. But no, you don't want to help her pay her debt. She also has $15,000 in debt. I didn't hear you say a word about that. Red flag. You're selfish. And you're greedy and you're needy and you're clingy and you're negging, I should say. And not only that, you're broke. And then your expectations are that high, get out of here.
Yeah, like I kind of do wish I had a partner who was like, man, I feel bad for the situation you're in and I want to help you out. But I also don't want to put that burden on her.
Okay, let's do this. Let's actually have an actual conversation. You two talk to each other. I'm going to listen.
Being in a relationship with somebody that you really want to spend the rest of your life with, like a lot of this is, it's give and take. And like a lot of our relationship has been a lot of take on your side. And I've been a lot.
This man red flag. Hold up. The audacity. Did he really just rewind? Hold on. I'm reading some of y'all comments. No, I did not see that Iris unfollowed Pepe. But you know what? Let's reserve this for tomorrow. I need to get my information before I talk about it. I had no idea. This must have happened while I was on stream. So what I'm going to do is, remember tomorrow I'm streaming on Twitch. Follow at Rome_Romy. And we're going to talk all things Love Island tomorrow and watch the reunion together tomorrow, 5 p.m. PST, 8 p.m. EST. I don't know about Mountain Time. Y'all going to have to check it out. Let's rewind.
Okay, let's do this. Let's actually have an actual conversation. You two talk to each other.
What did he say?
I'm going to listen.
Being in a relationship with somebody that you really want to spend the rest of your life with, like a lot of this is, it's give and take. And I feel like a lot of our relationship has been a lot of take on your side. And I've been a lot of give. And I think that for me, there have been some times where I wish it would flip a little bit, you know, like maybe I wasn't very open and honest about where I was financially and all that, but I know there's part of me that kind of hoped that you would ask.
Oh, hell no. Red. Get him up out of here. Why is sis smiling? Ow. No, sis, you too calm for me. I'm sorry, sis. I'm sorry, y'all, if I'm too loud, if you're listening to earphones. I apologize in advance. I'm a very loud person. Sis, get up out of it. Get up. Don't even let him finish his sentence. Just get up and walk away. Did he really just say that he's given a lot in this relationship? She's taken a lot. He said that. This man actually believes what he's saying. Hold up. We gotta play it one more time. Run this back. This is the audacity that men have that I'll be telling y'all about. This audacity. The audacity. He is very audacious. In his financial position, he has the gall to speak like this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's actually have an actual conversation. You two talk to each other. I'm going to listen.
Being in a relationship with somebody that you really want to spend the rest of your life with, like a lot of this is, it's give and take. And I feel like a lot of our relationship has been a lot of take on your side. And I've been a lot of give. And I think that for me, there have been some times where I wish it would flip a little bit, you know, like maybe I wasn't very open and honest about where I was.
Does this sound like an apology to y'all or accountability? Maybe I wasn't open and maybe I didn't tell you things that you should know. But, you know, it's not my fault. You should have asked me. I would have expected you to ask me. As if sis didn't say that every month she was asking him, hey, what's up with the bill money? What's up with the bill money? This man is a loser. He's a delusional loser. And you know what? He needs to go to therapy. This is a personality disorder, y'all. Listen, I'm not a psychologist. I know people drug me in the Halle Bailey one, but I could recognize a person who needs to go see a mental health specialist. This man has a problem. He has a PD, personality disorder. I don't know which one. Pick and choose. This man is something wrong with him.
Financially and all that, but I know there's part of me that kind of hoped that you would ask. You knew there were times when I was financially stressed out. Like you didn't have a picture of what everything was going on, but you knew that I was strapped.
Nah, you see, people hate the term narcissist because they think it's overused. I don't know what else to use in this situation. He has no empathy. He lives in an alternate reality, y'all. We live in the real world. I don't know which world he living in, but it's not Earth. He's not on Earth with us right now. He's living in an alternate universe. Because this man, y'all don't watch his whole stream. And sis is just sitting there. Yeah, I know she mad. Look at her lips. She can't believe what she's hearing.
And just like for Ashley, who I know has a medical condition and all that, but she always knew she had a backup. Like you were going to be there for her. And I would like to figure out together how to really get out of this mess.
Okay.
You know?
Now he threw the best friend in there and we know her name is Ashley. Lord. Listen to what he said. She knew you were going to be her backup, but what about me, babe? What about me, babe? You don't have enough to give to me, even though your friend is dying of cancer and she has 2 children, which again, like I said, she shouldn't be financially responsible to take care of them until she takes care of herself is what I'm saying. But that's besides the point. Look at me, babe. What about me? You choosing her over me? This is his plea, y'all, to his girlfriend.
Oh, like I have actually been thinking about it. Like, if this $120,000 comes through, I want to try to knock out that debt right away. You know, and it would be nice to like have you open to that and having discussions about that kind of stuff so that we can just move forward.
I'm not opposed to that at all. And I think I'd be willing to give more help too in other ways if we were able to come up with a plan. And to see that this was a problem.
Oh, yes, I will. Y'all pay attention to Ramiz's eyebrow. Hold on. Look at his eyebrow. Hold on. Let's go back. Look at Ramiz's eyebrow, y'all.
Discussions about that kind of stuff so that we can just move forward.
I'm not opposed to
that. Look at Ramiz's eyebrow.
And I think I'd be willing to give more help too in other ways if we were able to come up with a plan. And to see
Ruby's like, this is some bull. This better be a ploy for their YouTube channel, y'all. I would actually respect them more if this was just a hoax for the YouTube channel to get viewers. This man really ain't shit. Whoever wrote that, yes, Deja Rue. This man ain't shit for real. Excuse my language, Lord, but I don't know what else to call your son. This son that you create, that you placed in this world. I don't know what to call him.
This was a priority because it's kind of gotten to where it's at because it hasn't been a priority, but I see us getting on track for that, and I can help a lot more if I know that you...
Sis, stop. Red flag. I'm not even joking here. Stop it. Get out of this relationship. If you find yourself in a relationship like this one, get out today. If you don't have the resources to leave, just move in silence, get your stuff prepared, get your house in order, and leave. Do not tell him you're going to leave. You just run out. Don't even give him, I'm telling you, just leave. This man right here is diabolical. And then look at her. She's still trying to make it work with him. You cannot make it work with somebody like him. He needs to seek help. And Ramit, I'm very disappointed because I wish that there's some couples that you need to tell them they need to go to therapy. Dave Ramsey does that, by the way. He says if Dave Ramsey heard this situation, he would say, you know what, guys, you need to see a therapist, and then you're gonna work on your financial issues. You need to see somebody first. This is deeper than money, y'all.
You are making it a priority. We both make good money. We both could help get out of this situation and start fresh.
How did that feel to have that conversation? Pretty hard. Good, hard.
I also don't want to be the bad guy. I don't want to be the one that's like,
be the bad guy.
Don't do this. Don't
be
do
the bad
that.
guy.
Getting Starbucks.
I think that's a pretty profound point. I think that in relationships, often there's one person who knows about money more and the other doesn't. And unfortunately, it often turns out that in a heterosexual relationship, it's the woman who's placed in the position of having to go, why are you doing that?
You know why, Ramit? It's not because, you see, red flag, Ramit. No, there's not one who knows more money than the other. Yes, you may have more knowledge as far as like maybe one knows more about investing, stuff like that. But if you're both healthy and you both are equally yoked and you both have the same values, then you're both going to agree on the same, you're going to be on the same page when it comes to finances. You said in heterosexual couples, there's usually one of them who is delinquent and immature, basically is what you said, and it's usually the woman taking the role of a mommy because he has Peter Pan syndrome. You're not dealing with a man. This is a child. Ramit, he's not a man, and I said that in the last time we did, was that last week? Yes, it was last week, I think. That man was not a man. He was a child. Same with this one. You're counseling and giving financial advice to children. I'm telling y'all, stop. And this just lets me know, like I said before, look at her. She's willing to make it work with him. And then 5 years later, she'll be on TikTok telling us that men ain't shit. And trust me, they aren't. But this one was self-inflicted, like I said. How did you not see the red flags? They were blazing. But yeah, she's going to tell us, oh, I didn't see the red flags. I didn't know. We could see it right here with this man. And of course, it's case by case. I'm not saying everybody's situation is the same, but the ones I'm seeing, I could already see it. Y'all could see it. It is clear as day to me.
This concept of a nag, I hate that word. And I hate that people get placed in the position of doing it. Because when I ask people who are in that dynamic, do you like this dynamic? They both go no. But it's deeper, often because the other person is avoiding money. Like you avoid money, right? Just you don't talk about it. You don't effectively manage it. That causes you, Maggie, to be worried about it and then to chase him. And the more you chase him, the more he avoids it. And you're in this terrible dynamic.
And it breaks down the trust a lot. This is the common theme throughout all of this has just been like, I don't trust you.
Is he right?
Yeah.
He is?
Yeah. I feel like now that I've seen some numbers, that it wasn't off base.
Yeah. I wouldn't trust him with money.
Thank you.
Managing your money?
No. But the thing is, you're not saying that.
Yeah.
You're not being honest. Why are you not being honest?
He's
about
not,
this? We're actually
you know why
having an
he's not being
discussion.
honest, Ramit? That's why I said, Ramit, you need to have a counselor next to you in the next room. He's not being honest because he's not holding himself accountable. And if he's not holding himself accountable, this conversation is over. There's nothing else to be discussed. Next couple. Let's get a couple who actually wants help. And let's see a husband who actually wants to help. He doesn't want it. He just wants, y'all heard his whole apology. Not apology. Y'all heard his whole role play, the role play activity. I want you to give more because I gave more to you. Allegedly, because I don't see any proof of this. You've been taking more than you give, and then you owe me. Instead of your BFF, you need to give the money to me. Stop buying her kids snacks. Stop taking care of her and her kids, even though she has brain cancer. You need to take care of me. And then we're going to be together. That's what he's saying. Nothing about, you know what? I think I've been irresponsible this whole time. I shouldn't be leaning on her to be my financial crutch. I need to get it together. Nope, everything is about her giving to him. And sis is agreeing with it. Yeah, I need to work more. Yeah, I need to be more accountable. Yeah. Girl, good night.
Constantly trying to pivot.
Leave
to
him.
Humor. He's saying, you don't trust me. An effective communicator would say, you're right. I don't trust you.
Thank you.
You have $92,000 in debt, including credit cards, a business loan, and a motorcycle loan. Why would I trust you with money? Of course, I want to trust you, but your behavior and financial mismanagement has made me not trust you. How come you're not saying that?
Because I've said things about all of the different debts. It's come up multiple times and I've brought it up and I don't want to be the nag.
I think acknowledging how you feel is the most honest thing you can do. And I think you're actually causing yourself more pain, and both of you, by dancing around the topic.
Yeah.
If it were me in this relationship, first, I don't understand if the two of you want to be married or if the two of you want to be together. Justin, you say you do. I hear that from you. Maggie, it's very unclear from your end. And now I can understand why. It's like, hey, I'm on my journey of being financially secure, and I don't know if my partner wants to or can do it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But I don't think you've said that candidly to him. And I don't think you've said to yourself, do I want to be with a partner who cannot be on the same journey I'm on?
Sis is wasting her time, y'all.
What is your answer to that?
I think the answer is no.
Okay. Have you told him?
I have not.
I mean, I safely assume that one.
But let's talk about it, because one of the reasons that Justin has not managed his money is there's no reason to. I had some overflow expenses that my partner didn't pay me back for. Okay, I'll put it on the credit card. I'll resent it, which I understand that. I would resent it as well. But like, what's the consequences? But it sounds like you're actually trying to create a boundary for yourself. I think this is the kind of partner I want. This is what I need. If you can do that, I'd love to be together.
Yeah.
But if you can't, what?
It's not going to work.
Okay, go ahead and have that conversation.
I think it's safe to say that we're at a point where it's like the responsibility and finances doesn't change. I don't think we're going to be able to build a life together that we want.
That's fair. And I totally get it. And I think that, you know, a big part of what we've been talking about is that this gives us a clean slate to move forward. You know what I mean? I think as part of these conversations that we've been having, like you're telling me, hey, if you don't get your together, this is done. And that's fair. I understand why entirely. And I'd like to work on this together. I've been wanting to talk about this together for a long time. So, cool. I'm good with that. Part of what I've been hoping for in all this is actually like some real commitment. And I would really like for this to actually be the thing where it's like, hey, let's talk about this because this is serious stuff. And then commit to taking care of each other.
We won't be able.
I have no red flags left to give. Red flag. This whole spiel that he's running games just like he ran up that PPP scam. Sis is getting scammed in real time. Talking about, oh, you know, I just want him to change. This is a clean slate. And we gonna work together. AKA, she's gonna use her funds. Stop spending it on them kids and your BFF and redirect it to me. She's going to end up paying for his debt if she doesn't get it together. Sis, the way you're moving right now is correct. You just need to leave. You're making all the moves to leave, but you're still at the door. You know when somebody's getting ready to leave and they're grabbing their keys, grabbing the purse, grabbing the wallet, grabbing everything in the house. And yet they're still in front of the door. They haven't even opened the door. They look like they're going somewhere, but going nowhere at the same time. That's what's happening to sis. Don't get conned and scammed by this man. Continue on your way out and leave him behind in the dust. He's going to use you to pay his debt, And guess what he's going to do next? After he pays off his debt, he's going to be with the woman that he really wants to be with. He'll find another woman to mooch off of. You ain't it, sis. He doesn't love you. We already can clearly see that. And you also do not love him either. Or maybe you do, because she looked like she was tearing up at the thought of him leaving her. And I don't understand what this connection is. He's a loser. Loser. A big one at that. Using people, especially women.
Able to build what we both want, from sailing around the world, all of this stuff. If we don't develop good habits.
Oh yeah, allegedly PPP scam. Thank you, sis.
That's what I'm asking for. Not so that we get to some, aloof whatever. It's not so we get married. I'm not promising that. I'm saying I think we should be doing this together. We should be doing finances together. And I've been really hesitant about that because I don't know if I've had the trust that this is going anywhere.
Well, and the trust goes two ways.
Yeah.
There's a long period of time, too, for me, where I just thought at some point you're going to be like, cha-ching, and cash in your check and peace out.
No.
There is one topic lurking beneath the surface that I feel, Justin, you're dancing around. And I want you to have a space to talk about it. And that is the fact that you helped Maggie financially and that she did not pay you back.
Okay, let's hold off on this conversation. Yes, thank you, all of y'all. Yes, allegedly. Everything I'm saying in this video is alleged. It's based on my opinions and my opinions alone. I probably should have started with that. Yes, thank y'all. Thank y'all for covering me legally. Yes, I did not say that he was a PPP scammer. I did not say that. I said he looks like he is. The hallmarks, to me, in my eyes, in my opinion, allegedly. It has not been proven in the court of law. There is no evidence to back up my claims. Thank you. So, in case he sees this video, I am not saying that you're a scammer, sir. And everything else I said in this video, you're a deadbeat. Listen, that was allegedly too, based on the evidence and information that I'm gathered here on this TV show. I don't know your personal life. Maybe you can prove that you're not. I'm sure them comments are flaming you up in that video. All right, next.
That is, to me, this gigantic elephant in the room.
Yeah.
You have a lot of resentment around that, it seems. Can you talk about that with her?
The reality is I would never pay somebody this amount of money to do what you're doing. Not even just like because you were doing too much or too little. It was just like, I wouldn't pay somebody consistently. But for me, the reason that I did it in large part really was because I did want for you to have the opportunity to be able to chase this dream, this thing that you were going for. I mean, what would make me feel good is the same courtesy. Like, Justin, I know you're in a financial crisis and I want to help you.
Yo, he's worse than the man that we covered last week. He's worse. This is the worst one. Red flag. I'm so angry right now. So, he feels like she owes him, y'all. That's what I told y'all from the beginning. He feels like she owes him. This is where this conversation was going, and at least Ramit clocked that. Thank you. For once. He feels like she owes him. And he was like, I wouldn't have paid someone this much to do this work, so you wouldn't have paid your employees, is what you're saying? Like I said, shortcut. He's cheap and he's stingy with other people, but not for himself. He's very generous financially with himself. I wouldn't pay someone this much is because I believed in your dream, and now you got to believe in mine. What is his dream? Did we hear it? What's his dream? I don't even know. Who's getting these YouTube sponsorships? Is it her or him? What is going on? What do they do for a living? Is it just their YouTube channel? What is happening here? I feel like I'm in a twilight zone. This doesn't make any sense. So now she's indebted to him. And now he's guilt-tripped. Look at her. She feels guilty now. Oh, you're right. Don't feel sorry. Leave anyways. I don't care if the person gave me a castle. I don't care if the person gave me $50,000 down payment. Oh, well, it's going to be your first time understanding how it feels to get burned. I guess I'll be the one to leave then. I'll give you your first experience. of heartbreak, I guess. I'll do it. I'll volunteer. God sent me to give you a lesson and to make you learn. That's the only way. Don't feel guilty, sis. Keep moving. Don't let his tears fool you. He's not even crying. Can't even do that. And he's dead serious, y'all. He's not even joking. He feels like she owes him.
And I love you, not just all set.
And by the way, if they end up breaking up, he's probably going to take her to court. I feel like this is where this is going.
The spreadsheet for you, and you figure it out. It's your problem. It would be nice to have some money going towards it, or towards paying off my debt and getting clear of the situation so that we can start together on the same page. I'm going to be crawling out of this mess alone for ever. And for us to get to that start line together is pretty far at this point, unless we do it together somehow. I get this situation with your best friend. It's complicated, and I honestly feel for you, and I want to be as supportive as I can, but I also need for us to be able to get to that start line together so that we can tackle the future together.
We got to make enough money to get there.
We got to make...
So again, he's talking, remember, Remy had asked them, do you want to get married? He said, yes, eventually. He wasn't even certain about that. She said no. And now, fast forward to the end of this conversation. We're not even ending yet. Now he's making a plea for them to work together because he knows he needs her to clean out his debt. He can't do it alone. You heard him? It's going to take me how many effing years, so I need your help. Yeah, so you can get there faster. Sir, just file for bankruptcy and call it a day. Learn from Donald Trump. Learn from Uncle Donnie. We ain't calling him Uncle for real. But I didn't know what else to call him. Learn from DT. Somebody said he bankrupted all his business. This is where that knowledge would come from. File for bankruptcy, sir. Start clean. Get a fresh start. You're in too much debt. You can't overcome this alone. I'm telling you, he has way too much debt and he has bad financial management. Let me tell you my plan of action. Ramit, you don't even need to go any further. This would be my symptom. And I'm not even a financial guru, but I'll tell you this. You need to get a counselor. Unlearn these patterns. Figure out what went wrong. File for bankruptcy. You can't afford your life. You're gonna drown. You can't make enough. Get a job. Actually, matter of fact, you need to get a job. But even a job can't help you at this point. You have no skills. You don't have skills enough to get a high-paying job. You can't catch up. So, either you are going to make more money in your business, but it sounds like you want to live off of sis, or file for bankruptcy, get a fresh start. In 7 years, you could come back a new man. Do like your cohorts do. The Wolf of Wall Street, you said your daddy was one. Do like him. Start over. Start fresh and clean. Then you might have a chance. I don't even know. But then, can you have a business under bankruptcy? I think you can, because if Donald Trump was able to go through it, maybe he can. I don't know. Learn from the other rich people. I don't know what to tell you. But this man will not pay off that $92,000. I can guarantee you that. Guaranteed. There's no way he can do it alone. He needs her. And I want sis to leave him. She needs to leave. Expeditiously.
Make enough money to get there, and that's fine.
That was pretty honest. I appreciate that. Do you have a reaction to that, to what he said?
I would have never taken support if I knew it was going to be held over my head. I've never been given clear direction on how to clear that debt ever. If it's like, you want me to pay you back for everything,
I don't want you to
we can start fresh from there.
Okay. You never would have taken the support had you known it would be held over your head. Okay. Do you feel that he's holding it over your head?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I interpret it the same way.
There's something that I owe and I just haven't been able to figure out how to repay it.
It's not money, it's just that
He says he owes, sis, Rosa, he says he owes $92,000. That's what Remy says, but I think it's much more than that. There's no way it's only $92,000. I think this man is really in the hole. Like, that's why I said bankruptcy. I don't see him getting out of this, to be honest with you. Even with as many sponsorship as he get, unless what they do is they said that they might get $120,000 in sponsorship, but again, it's not guaranteed. And even then, he's so bad at financial management. He needs to start from the bottom. From the bottom. He can't clean that debt, y'all. No way, no how. Not with his money management skills, his lack of skills. He can't even. That's why I said that. Like, I know bankruptcy is the last resort, chapter 7. But unfortunately, in his case, he might need to do that. He needs to think about that as an option. Go consolidate his debt. Maybe do debt consolidation. Figure that stuff out. I don't know what he needs to do. But regular financial advice is not going to work in his situation because he doesn't have any income. This man is broke. And he's trying to live off of his girlfriend. And she's having a hard time doing that. Rightfully so. She's also in the hole, but at least hers is manageable. She can actually pay off her debt. She's okay. He's not. And it looks like she has a job. He doesn't. There's no way he's gonna pay that $92,000, y'all, unless he gets that 120 grand in sponsorship in one shot. Maybe if he gets the 120 grand in one shot, then he can pay his debt off. He'll be in the clear. But unfortunately, that's not how sponsorships work. He's getting a little bit at a time. And that $12,000 a month, I don't know what he's doing with it. This man is foolish with money. He can't afford his lifestyle. Where's the rest of... Matter of fact, Ramey's not asking the right questions. After he pays off all of his household, in the household what he owes, like the utilities, rent, whatever, he should have a lot of money left over per month. Where's that money going? And even if he uses that money to pay off his debt, it's too high. $92,000 is going to take you years to pay off unless you're disciplined. He isn't. He needs to go somewhere, go file for whatever he needs to file, get that paperwork sorted, and leave sis alone. Sis needs to leave. But she's holding on to him.
So, like, being in a relationship with somebody and loving them enough that you're willing to put aside money to take care of them. And that's very clear in one relationship in our life.
Yeah.
And it's completely not clear in the other one.
If I do that for us, if I commit to paying part of your debt off, you're going to feel like we're doing this together? Is that going to quell some of these feelings that you have? Are you going to feel like I'm more invested?
I mean, yeah. But I feel like it's forced.
It's not forced.
And this is the part that gets really tricky. It's like, okay, so since we've been dating, I've been going to therapy a lot. And
Oh no. Red flag. Whoever your therapist is, fire them. Immediately, expeditiously. You're not getting any help. But then again, you know what? This is what I said earlier. If you're going to therapy and not actually making the changes, then you're just wasting the therapist's time and giving them money. Hell, they're paying off their debt and they're living a comfortable life. They're giving you the advice, but you're not applying it. Excuse me for that. You're not applying it. You're just using therapy speak to learn how to be more manipulative. I said that in the beginning of the chat. And yes, sis, her intuition is screaming at her, jumping, blaring, and she's still trying to figure it out. This is a mess.
One thing I've learned is expressing needs. I'm still learning that, right? So there's needs and there's expectations.
You see?
And I've been trying to really eradicate a lot of these expectations. But like one of those things, it's like a weird gray area where this is on me because I did give to her and wanted to do that for her. And should I expect the same treatment?
Fantastic point. I'm so glad you're seeing a therapist because this is deep. And I share some observations. You two both tell yourself certain stories. One of them is that your life is really complex. It's not that complex. For me, I see two entrepreneurs. You got a couple of things over here and there, and you make a lot of money. All right. The question for me is, what do you both want? That's it. Because the rest of it, we can figure out. If we want to pay the debt off, that could be paid off. The way you talked about getting to zero debt is that's our starting line. Did you notice that phrase you used? Blank page, starting line. You can't be living in this murky gray area until you pay off $92,000 of debt. It's a horrible way to live, and that's why you've been feeling this way. And from your perspective, Maggie, it's like, well, like you kind of got yourself into this. You haven't been paying attention. It's cost you. I need you to step up and take care of this, and then we can talk about what's next. So both of you are feeling hurt, You're feeling separate. And what I'm hearing from you, Justin, is like, hey, I want to connect. I want us to come together. If I were to have had the conversation you both had, here's what I would have said. I would have said, as Justin, I really appreciate you pushing me to take charge of my money. I know I haven't done it for a long time and it's cost me. And I'm in this situation because of my decisions. I'm going to make a plan to pay this debt off. Okay? I take responsibility for it. But there are a couple things I need from you. One, I need your encouragement because this is new to me. And you've been doing it longer than I have. I might make mistakes. Two, I need you to pay me back for the extra amount that I paid the rent. We can talk about how to make it palatable and spread it out over several months, but that was thousands of dollars. And in order for me to get debt free, I need that money.
He did that on purpose, y'all. I'm realizing now it finally clicked in my head because I'm like, why wouldn't he tell them about the bills being paid? You know what he's doing? He's trying to make her pay interest and pay for that part of the He's going to inflate that amount. I can guarantee it. Sis, you better ask for receipts. Pay that man his money and leave. Leave him in the dust. Leave him. There's no reason why he would have let that go for so long unless he had a hidden agenda. He has a reason.
And I think it's fair. 3, I would feel much better if, like I helped you, and I wanted to, when you were in financial trouble, if we could talk about that and you could help me. Now, I don't expect it. I hope that you feel comfortable. And if you say no, it's going to hurt, but I'll accept it. But this is a conversation I want to have. Those are the 3 things I would say. Justin, what do you think about that?
Yeah, wish I could speak that clearly.
It takes time, but really it's the key thing that I did that you did not do was
take the emotion out of it.
No, it was quite emotional.
Yeah,
it was
sure.
First it was appreciating her.
Yeah.
I appreciate you pushing me. I haven't been great taking responsibility. How did that feel when I said that?
It was good. It was acknowledgement of been doing something.
Exactly. And she has. She's been on her own journey and now she's encouraging you. Maybe she's not doing it in the exact way you want it. These conversations are hard. That's why you're here. But just acknowledging her goes a long way. If Justin were to have said it that way, how would you respond, Maggie?
I feel like I'm pretty amenable to all those things.
Run!
I could see that Maggie and Justin were trying to have a real, sincere conversation about money. And sometimes I like to step in and model how I might have that conversation because I find it really helpful to see how other people do it. And in my own...
Ramit is different for you. You would have that conversation like that. Why? Because you're healthy. And I don't just mean healthy physically, mentally. He's not equipped. And someone said it in the chat perfectly. He is using therapy. Rosa said it. He is using therapy speak to manipulate her 100%. Needs and expectations. Couldn't even take accountability in his speech. And you telling me that he's actually applying what he learned in therapy? Please.
In personal life, I have had friends offer advice on how to have difficult conversations in my own personal and business life. Now I want to walk through Justin's request again, this time giving Maggie a chance to respond. And remember, these two don't talk about money. So I really want to take it step by step, letting them each build the
Hold on, how long I've been on here?
Talk to each other about money.
Oh, 6 hours. Yeah, my normal.
As I listened back to this, I found myself cringing at how direct I was, how blunt I was. Sometimes that's welcome. I think I overdid it here. Truthfully, looking back, I wish I had slowed this down and been a lot gentler with each of them.
No! 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 Red flag, Ramit. Red flag for you. Gentler for what? You need to be worse. You should have been harsher. Why do people... You see, I'm tired of this. This is exactly why our world is going the way that it is. Because people are not having honest conversations with each other. He's a loser. He deserves every lashing that he gets. Every single one. If anything, you were too easy on them. And yet right now you're saying, oh, I regret, I should have given them grace. No, her. giving her grace because she's actually trying. He is manipulating her. And that's what I don't like about this whole situation. And I notice Ramit does that. He has way too much sympathy for the men. Way too much. This man is a child. He needs to grow up. And yet here he has sis coddling him and now you're coddling him. Oh, I should have been nicer. I should have been nicer. Knowing damn well in your culture, he would be looked at as a pariah. He wouldn't even make it in there. Your mom and dad, your family kinfolk would have tore his behind a new one. They'd have been like, this is not a man. This is a child. And yet you're sitting here talking about, I should have had more sympathy for him. I should have given them more grace.
Apologize for being a little clunky with this part of our conversation together. Let's start with the easy one.
It has been really awesome to watch you really getting your together. It's inspiring, so much so that I was like, dang, she's getting her together, and I better too.
So what do you say to that?
I'm glad I was able to do that. And the only reason I've even given pushes is because you said you were open to it. Right. You have said that this is something that you want to tackle. And
Maggie, why don't you just take a compliment?
Okay.
Next, Justin said, I would like to be paid back.
I'm willing to do that.
Fantastic. You see how we're taking the wins?
That's what he wanted all along, y'all.
One person's going on a limb and saying something like, I appreciate you, or here's what I need. If you can deliver what your partner needs, tell him. Don't get lost in your story.
Yeah.
No. If he's saying, I want this, and you can deliver it, do it. Okay, finally, the most contentious part of all, the helping. He's got $92,000 minus the back pay, so $80-something thousand he's going to have to pay off. What are your thoughts?
What do you need me to do?
It'd be nice to figure out if there's some way that you can help me take that down a little bit faster. But I'm not expecting you to give. First of all, I don't expect you to pay me back for that.
Let's continue, y'all. Oh my God. Okay, let me finish hearing what he got to say.
I would just really like for you to want to help me.
Let me pause. One suggestion I want to give to both of you is you both lose connection when you talk too much. In a more effective conversation, you might say something like this. I appreciate you asking what I need. I'm going to tell you the truth. What I need is help to pay this debt off faster, but I don't have an exact number. Would it be okay if I go home, calculate out a plan, and then I come to you and we can look over my proposal together? If I were you, Maggie, I would have said, look, I want to help you. I'm willing to, but right now, I'm worried if I just pay money off.
Look at him, he's nervous. Look at this face, yo. Red flag, he's nervous. Why don't they all have the same look? Remember the man last week? The church guy? The one who was getting promotions and he got a promotion he didn't tell his wife. And now this week, look at this man. Look at him. Because now Ramit is making him go back home and go get the numbers. Give her the numbers. Oh, look at his face. Look at him. Look at him. Got him. Oh, he can't give her the numbers. Look. Yo. You know what? Wrap this right up. Wrap it up. Let's just go through this full speed. I've had enough. I've had enough, y'all. I've had enough. It's already 7 o'clock my time. It's probably 10 o'clock out. Okay, we gotta hurry this right up. Y'all catch the replay, man. Don't forget to see me on Twitch tomorrow. Rome_Romy. Sign up. Follow me on Twitch. I am going to go live for the Love Island Season 7 reunion. Tomorrow I'll be live at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. That's how unserious I am about this nonsense. This man is lying. He's lying. Allegedly.
Money after bad.
Yeah.
Because you've gotten into debt before and I don't see a plan.
Sure.
Right? Is that accurate?
Definitely accurate.
So these are the kind of direct conversations. You're not being rude. You're actually being respectful when you just tell, here's what I'm feeling. Here's what I'm willing to do. This is what I need. Justin, you're being really honest when you say, look, I want some help. Biggest question for the two of you is, do you truly want to be together? If you do, then there's lots of give and take that can be done. Justin, you would have to take the responsibility of making a plan, of paying your debt off aggressively. If you wanted to do it, some of the things that I would look to see would be you selling one of your vehicles and putting that money directly into your debt. It would be cutting your subscriptions way down, and your guilt-free spending, which is not even accurate at all. You'd be able to put an extra at least $1,000 a month towards your debt. You could shave off months and months and months of your debt repayment. If you were to make that plan and you were to present it, I actually think it'd be one of the most connective things you could possibly do.
I think so too.
Yeah. And then Maggie, I think that you would have to be clear with yourself about what is it you're looking for in a relationship. Because as you start to get into your late 30s and 40s, this is a very common pattern. People who are kind of free spirits in their 20s, and then they go, wait a second, like, I want to save. And their partner is like, wait, I feel kind of betrayed. You're not the person that I initially met. But can you still be adventurous and be a planful person? Yeah, I totally think you can. You'll have to decide what is it exactly you're looking for. Can Justin deliver that? What's the kind of partner that I want? And if I were you, I would be really honest with him. Like, this is what I'm looking for. And then he does it or he doesn't. And the two of you decide if this is the right call or not. In my book, I have this concept of a dreamer. A dreamer is someone where success is always one deal away. And dreamers don't like the consistent kind of saving, investing. It feels boring. They even use phrases like, oh, they have like a boring 9 to 5. And it's really hard with dreamers if you're trying to build a stable, growing financial life. Justin, you kind of described yourself as a dreamer.
He's not a dreamer. He's a bum. He's a bum. He's not a dreamer. You see, Ramit, that's where you be going left with me. Why are you calling him a dreamer? He's not a dreamer. A dreamer actually tries... A dreamer is different from a bum. A dreamer is somebody who has a dream that they feel like they can actualize with something. If he's not having this actualization, meaning that I have a dream. Martin Luther King, he had a dream. Nelson Mandela, he had a dream. And then what did they do? They worked towards it. Harriet Tubman had a dream. So many, Che Guevara had a dream. Give me some other world leaders. Y'all gonna give me a lot of them. I can't think of them on the top of my head. People who have a dream, they have the dream, and then they work towards it. He's not doing anything but trying to take and beg. He's a bum. That's not allegedly, that's my opinion. He is a bum. Certified bum. He just likes bumming off of people. That's what he does. Next.
Endure real consequences. I think what's really happening here is, in a roundabout way, Maggie, you're trying to create some boundaries for yourself. Justin, I think you're hearing her loud and clear, and you're saying, okay, I'm going to try. I need a little help. So to me, it's very possible that the two of you do get aligned, but it will take a lot of work. What do you think?
100%. Honestly, we've actually had some really great heartfelt conversations over this last month that we never have had.
Yeah.
And it felt good. I mean, it didn't feel good right away, but then when we talked about it and got through it, I believed in us more than ever before.
Money can really bring couples together. Sometimes it's hard. I think the way you set your life up, you're running against the wind. Right now, your finances are set up separately. Every decision you make is by default made as an independent single person. That's number one. In most relationships, at a certain point, they will combine, and there are benefits to it. The first and biggest benefit is that the two of you start to think as a unit. The second thing is you can accomplish a lot together. You can see that your finances are actually quite healthy on a day-to-day basis if you combine them. But when we split them, Maggie, you're at 47% fixed costs, which is actually below the typical range. And Justin, you're at 71, which is way above it. So it looks healthy, but underneath it's not healthy. the other ways that you're running against the wind, you have all these business things that you've set up, which are overly complex. I would simplify it dramatically. The way I would think about it would be each of our businesses needs to make a certain amount of income for our household. One person commit to making 6,000, the other commits to making 8,000. I'm making the numbers up. Anything above that, you two put into a buffer for when times are slow or one of you's sick or whatever. But you need to be able to run a household on this amount of income, and that is your commitment. It's a really simple way of looking at the world. And you don't have to run against the wind anymore. You just know every month this is what I need to deliver, and anything above, first we'll fill up a nice savings account, and eventually we will make our life a little better. Truthfully, Justin, if I'm you, I think that the dreamer tendencies for you have not been serving your relationship. That is what I mean when I say the wind is against you. I hope you get a huge deal, but I've seen dreamers who get a huge payday. And what they do is they do the same thing they always do. It's episodic. They take the money, they pay off all the debt, and now they have a little bit left over, and they're like, what's next? Bigger swing next time. And it's like,
no, what's next? You're going to get into more debt. Red flag. That's what he's going to do, Remy. Stop calling him a dream man. Or dreamer, sorry. Stop calling him a dreamer. He's going to therapy. He's not using any of the methods and applying them in a healthy way. He's not holding himself accountable. And he's not going to do he don't care about none of what you're talking about. He got what he wanted. The whole reason he brought his girl to the show was for her to finally bow down to him. That's it. That's all. This was a hostile takeover. January 6th, he's on the Capitol. It's an insurrection. That's what that was. We just watched Sis leave us in real time. We here trying to save her. Sis already done got. She gone, y'all. She's gone. It's an insurrection. That's what it was. He is putting her on national TV because she was being insubordinate. She was being, what they call it, insubordination. She was not complying with the plan. And so now he brought her on TV to make her make a promise to the world that she was going to help him down and be his rider. He was trying to force her this whole time. And now she finally bowed down to him. That's all that is. He's not a dreamer. And guess what? Even if they end up paying all his debt off, he gets a quick lick, he gonna get right back into it. He has not changed. He doesn't want to. His language and behavior let me know what it's all about, what time it is. That's it. That's all. So now she's in for another few years. I hope Sis wakes up. I hope she woke up by the end of this episode. Maybe she did. We'll see.
no, you didn't learn the lesson. You got lucky. You could keep doing this for the rest of your life. So what do you guys want to do? Imagine this ends right now. You go back home. Think about it. What happens if we stop talking right now?
I think some things will change, but I think we need a little bit more clear plan.
I know they will.
We will sit down and make a plan.
You guys are literally sitting down right now with me. I'm across the country. Do you not want to make a plan right now?
I want to make a plan right now.
Do you want to talk about making a plan?
Yeah,
Let's make a plan. We'd like to figure out how much money we need to save to be able to live on a sailboat.
No, that's not going to happen.
Red flag! You see? He wants to sail away. This is what his dream is. Y'all, he trying to run away from that PPP loan, allegedly. That's what he's doing. He's trying to run away from the PPP loan, y'all. Something's coming ahead. Why is he acting like he's a fugitive? Why? We need to figure out a way to get this sailboat. Of everything that went on in this conversation, y'all, this is an hour and 9 minutes. An hour and 9 minutes. He didn't say anything about his daughter. Didn't say anything about, you know what, let's figure out a plan so I could pay off the first credit card. I got 3. Let's go. No, he talking about this damn sailboat. Ramit, and then Ramit was trying to say, oh, let's be gentle. Let's use kid gloves. Let's put him in the kiddie pool. He's a baby. Wham, wham, wham. I'm going to give him more grace. This is what happens. You give grace to the wrong people. He doesn't deserve it. Somebody said it in the chat. He doesn't. If you want to help people and you want to give grace to people who actually what? Deserve it. Not these ingrates. He's a user. He's selfish. He's the worst type of human. And he doesn't want to change. That's the worst type of human being. He's a scammer, allegedly. Deadbeat, allegedly. He's not a good partner. That I can say for a fact based on what we've seen. He's not good with his finances. Like I said, Mr. can't do nothing. He can't do anything. He's just yapping. Yapping away. And begging. He knows how to beg. That's what he knows how to do. And then here he is talking about a damn sailboat.
I'm telling you right now, you don't have the money for it. You have $100,000 of debt. You have effectively less than $20,000 of savings between.
That's what he told you, Rami. He has way more, double it.
In the two of you, there's no sailboat in the next 10 years. Part of making a plan.
Not even 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. This man is, I'm telling y'all, he's knee deep in debt. He's in debt. Whatever he told y'all, because remember, I told y'all he's very deceitful. That's not the real number, because remember, he never had the real numbers. As soon as she asked him, he didn't know. Trust me, he didn't crunch down the numbers. These are all estimates in his head.
That is accepting reality. What's the next question? What's a real issue here, and why are we still dancing around it 3 hours into our conversation?
I want to know what your goals are.
I have an opportunity potentially to have a pretty steady income next year.
Hold up, let's pause it. Somebody asked a quick question. Hold on, y'all. I gotta respond real quick. Will the Twitch replay be on YouTube later? I hope so. You know what I'm doing? You know the system I'm using now for my YouTube live that I'm using right now? I'm going to use the same system for Twitch. So I'm going to stream, and then if it doesn't play on YouTube, I will upload it myself. Yeah. Hopefully they don't well, even if they copyright me, I don't care. I'm not trying to monetize off of that video, but I hope that they don't block it, because what happens is sometimes Love Island will block the whole stream if they see too much like content, but we'll see. We'll work around it. I don't want them to block it in your country, but I'll figure it out. Don't worry. But yes, I will post it on YouTube after.
Okay. It's not at all in the direction of my career though. It's a total offshoot, and it's a result of all this influencer stuff.
Okay.
Another option is we see what happens.
Hold on, let's go back, y'all. Sorry, I'm gonna go back because we're almost done. Let me go back here.
We want to talk about making a plan.
Yeah,
let's make a plan.
do it.
Would like. Says 12,100, right, per month. So is that the number?
That's the average.
That's the average number. That's fine. We're just talking averages. At that number, hard for me to tell because I can't tell your guilt-free spending, but at 12,000, your fixed costs are.
See, I knew it. Ramit doesn't ask them to give financial information. Yo, I wouldn't. Let me tell you, the way these men be lying, y'all need to give receipts before you get on this show. Stop giving estimates. We gonna need all your bank account information. We're going to see your spending within the last 6 months. We need to see all of that. But he's just going by what they're saying, and their numbers are not accurate. So, of course, this is going to look way different. Promise you, once they crunch the numbers, his debt is going to double or triple.
71%.
71%.
I know I can make more money.
And you do it consistently?
I'm good at making money.
Okay, I love that. I could tell both of you are good at making money. That's no question.
Yeah, he's good at making money. He can't keep it. Hold on. The question was, girl from Yonda asked, are you doing a multi-stream? So stream on Twitch and YouTube? I'm going to try. The reason why is because YouTube is going to definitely, they might copyright me. I ain't gonna lie. They might take my stream down. They might take your girl's stream down. But we'll see. You know what? I might do that. I might be able to. With the OBS system I have, I'm going to log into my Twitch tonight, get all that troubleshooting out of the way. And then what I'll do is I'll see if I can stream on both platforms at the same time, which I should be able to. So yeah, let's do it. And then if it gets shut down on YouTube, then yikes, y'all know why. And then just follow me on Twitch just in case as a backup. But I'll stream on Twitch and then have it live on YouTube. Yeah, I know a few influencers who do that, YouTubers, so I'll try to do it as well.
Question about that. Can you add a layer to your identity that says I'm good at managing money?
I would love to. This is exhausting. When I started making money, instead of me taking on the responsibility of my own money.
Yeah. Hold on, I missed a part, y'all. My bad.
Lucky. You could keep doing this.
My bad. I got
So
okay, here we go.
It looks healthy, but underneath it's not healthy. the other ways that you're running against the wind, you have all these business things that you've set up, which are overly complex. I would simplify it dramatically. The way I would think about it would be each of our businesses needs to make a certain amount of income for a household. One person commit to making.
Hold on, we got to fast forward. I think we heard this one.
I hope you get a huge deal. But I've seen dreamers who get a huge payday. And what they do is they do the same thing they always do. It's episodic. They take the money, they pay off all the debt, and now they have a little bit left over, and they're like, what's next? Bigger swing next time. And it's like, no, you didn't learn the lesson. You got lucky. You could keep doing this for the rest of your life. So what do you guys want to do? Imagine this ends right now. You go back home. Think about it. What happens if we stop talking right now?
I think some things will change, but I think we need a little bit more clear plan.
I know they will.
We will sit down and make a plan.
You guys are literally sitting down right now with me. I'm across the country. Do you not want to make a plan right now?
I want to make a plan right now.
Do you want to talk about making a plan?
Yeah,
Let's make a plan. We'd like to figure out how much money we need to save to be able to live on a sailboat.
No, that's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now. You don't have the money for it. You have $100,000 of debt. You have effectively less than $20,000 of savings between the two of you. There's no sailboat in the next 10 years. Part of making a plan is accepting reality. What's the next question? What's a real issue here? Why are we still dancing around it 3 hours into our conversation?
I want to know what your goals are.
I have an opportunity potentially to have a pretty steady income next year.
Okay.
It's not at all in the direction of my career though. It's a total offshoot and it's a result of all this influencer stuff.
Okay.
Another option is we see what happens with this YouTube thing. And let's just say that we're lucky and all that comes through.
Listen to what he said. Maybe, potential, lucky. He has no plan in sight. Red flag. No plan in sight. This man is not a planner. He's not. I promise y'all, he is not going to achieve his goals because he has no plan. Nothing. He's just, oh, well, we'll see what happens. He's still giving that attitude.
And I make $80,000. And right now I can make really good money if I work as a camera operator in Hollywood.
Right now, your gross income says $12,100, right? Per month. So is that the number?
That's the average.
That's the average number. That's fine. We're just talking averages. At that number, hard for me to tell because I can't tell your guilt-free spending, but at $12,000, your fixed costs are
71%.
71%.
I know I can make more money.
And you do it consistently?
I'm good at making money.
Okay, I love that. I could tell both of you are good at making money. That's no question about that. Can you add a layer to your identity that says I'm good at managing money?
I would love to. This is exhausting. When I started making money, instead of me taking on the responsibility of my own money, I was like, I'm just going to hire an accountant. And I just didn't deal with the problem myself. I wasn't responsible myself. So then when things started drying up a bit, then I was just upside down because
you didn't have the
on
skills.
other people and I didn't have the skills.
Okay. And it sounds like in order for this relationship to grow, you need to build those
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a huge realization.
Yeah.
All right. So if you were to say, I can consistently make $12,100 a month, I think you could put a lot of money towards your debt, much more than the minimum right now. We've also heard Maggie say she agrees with the back pay, so that's going to contribute as well. Right there, that solves a lot of challenges. How you do it, that's up to you. Seems like you know your way around earning money, so it's not going to be that big of a problem. Everybody agree? All right, what else do you need for a plan?
The reason we're doing this now is because we're young. So I can say I want to aggressively do this. Like, I want to look at my numbers and say that I want to hit more. I want to make $10,000 to $12,000 a month next year.
Okay.
And that means saying no to a lot of things. I'd like to max out my Roth IRA for this year and by next year have my 401k set up and need to figure out what I could max that out at. But I think I want to at least be putting like $1,500 a month towards investments.
All right, let's look. You have about $2,000 right now invested, right? Ballpark?
Yeah.
I'm going to say $18,000 a year. How many years do you want this to grow?
15.
So conservatively, if we're looking at this, you'll have $489,000. How does that strike you?
I mean, I want to double that.
You can double it in a couple of ways. One, you can invest more.
Yeah.
Right? Which I think you could if you were to get really
Hold on, let's
serious
pause
about
it. I'm drained too. Rose Aesthetic, I'm drained. You said, ooh, she's drained. Yeah, I'm drained just listening to this. This is a mess. I'm drained. It's worse than the last one. I feel like every video gets progressively worse. The girl from yonder, you said if you want to try it, you can do a test stream. Just come on like whenever in this test. Okay, I'm gonna try it tomorrow. Let me do the test tomorrow morning. Not tomorrow morning. What am I saying? Ooh, not tomorrow morning. Let me not promise that. Tomorrow, I'm going to come on a little earlier than the 5 o'clock time. So I'll probably start the test stream at like 4:45 my time, which will be 7:45 Eastern time. Yeah. So I'll do that. That's actually a really good idea. Thanks, sis. All right, let's continue, y'all. I'm drained. I'm trying to finish this up. Okay, we got a few minutes left. Wrap this right up.
Then you could, and if the two of you were to really get serious about money, with your incomes, you could invest a lot of money. I'm talking like 50,000 plus per year.
I would like to do that.
You've heard the couples on my show, right?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, boo-hoo, another wealthy couple, boo-hoo. And they have millions of dollars. How'd you do it? Oh, we just focused on our income and then automatically invested a ton of money every single month, and we just let it grow. I'm just going to say 22,000 here just for easy math. That takes you to 597. Still not enough. But guess what? If you let it sit there for 20 years, you're at 972,000. Time is what matters. There's lots of things you could do. Again, if it's the two of you and you are like, we want to do it, you could invest a lot and still travel and still take big swings. What do you think? What are the steps in order to get there? The first step for me is that the two of you decide we want to do this together. It means that, hey, we're committed.
No, the first step for me is y'all break up. Done. Next.
The terms of our relationship are, just like the terms of a business agreement. Be open about it. Write it down.
So, Ramit, logically, you're telling me if this is a business contract that you would get in business with somebody like him? You a damn lie. Red flag. You wouldn't do it and you expecting sis to do it. You would never get into business with somebody with this bad of a financial mismanagement habit. You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. So why are you asking sis to do it? Why? Why are you asking sis to do it? You see, this is why it's so easy for people to go, oh yeah, you gonna do it. Oh, no. But you would get into business with him? You a damn lie.
Nothing wrong with that. I don't think it's weird. I think it's cool. Yeah. Got a business of the two of you together. So that's one. Two is you got to set your finances up so that the wind is at your back. So it makes it easy. Automatically paying off debt every month should be automatic. Automatically saving and investing should be automatic. Just get out of the habit of this manual stuff. It's one of the reasons you're stuck. Regular monitoring and communication. Monitoring for both of you. Figure out a way to do it. If the spreadsheet's not what you want to use a different doc, use a different doc. But communication means every month we're sitting and talking about money.
So we have as a relationship thing, we do these board meetings.
I love that you have a board meeting. That's awesome. And
talk about what?
In a relationship, money is one key part of it. It's like, what's the state of our relation? Are we good? Where are we going to try?
Y'all having these meetings and you don't even know how much debt he has. You don't even know how much money you owe on the bills. You didn't even know about the back pay. And y'all have board meetings about what? What y'all be talking about? That's what I need to know. Oh, they must just be talking about the YouTube. I think he's just having board meetings to talk about how much money she's putting in or how much income you made this month. Okay, we gonna figure this out. That's what he's having board meetings about, not about his debt or the debt that they have to pay off. I promise you that.
Travel to, you said this thing, it made me a little uncomfortable, but also, let's talk about our money. Yeah, beautiful.
Been missing, but I think it's something we can add to it.
I want to thank Maggie and Justin for sharing their story.
That's it.
A lot of
all right, done. It's a wrap, y'all. Done. Thank you so much for joining this stream from the bottom of my heart. You guys are amazing. We finished. Wrap this right up. Done. Wait. Is there more? Hold on. Let's just make sure there's not more. Let me fast forward to the end. I got too excited. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me make sure there's not more that I need to see. Oh, I don't know where that stream. Okay. Anyway, I guess it's done. It's over. He said, I would like to thank them for coming. Yeah, I think it's finished. That's it. That's all. Y'all, this was a disaster. Please, if you can learn anything from this case study, please just leave when you need to. Do not placate somebody like him. This man is seriously a dangerous one. Now, once again, I'm going to let you guys know that I will be streaming on Twitch tomorrow. Follow me on Twitch, Rome_Romy. I love you guys. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This was fun. I really enjoyed this live stream. You guys are awesome. I'm going to keep these coming every week. Next week, someone recommended Adrian Houghton and Angie Martinez, I guess the Israel Houghton interview. I will be going live to review that one. So catch me next Sunday. Love y'all, and see you guys tomorrow on Twitch, and then I will try to stream also on YouTube. I will come earlier just to do a test run like someone recommended here. I think it was the girl from Yonder recommended. Thanks, sis. All right, y'all, have a good night. Who's the target audience for his show? Girl, people who are delusional, just like the advice he's giving, child. Well, I don't know, but I'm gonna start using Dave Ramsey because I want you guys to see the contrast between him. This is the kiddie advice. Dave Ramsey gives real adult advice, and he holds people accountable. I love his show more because this man right here, nah. But maybe I'll just keep reviewing his because I think the advice is just off. Anyways, I really enjoy watching his only because it's so crazy to see how some financial experts, like, if they have biases about certain things, you can see it come out in their advice. So, for example, he's trying to give more grace to this man who clearly does not deserve any. But that's just the world we live in, unfortunately, right? I noticed that he definitely has a male bias, and it comes out, unfortunately. So sometimes just because someone's an expert doesn't mean that they're well equipped to give the proper advice to many couples. His advice would work for a healthy couple who just has some financial issues, but not for a couple like that. That was way too complicated for him. It was out of his depth. He should have never had them on his show. They should have went to go see a counselor together. And sis should have left. He should have recommended for her to leave. There's no working anything out with this type of man. But yeah. But anyway, y'all, I'm going to see y'all later. Have a good night. We will chat later. And see you tomorrow. Bye, y'all.